good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Saturday morning, sun shining. I don't know if the birds are singing. It's cold up here. It's not as cold as it normally is in February, but happy morning, 9 a.m. Saturday, and you'll be looking at this fantastic mug for the next 24 hours, unless you want to walk away from the computer screen, or if you just get sick and tired of looking at my face, let me know, and we can always just do this, and then you can get a break. But for now, you got to look at this. Another 24-hour stream is on deck. We've already passed the minute, so we're only 23 hours and 59 minutes away from finishing this thing. In case some of you guys and girls don't know, I have done this. This is my 8th 24-hour stream. Half of whatever I make in this 24-hour period, whether it be through donations, people buying my merchandise, ad revenue, people becoming members of the channel, I'll take half of it, and I'll be donating it to, let's share the screen. There we go. Where is it? There it is. I'll be donating half of whatever I get in this 24-hour period to the Boys and Girls Club of America. Like I said, this is the 8th time I've done this, I believe. We did the V Foundation first, Boys Day Out second, then it was St. Jude's, Ronald McDonald House, Make-A-Wish, the JDRF. I know I'm missing one more. Oops, why did that pop up there? I'm glad I'm listening to my own stuff. I know what I'm saying. I don't need to listen to it, but that's what this is all about. That's what these 24-hour streams are about. And again, I always think these things, but they're not easy, but they're definitely worth it. And I want to thank each and one of you guys and girls for being here today. And of course, for all the support you guys and girls show on my channel, because obviously without you, I wouldn't be able to do this. Again, I'm not committing to doing 24-hour streams every 6 months. I can tell you, I don't have a vacation in August this year, so I will not be doing one in August. I may do another one in February. I always get this week in February. I always take this week because my son's off of school next week. So, I take the week off. But thank you guys and girls for being here as always. I see my man, Senor Guzzo, says he didn't shave. No, date night with Mrs. Baddog tomorrow night. When I finish this at 9 o'clock tomorrow, go upstairs. I'm going to take like a 5-hour nap. I'm going to get up. I'll shave then, shower, and we're going to go out to dinner. It's our little Valentine's Day dinner. Little Baddog, my mother-in-law is going to be watching him. So wifey and I are going to get to go out and have a nice dinner. That's kind of what I'm looking forward to. So, we'll shave tomorrow, my man. We'll shave tomorrow. Who do we got here? Hot Knicks, Afghanistan, Janice, Dante, Costa, Senor Guzzo, Dire Giants. The regulars are always here. Boto winners in the house, my man, Boto. What's going on? He says, I hate to do this. I have to go to bed. I'll be driving tonight, so I will be able to keep you company. Listen, Boto, that's really when I need the support is the late night stuff. So you're the man, Boto. Get some sleep. Be safe out there. We'll see you later. You know where I'm going to be for the next 24 hours, brother. Andrew Christopher, my man. There's another truck driver. What's up, buddy? 79 Steve. What's up, man? Abraham Santos. Simone Martinelli from Metallica. What's going on, Paisano? Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. David L. Global Sounds Giant fan. It's one thing I can say. I have supporters from, supporters and subscribers from all over the world. So that's pretty cool because obviously there's 24 time zones. And hey, we're going to have somebody awake. It's going to be the afternoon for somebody. It's going to be 4:20 for somebody. 4:20 crew, you know what to do. That's right. Crew smoking because you got them. I know Afghanistan loves this mug. We start off with coffee today. We have plenty of these today. And of course, we have Coke Zero. So we're all set. I'm going to load myself up with caffeine and carbs today. On deck for a menu, not my cheat day today. I had to push it back. So it's just going to be protein, pancakes, bananas, and chicken. That's how we're going to get through the day. So appreciate you all being here. And Survivor Sam with the first one of the day. Thank you so much for the $2 donation, brother. I appreciate it. Brilly. A little $2. Boom! Shakalaka. Now, if you've ever been here for these 24-hour streams, there's nothing I really stream. Now, All-Star Saturday night tonight with the basketball, obviously, I'll stream that. We'll make fun of the people that suck at slam dunking. We'll talk about the skills competition. We'll cover that stuff, obviously. But throughout the day, I'll find some kind of sporting event to put on television. I think the XFL actually plays today, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Anybody know for sure if the XFL plays today? Obviously, I'll put whatever on. The conversations get really funny. We talk about pretty much everything in here. It's 24 hours. Got to find something to talk about. That's why the chat is amazing because, again, you guys can bring up topics or whatever. We always have fun. Like I said, these are fun. They're tough, but they're fun. Art D, what's going on, man? Vowels in the house. He says, long grind starts. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. PQ. J Affinity, New York Giants 26. My guy, Punkum. Of course, Punkum's in the house. That's what I love, man. Some of my mods, I was telling Mrs. Baddog, I said, I got mods that are in here all the time, man. You know, like, Brad, what's up, buddy? Good to see my man Brad Jewis. Brad, Yankee baseball on deck, baby. Be a lot more Yankee stuff on this channel for sure. But tell them about how a lot of my mods hang out with me like the entire 24 hours. And it's pretty amazing. And of course, you know, my mods are fantastic. A big shout out to the moderators. You know, so I appreciate y'all being here. Waterfly, thank you for where'd that go? Yes, and at some point today, I know my mods were talking about this in the moderator chat. I will at some point go over to the wooden chair, probably in the second part of it. I'm not going to sit on that for 24 hours because it's going to destroy my back, but I will go over to that wooden chair for old time's sake for maybe an hour or two so that you can see the old version of this. Thank you, Waterfly. Whee! I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, brother. Much, much appreciated. Nona Britton, you are the man. Cheers. Thank you so much for the $50 donation, man. I really appreciate it. A little Ulysses S. Grant. A $50 boom shakalaka. We can talk about the Giants. Not that there's much to talk about. We can talk about the upcoming Yankee season. We can talk about the Lakers. We can talk about whatever the hell you want. We can talk about wrestling. We can talk about rap music, which is something we got into the last time. Janice has a funny date story. We got to hear about that, of course. And we can talk about whatever you guys and girls want. NY Giants 26, thank you for the super chat. There's a Giants question. So what do I think about $35 million? I think that's kind of what, you know, you've been in these streams. I think that's kind of what Chris and I thought. 4 years, $140 million, the ability to get it after 2. I think $35 million. Listen, I know there's some fans that don't like Daniel Jones. They don't want Daniel Jones back. They don't want to spend money on Daniel Jones. You're going to ruin your cap. You're not going to have to pay Daniel Jones $35 million the first couple of years of this contract. It's not going to affect the cap like that. I said, Brandon Brown came from Philadelphia. Harry Roseman's great with the cap, right? Joe Shane came from Buffalo. Bean is great with the cap. We got guys that are really good. They come from organizations that are good with the salary cap. I'm not concerned about it. Having a quarterback is obviously extremely important. And I'll be honest, the Giants played themselves into a spot, and Jones played himself into a spot where he deserves the money. But the Giants also played themselves into a spot. Well, what else are they going to do? You're not going to get a quarterback at 25. So just ride with Daniel Jones, man. I just, listen, going into the year, I didn't think he'd be back. He played well. I don't care what anybody says. Is he an elite guy? No. Will he ever be an elite guy? Probably not. Is he good enough to win? I think he showed he's good enough to win. With very limited weapons and a very poor offensive line under the first year of a system, I think we can see that you can win with Daniel Jones. If you build some talent around him, he'd be pretty good. I mean, do people really think, and I'm not trying to knock Jalen Hurts here, right? The season's over. I'm not trying to sit here and talk shit about Philadelphia, although, you know, I will because I love to do that. Thank you, Philly, for losing that Super Bowl. By the way, how'd that feel, Eagle fans? How'd that nice last-second field goal going through? That must have felt really good. I know I felt good. I got a warm tingly all over when that kick went through. But in all honesty, do people really believe that Jalen Hurts is way better than Daniel Jones? You can say he's better than Daniel Jones. That's fine. But do people consider Jalen Hurts an elite talent? He's got elite talent around him. Can we get Daniel Jones one of the best offensive lines in the league? a Devontae Smith and an A.J. Brown and a Dallas Goedert, and then can we see what Daniel Jones can do? Can we at least get that around him? Can we put something there? Can we get him a number one wide receiver? Now, of course, the Giants did go out and get Isaiah Hodgins. They re-signed Isaiah Hodgins, which is good. So that's good. By the way, I bet 350 Dog brings up the card collection, approximately 8. I'll try to remember 8 o'clock. I will bring up the card collection. There's just some cards I want to buy right now, as a matter of fact. I'm a big Koufax guy. So there's a couple of Koufax cards that I'm looking at that are more rare. But I do love my card collection, Moto. I can't help it. I've been collecting cards since I was 13 years old. Duncan, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Later tonight, I want to talk aliens and balloons. But for now, you think Jalen Hurts will get a contract? You think a new contract will hurt the Eagles? I mean, obviously, it takes up a lot of the cap. You're going to pay Jalen Hurts more than you're going to pay Daniel Jones, I'm sure. And listen, Howie Roseman's done a really good job. So if you're an Eagle fan, you have to figure out, you have to think that Howie's going to find a way. So obviously, you have a lot of free agents. And if you give Jalen Hurts a lot of money, you're not going to be able to sign everybody. But that's what the draft is for. You know what I mean? You're supposed to keep your big pieces like that. And you're supposed to draft well. The teams that draft well, like the Ravens, like the Steelers, they're the ones that competed, or compete for years and years and years and years, because a solid draft is going to keep you competitive. You can't just go out there and draft poorly and try to sign free agents. That's what the Giants had done, and have bad coaching and everything else, and you're not going to win that way. So I think you'll be okay, but obviously you're not going to be able to have the luxuries that you would without paying Jalen Hurts. David, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. How many times people will debate DJ over the next 24 hours? I'll be honest, I don't think it'll be that much, David, because I don't know. I think a lot of people did go to supporting Daniel Jones. I don't think there's a ton of haters, and most of them don't come in here anyway. So I don't think it'll be much. Plus, football season's kind of over. But again, I'm a guy that thinks Daniel Jones for $35 million is worth it. That's just me. Grinding with Levi, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. DJ's a top 10 quarterback all day. Get him an A.J. Brown. I agree. Get him an A.J. Brown. Let's see what he does. Get him an A.J. Brown, and let's see what he does. Bodo, have a great night, buddy. Get some sleep. I'm definitely going to need your support in the wee hours of the morning. The wee hours of the morning. Let's go, Bodo. And my Giants, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate you. There we go. Giants wire tweet. The Giants are expected to sign quarterback Daniel Jones to a contract that exceeds an average of $35 million annually. I think that's fair. You look at what Kyler Murray got. I think that's a fair contract. I'm not, listen, I've said this before, man. I don't care if they gave him $50 million. I don't care if they let him walk. I'm going to believe in Joe Shane, Brandon Brown, Brian Dable. I'm going to believe in the front office. I'm going to believe that they have a vision, and they're going to stick with their vision. And they have a direction that they want to go. So whatever their decision is, I'm going to stand behind it until they give me a reason not to. First year, I think they've given us a lot of reason to believe. I really do. Pat Mahomes won a Super Bowl. Pat Mahomes is elite. Daniel Jones, I love that, though. People are like, oh, Daniel Jones sucks. He's not right. You don't just find Patrick Mahomes on trade. They don't just come out of the draft. You don't get 4 of those quarterbacks a year. It's not that easy to find a great quarterback. If you have a guy that is proven he can win, keep him. Daniel Jones can win. I mean, listen, how well did Justin Herbert do? You're going to tell me Justin Herbert's not more talented than Daniel Jones? He is. Did Justin Herbert win as much as Daniel Jones this year? No, he didn't. And he's got way better talent. L.A. Lou, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you, brother. Really. Yo, Baddog in the 24-hour lunatic club. Let's go. That was one thing I was telling Mr. Baddog. I said, there's definitely some people that will be here with me the entire 24 hours, or they'll be there most of the 24 hours because they're insane, just like I am. Janice, my lady, thank you for the super chat. Brilly. The super chat matches my mug. That's pretty cool. She says, I'm still going strong on my fitness challenge. I lost 15 pounds in 7 days and eating less than 700 calories a day. You keep up the good work. Honestly, Janice, I think that's too low of calories. About being completely honest with you, your body needs a certain amount of calories just to sustain. You don't want what you don't want to happen. You eat too low calories. your body's going to start to feed off of muscle for energy, right? You don't get enough carbs or enough fat in your body will feed off the muscle. So you should try to get, I would say, at the very least 1,200 calories a day. Just you have to make sure they're the right calories. I would stay away from the fat calories, but you can certainly have complex carbs like potatoes, or you can have protein like I do, which is chicken. So I mean, whatever works for you, but that just seems like so few calories to me. I mean, even I have 2,000 calories a day. So I don't know. I'm not a nutritionist or I didn't go to school for that stuff. I just go by what I read, the research I do, and what I, do in the gym. So Johnny T, Mary Walsh, what's going on? Max on the beat. Plus Eagles got away with holding. I'm not worried about it. Screw the Eagles. Yeah, that's pretty much what I am, Flyboy. It's chicken and ground turkey. It's pretty much my life. So yeah, 1,000 would be good, Janice. 1,000 would be good. Like I said, you just don't want because that's what happens. Muscle's more dense than fat. So when you lose muscle, you obviously lose weight. I always tell people that are trying to lose weight or whatever, don't look at the scale. Like the scale is not important because body composition is way different. You could look at a guy like me that weighs 164 pounds, and you could look at somebody else that weighs 164, and we're going to look completely different. I always say it's the way your clothes fit. If your clothes start to fit looser, you'll know that you're doing it right because your weight still may not, because muscle is much more dense than fat. There's guys in the gym that think I weigh 185 or weigh in the 180s. I'm like, I weigh 164. I don't look like 164 pounds because of the composition of, my physique. So it always makes you feel good because I don't feel like I look like 100. I feel like I look like a scrawny weakling, but that's my body dysmorphia that I have. And that's the way it's always going to be. It's not healthy, but this is what goes on upstairs in this. Jacques, what's up, man? Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. NFL will stay rigging games for the Chiefs. I don't think they rigged the game for the Chiefs. But if they did PQ in this situation, I'm glad they did because, like I said, screw Philadelphia. But it was a good game for sure. Definitely was. Afghanistan was a good Super Bowl. There's no question. Yeah, LA Lou's right. You do it slower, take your time. You stand a better chance. The reason being, when you lose weight or you want to go on a diet, lose weight, get in shape, whatever you want to do, you want to do something that is sustainable, right? Something that you can do every day of your life. Yeah, crash diets. You can do a crash diet and you can lose a lot of weight, which I equate keto to, okay, where you can sit there and just cut the carbs out of your diet, but you'll never be able to do that for the rest of your life. You can't live your life without carbohydrates. You can't live your life on 700 calories a day. You have to find a balance. That's why it's hard. It's all about finding balance. It's all about finding what works for you. It's a lot of trial and error, but it's just that's the way you're going to lose it and keep it off, is by finding a really nice a balance that you can sustain every day for the rest of your life. And you can have bad days. I mean, listen, man, I'm not perfect. There's definitely days outside of my cheat day where I'm like, I'm hungry and I'm like, screw it. I'm having an extra banana, or I'm having an extra stack of pancakes, or I'm having a couple of Oreos. It happens to me, where it's like, it's a Thursday night and I'm hungry. I'm like, look, there's a Twix bar, which I don't normally do, but sometimes it happens. I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect. So again, it's all about finding balance, and it's about also not beating yourself up if you do slip. It happens. So if you have a bad day, don't be like, oh, I had a bad day, screw it, I'm just going to keep eating, and then the hell with it. You can't be like that either. If you slip up and you have a bad day, which you're human, you just got to hop on the horse the next day and start and just keep doing what you're doing. That's really what it is. It's about balance. And again, nobody is perfect. You're always going to have those days. Even I have them. And I've done this for a long time. So don't ever get discouraged about anything. Just consistency will pay off in the end. Don't be upset if you shouldn't weigh yourself every day anyway, because your water weight fluctuates a lot. You can fluctuate 8 pounds a day. depending on the amount of water your body's holding on to. So you can't be like, oh, I gained a pound. This sucks. This doesn't work. Can't do that. So baked goods is your vice. Hard to resist those carbs. Yeah, you know what's funny? TD Irish, my wife, when I do get my cheat day, I like a lot of sugar, which is not good for me either because I crash. My blood pressure goes way up. My body crashes. It's not healthy. But she's like, I never knew you're such a, because I've always been a salty snack guy. Your Cheez-Its, your chips and salsa, which I still love. But the sugar, because I don't eat it during the week, I think my body and my brain are like, yes, sweet stuff. Because she said, when you're such a sweet snack guy, like Oreos are like I love Oreos. Like Oreos have become my thing. I don't know why. I just love freaking Oreos out of nowhere. By the way, it's 4:20 someplace. Whatever 5 hours is behind me. I don't know if that's Hawaii, maybe. I don't remember if Hawaii changes their clock back. Well, it's 4:20 somewhere. So 4:20 crew. Snoop D-O-double-G says, smoke them because you got them. 4:20 someplace. Am I going to well, that's what I was saying, Johnny. I'll probably throw it on. It's on ESPN. Actually, the TV was on ESPN. I just turned it on. I think they play it too. Yeah, I'll have sports on in the background all day, watch something. And again, we'll cover the All-Star Saturday night as well. Dane, yeah, I remember you saying you were getting wisdom teeth surgery. God bless. I know that's got to suck. I never had wisdom teeth surgery. My wife had them all out, and I know people have them. It's awful. It's all nerves. I got a pinched nerve in my scapula right now. You want to talk about freaking pain, man? I move wrong. It's like somebody's taken a knife and just stuck me right in my back. It's bad. I actually took a night off of the gym yesterday because of that. But you know, I'm going back Monday. I don't give a damn what the hell it feels like. I'm not Friday, Saturday, Sunday, not going to the gym yet. It's not wouldn't be prudent. It's not prudent for me. So, anyway, Oreos. That's right. That's right. The Oreos are great, and they have all these different flavor Oreos now. They have I got the toffee ones once because I love Heath bars, right? I love Heath bars. The toffee Oreos were not what I thought they'd be. They weren't really good. They weren't bad, but I'm like, they're not worth the calories, kind of. I do want to try the Java chip ones. And then I think they have hazelnut ones. Those are ones I like to try. But honestly, the old-fashioned Oreos are just a kick-ass. I mean, they're amazing. One day I ate a box of cereal on my cheat day. That Reese's peanut butter puff cereal. I ate the whole freaking box. I do not. The only time that I do intermittent fasting, Deke, is Sunday morning. Because Saturday is my cheat day, which we're getting back to the summer. So now I'll be going back to just a meal. I used to, when I started doing this, when I started counting my macros, and I lost a lot of fat. I mean, I only weighed 182 pounds when I started this, but I lost 18 pounds of fat because I went to high carb, low fat. And I didn't cheat. I didn't have a meal where my macros didn't matter. Then about, let's say, middle of April, maybe the end of April, I started to have a cheat meal every Saturday night. And one night I ate too much. I got sick. It was right before the first day of the season for the Giants. I threw up the night before, not because I was nervous, because I ate too much in one sitting. And I said I have to spread it out over a day. So I would eat probably 7,000 to 9,000 calories on a Saturday. They weren't good calories. So I always fasted on Sunday to dinner. I would not eat until after the Giants game. That's kind of my intermittent fasting because my body is so satiated. And it holds on to all the fat and the carbs that I gave it, so I'm not hungry. So that's what I would do. I fast till 4:30 on Sunday usually, but that's it. And I do drink black coffee. I don't add anything to I don't add butter. I add hot sauce or sugar-free barbecue sauce. So everything that I eat is pretty much sugar-free. That's pretty much how I do this whole stupid thing. Alfonso, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it, brother. Cheers to you, my friend. He says $25 for Little Baddog. You have a 420 story from growing up or a time you almost indulged. I'll be honest. I've never partaken in that. I've never been interested. I love the show, loved it, a 420 crew. And again, Alfonso, I don't even know how that started. I don't know why I said that or when when or why I said it, but it just took off. Like I said, I have 420 merchandise in my store and it sells really well. The rest of the stuff, it's hit or miss, right? But the 420 stuff is really good. People love that. So, but I never did, like, nobody I know really did that. I think my parents did when I was young. I didn't know they were doing. I think I found some of their stash in the early 90s. What the hell is this? And then I remember one time joking around. This is parents for you, man. This is funny. I was 15, probably 15, maybe. I think I was 15 or 16 when I found that. My parents, my mom, because my parents were divorced at the time. And I remember I was like, oh, so what I did jokingly, I took oregano and I threw it in a bag. And I just put it in my t-shirt drawer. Because obviously, I was 15, whatever the hell I was. Mom was doing my laundry. Mom would put the laundry away. I knew she would find it. And sure enough, she yelled at me for that. And I said, it's good for you. It's not good for me. Then she didn't have really much to say. And I said, Mom, it's oregano. I don't smoke anything. I never smoked a cigarette in my life. I was never interested in 420. I like to drink beer. Other than that, that's about it. I've never been interested in smoking. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that when I was young, my parents smoked. And I freaking hated the smell of it. Like, I could not stand it. It would get into my clothes. They would do it in the car. It just made me sick. And I've never. My sister smoked on and on. I don't know if she still does, or she smoked. It never interested me. It just never did. But I always love to shout at the 420 crew. Snoop Dogg likes to shout at the 420 crew. Duncan, thank you for the super chat, brother. Brilly says, I use vitamins and shakes, but what do you think of brain pills? On my high 40s, don't want Alzheimer's. What do you think of brain pills? So I don't know much about brain pills. I've never heard of brain pills. I do know that your brain needs a certain amount of fat to utilize. It needs, and this is why when you get extremely lean, when you get into single-digit body fat, one of the side effects is brain fog. Your memory kind of slips because you're not, and that's happened to me, man. I've had some of these side effects: the vigorous hunger, the excessive fatigue. Like I said, it's not easy. And people that ask me for diet advice, I give you advice. But I always tell people, do not do what I do. Don't be that extreme. I'm extreme. If I do something, I'm doing it 150%. I'm not doing it at all. So that's the thing with me. I tell people, do what works for you. Do what you can sustain. And don't try to do what I do or anybody else's. You got to find what works best for you. That includes your workouts. You have to do what's best for you. And again, that's just trial and error. It's finding balance. And once you find it and you can, do it every day, it becomes habit. It becomes easier. It's never easy. Willpower's tough. Everybody wants to eat good. You don't think I want to dive into a pecan pie or eat 12 chicken wings or half a pizza or 2 hamburgers, hot dogs, whatever, French fries? Yeah, of course I do. I just don't. But yeah, man, it's tough. Least Oreos. I can't say I've ever had those. I have to eat it now in edibles. Here you go. Survivor Sam in the house. He's part of the 420 crew. Big Nick W. How can I be the man when you're the man? I get brain fog if I eat too much carbs. I feel great when I intermittent fast. My mind is drastically sharper, but it has to be paired with eating less carbs. I don't eat a lot of carbs. I really don't. I have like 1 gram per body weight. If I'm lucky, 1 gram per pound of my body weight. So usually between 150 and 160 grams of carbs a day. That's usually my intake, man. It's 250 grams to 300 grams of protein a day. You don't need that much protein. That's just where I get my calories. Probably 150 to 160 grams of carbs, and then probably between 30 and 50 grams of fat. I do not eat fat. Everything I eat is extremely low fat. That's just the way. That was what I had to do to get where I wanted to get. That's what I had to do. Again, everybody has a different goal. So if you have a goal, especially if you're just starting out, man, do the research. It's there. Just go to Google, search all kinds of workouts. It's there. But I can tell you this, one thing that pisses me off, and you see these commercials and you see these ads, there is no magic pill. There is no magic drink. Just take this before you go to bed and you'll lose weight. Bullshit. You're not losing weight. You don't add calories to your diet and lose weight. That does not happen. Physiologically impossible, right? You can't do that. Oh, you just got to put some lemon and carrot juice in there with some cayenne pepper, stir it up and drink it and watch the body fat go away. No, that's not how it works. You don't lose fat like that. These stupid, snake oil salesmen, they want to take advantage of people's vulnerability and the fact that people want to lose weight and they don't want to have to do what you really have to do to lose it. So, I can just drink it. I lose all this. Give me a break. That's not how it works. Take a pill and it dissolves fat. You cannot dissolve fat. The only way you lose fat is by having a caloric deficit. So adding a drink to your diet ain't helping you lose fat. I hate those people. Those TikToks, that crap. I want to punch them right in the head. I get this one. That's something I have to start doing. You want to talk about my fitness channel? I want to start reacting to those videos. Like, I have to find videos of these stupid fad drinks or pills or, this thing that you put on your stomach. And I forgot what the hell it was called. And it sends electronic impulses and you lose weight. And no, you don't. No, you don't. I want to react to those, though. When was the last time the LakerDog hat? I don't know. Probably when they were 2-10. I don't even know where that hat is now. It's around here someplace. I thought it was. I think when they were 2-10, I stopped wearing it because I felt like it was bad luck. I don't know where the hell that is. I don't know where it is. How many push-ups can I do? I don't know. I haven't done that in a long time. Usually if I do push-ups, it's near the end of my workout and I'm tired. It's just kind of a burnout. I think I could I don't know. Guessing probably between 80 and 100 maybe. Maybe not that many. Man, I got long arms. It's a long range of motion for me. Maybe 50 probably between 50 and 70 is my guess before I petered out. I could probably do almost as many pull-ups as I can do freaking push-ups because, again, a pull-up is this. And my arms are strong because they're long. So that's the thing. Most guys that curl a lot of weight can't bench a lot of weight because when you have a long arm, you have a lot of leverage to curl. It's like taking a crowbar and sticking it in a manhole cover. If you have it at the end of the crowbar, you got all the leverage, you're going to pop it open. If you get it in the middle of the crowbar and try to pry it up, it's going to be a lot more difficult. That's the same thing as a curl, in my opinion. And then at the same time, when you do a bench press, because you have long arms, that range of motion is so much longer to get to the top of the set. You usually sacrifice one for the other. And at my age, it ain't about the weight anyway. It's about the form. It's about the reps. It's about the squeeze. It's about the aesthetics. It's not about what I can lift. LT, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Pay Jalen Hurts or Pat JB Hurts, LJ, Herb, A-Rod, T-Law, Matt Stafford, Kyler Murray. I'm not putting Kyler Murray in there at all. No way. No way. Kyler Murray. I love Kyler Murray. He can't stay healthy. So I can't put Kyler Murray in there. Dak has fallen off too. I'm 6 foot tall, redemption. I'm 6 foot 164. So, 6 foot. I'm 6 foot tall. Not tall, not short. Kind of average. Gangrene Dave, what's going on? Yes, this is again, I'm not committing to doing 24-hour streams every 6 months, but I will not. Again, I'm on vacation next week. Thank God. I only do these when I'm on vacation. So August, I don't have that vacation week anymore in August because of union reasons. I'm not going to get into it. It's a pain in the ass. They took some of our vacations away in lieu of giving us more money. And I'm like, there's no more money. All you did was make us work extra and gave us the money for having to work extra. That's not a raise. It's not a raise. I'd rather have the damn time off. So there won't be one in August. That I can tell you. I may do them in February because I always have this week off. I think it's my week. My kid's off. I want to take it off. So that's it. But yeah, well, I will not do it in August. Slink, what's going on? Hey, Reener. You're guessing 9 bathroom breaks? Oh God, that's I think Matthew. I think people would take the over on that all day, every day. It'll be more than 9. There's no way I only go 9 times in 24 hours. Last time, I think I did good though. Last time, I think I only went like 14 times in 24 hours. Normally, it's like once an hour because the amount of liquid that I drink. Again, I just drank a cup of coffee. Mrs. Baddog usually goes out and gets me a coffee. She didn't do that. Of course, I didn't ask her. I just made a cup of coffee. I have 6 of these on deck today. And not that I'm going to get through them all, but I also have like 6 of these on deck today. So it's going to be all caffeine. I need it. Caffeine, B12, anything to keep me going. Because I still have 23 and a half hours of this. But I do appreciate you guys and girls being here. So thank you so much, man. Much appreciated. So yeah, it's all good. It is all good. It's all good. It's all good. Let's go. You raised what to 15? Where do I stand on sneakers? I do like Jordans. I'm a Nike guy. I did buy some Chuck Taylors just because I had to, because they were from my youth, having Converse. I could tell you this, they're not very comfortable. I put those things on. I'm like, oh my God, how the hell did I live? It's like walking on nothing. It's like walking on concrete barefoot. I'm like, there's no support in these Converse. They're rough. That is rough. No doubt about it. So that's tough. It is. It is a tough thing to do. There's no question about that. So I don't know. I got them because, again, I think they looked cool, but it is what it is. So it is what it is. I don't know, man. I don't know. So I don't know. I know I'm going to get through this. I'll get through it. I get through it all the time, man. I just haven't woken up yet. I did try to get a good night's sleep last night. So it just has not happened. I don't know. But it is what it is. Johnny Cage, how can I be the man when you the man? Cattle Dog, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Oliver Close Off. So, the pre-workout, man, I have used it. I'll probably get back into using it. I used it so much, it kind of doesn't do anything anymore. I don't feel like it's effective. Pre-Gym X is the best pre-workout I've ever had. That really does. You can feel that. And I've told people when I started taking Pre-Gym X, I'm like, if you've never taken a pre-workout, do not use that. That is for people that have used it before. It is extremely, it makes your face tingle, which I love the tingle. That's the beta-alanine. Even these make my face tingle because of the beta-alanine in them. But the amount of pump agents in the Pre-Gym X, if you've never taken a pre-workout, you don't want to take that. Take a C4, take a Pump HD. What the hell else did I use before? God, I haven't used a pre-workout, like a different pre-workout in a long time. C4 was always my favorite, the C4 pre-workouts until I got the Pre-Gym X, because I needed something a little bit more effective. Also, Pre-Gym X, don't chug it. Don't chug that stuff, because you'll it'll mess your stomach up. Like it's legitimately, you have to take your time drinking it. It's good as hell. It's expensive, but it's good. It's my favorite. It just depends on the day, though. Some days I kind of got into drinking a protein shake about an hour before I go to the gym. That way I have some kind of protein and calories to burn off, and it kind of fuels my workout. But it depends. Like I said, I'll probably get back into using it. I did just buy some pre-gym X. I hadn't used pre-workout in a few weeks because sometimes you just want to get off of it and then come back so that you can get that effect. But I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of it just has to do with your brain. I honestly do. I don't know how much of it's effective or not. I couldn't tell you. I've never actually measured it. Yeah, Oliver Closeoff is a good one, Dire Giants fan. It is a good one. Duncan, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate you, brother. Brilly. Coffee's gone. I'll open that in a little bit. With Philly be on, I have a question. He always sucks. With Philly, will Philly be? I have not contacted anybody. And honestly, it's because I really didn't know that I was going to be doing this. I would say probably the beginning of January. I know Punkham was like, I didn't even know you were doing this. No, like it just kind of came out of the blue. I wasn't planning on it. So I can always contact Philly later, see if he has time. I can contact Chris. I just didn't want to bother those guys. Because again, I didn't plan. I planned it, but it wasn't planned. But I love having Philly on around midnight. It's always fun because he's a dingbat. And I lovingly call him that because I think Philly 500 is freaking awesome. But yes, I will. I'll see what I can do. LA Lou, thank you for the super chat. Brilly. He says, I'm looking forward to the NFL draft. Aren't we all? My Rams don't have a first, but they have the 36th in the second. So it might as well be a first. Plus, we have 10 picks. We do all their late picks. That's why I'm looking forward to the draft for the Giants. Now, we have the 25th pick, which is obviously a late first. I forgot where our second round pick is. It's in the 50s. But we have 11 picks. So I'm anxious to see. And again, this will be the first year that, this will be the first year that Shane and Dable and Brandon Brown, they sent their own scouts out to scout players for the New York Giants. Last year, they had no time. They got in at the end of January. Last year, they had 2 months to throw it all together. So this year, obviously, they've had an entire season. They know what their roster is. They know where they need to improve. They know who they want to go out and get. So I'm looking forward to it, too. The NFL draft is always fun. It's NFL Christmas, man. And again, that'll be here before you know it. That's my next week off. So I always look forward to that. I get through March at work. Things seem to go quick because I have a week off in April. The end of the April, I'm off for a week. The end of May, I'm off for almost 2 weeks. And then the end of June, I'm off. So I always look forward to getting that. I always look forward to my vacations, especially in the summer. I love just being able to go up to Lake George. It's one of my favorite things to do. My kid loves that too. Going to Animal, just doing things with my son. It's a lot of fun. Which I want to say, big shout out to Mrs. Baddog, by the way, because Mrs. Baddog always approves me doing these 24-hour streams. And one of the reasons that I said I'm not going to commit to these anymore is because it takes 24 hours away on a weekend. That's just why I like taking the vacation. That's the main reason. I can get through work being jet lagged, but I don't like losing a whole weekend with the missus and my son, on YouTube. I mean, it's for a great cause, and these are always for great causes, and I love doing it for that. And again, I can't thank you guys, girls, enough to give me a platform to do things like this, and I never thought I would. This all started as, it all started because people challenged me to do 24-hour stream, and if you're just tuning in today, again, I've done this. This is my 8th 24-hour stream, and 50% of whatever I make in this 24-hour period, whether that be through donations, people buying my merchandise, people becoming members of the channel, the ad revenue that I get from YouTube, whatever I get, I'll donate half to Boys and Girls Club of America, which is today's charity. But I when I started doing this, people, I streamed a lot when I kind of changed over my content here. And, they're like, Baddog, do a 24-hour stream. Like Sports Fury had done one. I don't know if anybody else had done one. They're like, do a 24-hour stream. And I always embrace a challenge. And I'm like, I think I could do it. And then when I was getting ready to do it, I said, you know what? If I'm going to do this, let's raise awareness for a cause. Let's donate some of it to charity. And that started with the V Foundation. It was the first charity I thought of. The late, great Jimmy Valvano. Everybody knows somebody or whatever. Everybody has lost somebody or knows somebody that lost somebody to cancer, which is like one of the worst things on the face of the planet. Doesn't discriminate. I mean, there could be children that are 3 years old that die from cancer. And what did they ever do to deserve that? So, that was a big one. And then it just it went from there. And most of the charities that I pick do have to do with youth. Because again, I'm a father. So, I know as a father, you want what's best for your children. And I also know that some children don't have a mother and a father. They don't have all the luxuries that some other, boys and girls do. And places like the Boys and Girls Club of America give them a place to thrive physically, mentally, socially. So, I like doing things like this. It's always a lot of fun for me. And again, it's tough, but it's well worth it. But I also don't like losing the entire weekend and then having to go back to work on Monday. So that's why I always did them before my vacation, because now I still have a week to spend with them. But always a shout out to my wife who says, you got this, you can get to kick some ass. Every time I get ready to go down here for these, I always tell her, I'm always like, hey, I don't know how I'm going to do this. She goes, you're going to do it. She's like, you got this. And then 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:30 in the morning, I'm going to get ready to end. Her, she wakes up. My son sleeps a little bit later, so he might not be up. But she always texts me 8:30, 8:45. She's like, you did it. You did it. Congratulations. She's always been a huge supporter of everything that I've done. That's why she's a saint, man. My wife puts up with me for 23 years. And I know when I did the video on this, I did those milestones where I hit 10,000 subscribers and I did a video and I hit 25,000, 50,000. I never thanked her. So that's why when I got this, that was the first person I thanked. Because I can tell you this, man, without the support of your loved ones, that's why family is so important to me. Because without the support of your loved ones, that's really all that matters in life. Your loved ones, man. They're the ones that are going to back you, good, bad, and different. They're going to love you unconditionally. And again, my wife has been a rock through me growing my YouTube channel, going to the gym and keeping myself sane. So, her support means all in the world to me. Her support means the world. What I'm trying to say is her support means the world to me. And I couldn't do this without her. So obviously, huge shout out to the missus, and a huge shout out to the missus for, like I said, putting up with me for 23 years. I don't know how some of you guys put up with me for 23 minutes. Can you imagine 23 years? There's a special place in heaven for my wife, I'll tell you that. Marcel, thank you so much for the super chat, brother. I appreciate you. Really, really, my friend. He says, your sports analyst, let me start again. I can read, I promise you. Your sports analysis is solid. Thank you. Do you think MLB rule changes and recent marketing celebrating bat flips let the kids play trend will draw in more younger casual fans in the long run? It's a great question, Marcel. I'll be honest, I think what happens, Marcel, is this generation is different than when I grew up. I don't know how old you are, right? I grew up in the 80s. We had Nintendo. I had an Atari 2600. Like, we had video game consoles, but we still went outside. We played outside. There was no internet. There was no cell phones. There was nothing like that, right? You couldn't just jump from one TikTok to another. 15, 20 seconds, boom, you're on to the next thing, boom. I think kids have a harder time focusing today because there's so much crap thrown in their face. And the problem with baseball, I love baseball. It's my favorite sport. I went to baseball games, my dad and my grandfather. There's something special. I always say there's just something nostalgic about it. For me, walking out, seeing the green grass and smelling the Cracker Jacks and the crack of the bat, the warm summer breeze. There's just something about that to me. But I think baseball is such a slow-paced sport that it does have I think it's harder for kids to get involved in baseball because, again, it's slower paced and they live a very fast paced life. They come out of the womb knowing how to use a cell phone, then a tablet. My kid at 2 years old was taking, do I still have these? I can show you. My kid literally took selfies of himself on my phone when he was like 2. Let me see if I can find. I might have got rid of them. He literally took selfies of himself. I might have got rid of all of them. I thought I kept one, but it looks like I got rid of them. Oh, no. Here you go. Look at this. He's 2. He's taking selfies of himself. He could scroll the phone. He could find out what he wanted to do. They just know. So I think that's the major problem. The other problem, Marcel, and this isn't with kids. This is with adults. The gambling aspect. The gambling aspect of baseball isn't fun. The gambling aspect of football is a lot of fun. I always say take the gambling and the fantasy away from football. Take fantasy football away. Take gambling away from football. And I guarantee you those NFL rankings, the ratings sink. The big reason NFL succeeds is a faster paced game. But the betting is so big on football. It drives the sport. Basketball, I don't know about the betting, but it's much faster paced. I think that's part of the problem. And I'll be honest, Marcel, I'm not a guy that likes to bat flips. I don't like that. I think that's showing up in the opposition. Again, I'm an older guy. I believe in sportsmanship. I believe in humility and being humble when you win. I think a bad winner is much worse than a bad loser. Honestly, that's just my thought. But I've seen these kids. I saw a video of a kid doing a bat flip in the Little League World Series, and the ball fell about 15 feet short of the wall. And I'm like, what has he been watching? Josh Donaldson? Josh Johnson's done that. I want to punch Josh Johnson in the ear for how many times he flipped the bat and he got thrown out, going to second base or missed an extra base because he's sitting there admiring a ball that don't even go out of the park. How bad do you suck to not know? I forgive the kid. How many home runs has he hit that he doesn't know if he got the ball or not? But Josh Johnson, man, dude making $35 million a year, whatever the hell he's making, $25 million a year, and the dude don't know when he hits the ball out of the park. He sucks. Yankees should get rid of Josh Johnson. Don't like Josh Johnson. Josh Johnson sucks. Plenty of that to come during the baseball season. Steven, my friend, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you, my friend. My Steven Lilly Bellamy forever. My guy. He's the man. He says, hi, bud. Is it true Philly sponsoring Thanksgiving 23 as their fan base has all the fender keepers after the Super Bowls? Let's go, Giants! 56 is the GOAT. He is the GOAT. Steven, how great was it to watch our adversaries lose that Super Bowl in the way that they did it? The way that they did it, losing that Super Bowl was fantastic. And I hope it hurts. And I hope it hurts. I hope it hurts. Get it? I hope it hurts. I love it. I hope it hurts for the next 7 months and beyond. I do. That was great for me. I lost $100, but it is what it is. NY Giant, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. He says, hey, Baddog, with the Giants season being over, I watched a lot of Rangers who've been on fire. They have been on fire. Again, I'm a casual Ranger fan, so a lot of times I don't see the games. I just kind of look at the scoreboard, the box score. And when they do get into playoffs, again, I'm not a great hockey play-by-play guy. I never will be. I don't watch enough of it to be a good hockey play-by-play guy. My guy, Hot Take Hockey, he's the best I've seen at the play-by-play for hockey. Great channel. Johnny's a great dude. I haven't been able to get into his streams lately either. Life happens. So I haven't been on YouTube a lot recently, But yeah, I do, when the Rangers make the playoffs, I do plan on doing some of those again. I won't do every one, but they were fun. And again, I am not a good hockey play-by-play guy, but I did enjoy it. I felt like I got better as it went along, but I am not good at that. I feel like I'm really good at baseball. I feel like that's my best because I know the game. I love the game. And I try to emulate Vin Scully the best I can. He's the greatest announcer in the history of sports. I'll never be Vin Scully. But I always feel like I do that good. And I know a lot of people enjoy my basketball play-by-play. So I feel like I got good at that too. But hockey, I stink. I stink at hockey. I am not a good hockey guy. LA Lou, thank you for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it, brother. Brilly, my friend. He says, the credit goes to you. Many people have the same platform opportunity, but how many have taken up the responsibility to not only do this, but do it as a sustained endeavor? The credit. I appreciate it, LA Lou. I appreciate it, man. I always wish I could do more for charity. And again, I'm not saying this to be whatever. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but there's other charitable things that I donate to that I don't do on YouTube. I can just say this. My wife and I do a lot for Toys for Tots, whether that's toys or donation, because again, for me, especially I've always liked to donate to charities for children, because I feel like some children just don't have really good opportunities, in places like the Boys and Girls Club of America give them that opportunity, or the kids for the Make-A-Wish, they have some kind of thing where they can't, they have whatever, things that don't allow them to live their life to the fullest, or something that they didn't do to themselves, and they don't have long on this earth, and they just want to have one wish, one thing they want to do. It's not fair to them. So I always, I just like doing things for youth organizations the best that I can, because again, as a dad, I know I'm fortunate enough to have had both my parents in my life, and support me, and, make me the man that I am today. A lot of kids don't get that. So if I can give anything back to helping them achieve their life goals, through places like the Boys and Girls Club of America, or Make-A-Wish, giving them something that they really want to do, or anything, research that can help them get better, live longer lives. This is the stuff I like to do. So I enjoy doing this. It's hard, but that's why people are like, are you going to, 4:30 in the morning, 5 o'clock, they're like, hey, are you going to quit? Are you going to go to sleep? Hell no, I don't quit. There's no way. I always say I'm not giving up on these kids. So I go all 24 hours. No matter how tired I am. It doesn't matter how tired I am. I make it through every time. I won't. I'm not going to let them down. That's the way I always look at it, but I appreciate it, LA Lou. And LA Lou, again, thank you for the super chat. He says, many mock drafts have the Rams taken BJ Ojulari. Imagine two edge rushing brothers facing each other next season. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Azeez. I hope Azeez Ojulari is healthy for us this year. Obviously, man, he was injured. When he played, he was really good. Dude injured. Too much muscle. That is a thing. Too much muscle. Too much muscle on your body, too much pressure on them tendons, too much strain on them, especially doing something like playing NFL football. Yeah. He might have got too muscular. You lose flexibility when you become extra muscular. So hopefully he's healthy. We really could use BJ Ojulari to go with Kayvon Thibodeau, who is an absolute. I love Kayvon Thibodeau. I freaking love Thibodeau, man. No Mats, so Jets, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. What up, Baddog? Shout out to the chat and to you in the 24-hour driver. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. 1 hour down. How fast that hour fly by? 23 to go. Is Waterfly been keeping track of the seconds? Is it Waterfly that keeps track of the seconds, or is it Punkum? One of them keeps track of the seconds that I have left. I think it's Waterfly. Dire Giants fan, they are fun. They're fun. Like I said, I'll do them again. I'm not good at it, though. I don't ever, and I always make that disclaimer at the beginning of the streams, guys. I am not a good hockey play-by-play guy. I am not. Again, I got better as it went along because I got more acclimated to the players on the Rangers. I got used to the numbers. Again, it's not like basketball where you have 8, 9 guys that play a night, 5 guys are out there, then they substitute in a couple, and you only got to know a couple of numbers. In hockey, man, they're constantly flying around back and forth. They make changes. They make wholesale changes. They make an entire line change. So you got 5 new guys coming in. So sometimes it's hard for me to keep track of everything that's going on. I am not a good hockey play-by-play guy, but I do like doing it. I do. Duncan, my friend, and thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Yes, it hurt, but at least we made it in, and Dak sucks. That's right. Dak does suck. That's one thing that I believe that Giants and Cowboys fans can agree on. that Dak sucks. Somebody just asked me if Mark Holmes is ever going to get late. Well, I think Mark must have, because he does have a kid, right? He does have a child. Do the hockey game? No, I can't do the hockey game tonight. Again, I don't. I'm gonna do the NBA. I'm gonna be the NBA. I'm gonna get a frog in my throat. I'm gonna do the NBA All-Star Saturday night. We're gonna make fun of the dunking competition, which absolutely blows. My guy, UFC Jaguar. Long time no see. UFC Jaguar was part of the initial. I'm pretty sure he was part of the Dream Team stream team that we did. It was not 24 hours. It was maybe 6. It was Josh and Sean at Sports 3, myself, Entertainer Talking Sports, UCF Jaguar. I think Philly 500 was part of that as well. But good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well too. And I appreciate the compliment, my friend. And listen, the Jags and Giants, brother, how about that? The Jags and Giants in the same year getting to the divisional round of the playoffs. How awesome is that? And did we not play an epic game ourselves? The Giants and Jaguars. That was absolutely epic. I love Trevor Lawrence, man. I love Trevor Lawrence. Kid is an absolute beast. And what resolve to throw 4 interceptions in the first, whatever that was, in that game against Los Angeles, and then come back to throw 4 touchdowns in the second half and win, shows what kind of resolve you have. And I think you knew that when he blew Bam out as a freshman in the championship game. But even my wife, who's not a big football fan, I know when Trevor Lawrence was throwing those interceptions, she's like, he threw another one? He threw another one? I thought you said this guy was good. I'm like, he is good. And then in the second half, you saw why. But I'm also happy for Evan Ingram. I know a lot of Giants fans don't like Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram was terrible here. Not because he wasn't going to play or he couldn't catch. But I was glad for him. And more than anything, man, I'm so glad that you guys got rid of freaking Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer would have destroyed Trevor Lawrence's career. I'm so glad that clown show got the hell out of town. That dude is a clown. Urban Meyer's an absolute clown. Doug Peterson's one of the best things that could have happened to Trevor Lawrence. So I'm happy for you guys. Maybe one day, I know my guy David, the Marine veteran, I don't know if he's in here, but I know that he's also a Jags fan. And maybe one day we'll have a Jags-Giants Super Bowl. That'd be pretty cool. What's my favorite Metallica song? That's a tough question. There's so many good ones. Wow. That's tough. That is a tough one. I always like For Whom the Bell Tolls. If I had to pick one, like that's probably it. I like For Whom the Bell Tolls. I mean, I like Enter Sandman. I like One. I pretty much like everything on that Black. I like Nothing Else Matters. I like King Nothing's one of my favorite Metallica songs too. But if I had to choose one, it would be For Whom the Bell Tolls. Yo, Benjamin, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. I appreciate it. You know. Did I say that, Charles? It wouldn't surprise me if I did. It wouldn't surprise me if that was one of my comments. Chris says, I trade Tony to the Chiefs all day if it means the Eagles don't win a Super Bowl. Hey, I said, man, 2 ex-Giants contributed big time. James Bradbury and what's his name? Kadarius Toney. Listen, again, Kadarius Toney just wasn't gonna work here. It's just, you can't. I think some guys hold on to players for whatever reason. Like if the player leaves the Giants and he has a great year, you should never got rid of him. That doesn't mean he would do the same thing here as he did there. There's a reason that, like Russell Westbrook, for instance, I don't know what's going on with Russ right now, but Russell Westbrook didn't fit with Los Angeles. He didn't fit with the Lakers. He may go to Chicago, which is where I've heard he's rumored to go. He may go there. He may blow it up. He may be awesome. It doesn't mean he was going to play the same way in Los Angeles. Evan Ingram had a great year for Jacksonville. And we always knew Evan Ingram was a great talent, but that doesn't mean that he would have had the same year with the Giants. You never know, man. Yep, Bob, this stream will be 24 hours. I will not stop until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I am an absolute lunatic. Camel, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. Thank you. Well, it doesn't. I mean, I'm an emotional guy, Charles. Sometimes you got to say that stuff. Got to let them know. Yeah, Chris, it wasn't going to work here. I don't know why. I don't know why, but it just he I don't think he wanted to be here. I don't think Kadarius Toney wanted to be a Giant. I just don't. Unforgiven's a good one too. Like I said, man, there's so many good Metallica songs. It's not even funny. There's so many of them. Master of Puppets, it's another good one. Like I said, there's a lot of. You can even go back to the Seek and Destroy, the Kill 'Em All CD. I mean, Metallica's got a lot of good songs. Trust me, it's heavy on my playlist at the gym. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of Metallica. It's a lot of AC/DC. It's a lot of Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, and then it's a lot of Wu-Tang Clan. Those are usually things I listen to at the gym when I'm working out. When I'm doing cardio, it's usually a lot of R&B for whatever reason. I just like R&B when I'm doing cardio. Your Ushers, Chris Brown, whatever, Neo, that type of stuff. Yes, Raquel Welch did die. I saw that. I should go. The version of Enter Sandman by the Sister Band. It's on a cover. It's their version. Yeah, maybe I'll have to check that out. I'll never remember that, but I won't remember anything by this time tomorrow morning. I'll be sawing wood, sleeping it off. Number of the Beast is good. Definitely, probably my favorite Iron Maiden song too. I like Aces High. I like Run to the Hills. Can I Play with Madness? Yeah. I just love music, man. I've always been a music guy. The OJs sang that song in the 70s. I love music, any kind of music. It's pretty much true. I don't like today's music. I'm old, so I don't get it. I'm not down with today's stuff. I'm just not. You probably cut me off about 2008 is probably the last time I actually liked newer stuff. I don't. There's some things my kid listens to. And I'm like, oh, that's a pretty good song. Like, who the hell's her name? I think her name is Eva or Ava Max that sings a Kings and Queens song. I remember the first time I heard that, I'm like, what the hell is that? I actually like that song. He likes it. He calls it Champagne. Daddy, can you put Champagne on? Yeah, I can put that on. But my son also likes stuff from the 80s a lot. I'm teaching him well. Yeah, Can I Play a Madness is a good one, man. 2 Minutes to Midnight. There's a lot of good Iron Maiden songs. I've never seen Maiden. One of my buddies goes to a lot of those concerts. He says Iron Maiden in concert is amazing. He also said I never got to see AC/DC in concert either, which I always wanted to. Obviously, that'll never happen now. But yeah, that's a good one. Good. Yo! Oh, Desert Eagle. What's up, buddy? My man, Desert Eagle. Way back in the day. Old school right there. One thing I'll say, I've mentioned this before. A lot of Eagles content creators came on YouTube after 2017. Oh, I'm an Eagle fan. Wow, real tough to come on here after you win a Super Bowl. There's very few Eagle fans that made content on a regular basis before they won the Super Bowl. This man was one of them. He's the freaking man. My guy, Desert Eagle, also a proud papa. Hope the family's doing well. I know your little one's got to be getting big because I think yours and mine are about the same age. Maybe yours is a year younger than mine. Mine's going to be 6. He says, geez, man, I had no idea you're doing on a 24-hour stream. Knock him dead. Keep being awesome. I'm going to do my best, buddy. And again, I don't plan on doing these. This is kind of like a last-second thing. I was just thinking about it. It had to be around Christmas, beginning of January. I was talking to Dire Giants fan or something, and I was talking about the 24-hour streams. My God, the hell with it. I'll do another one. Because, again, I'm not going to commit to it. I'm not going to do the one in August. And again, because it takes a whole weekend away from me. And if I don't have the vacation after this weekend, number one, I'm exhausted. Number one, it takes time away from my family, which, is what it is. And then my wife goes back to work. My kid goes back to, he'd be going to the daycare center at that point. But both of us have to work during the week. And And then number two, yeah, I'm exhausted during, for the first few days. Because it takes a couple of days to recover from this. Now, usually when I do this, I go upstairs. Like I said, I'm exhausted. I finish. I go upstairs. I sleep for like 5 hours. I always have my wife get me up about 1:30, 2 o'clock. That way I don't sleep till 6 and have my sleeping pattern screwed up. And then by the time I'm ready to go to bed at a normal time, but it still hits you the next day. So it does take a couple days to kind of get back on track. It's weird, even though I'm just sitting in a chair pretty much for 24 hours, outside of getting up to go get some food upstairs or going to the pee 20 times in the 24 hours. It's amazing how much of a toll it takes on you. So it is what it is. But Desert Eagle, good to see you, man. And like I said, I hope you and the family are doing well, brother. You're the man, but I have my heart does not ache for you losing that Super Bowl. I'm not gonna lie. 24 hours of Bad Dog. I don't know how anybody can stand it, Gemini Dom, but we're gonna do it anyway. You've seen Judas Priest and Slayer. I don't go to a lot of concerts. I've never been to a lot of concerts. It was always R&B stuff. I remember seeing MC Hammer, Boyz II Men, Jodeci, LL Cool J. I saw R. Kelly a number of times. That's right. Before R. Kelly became a psycho, weirdo, whatever the hell you want to call that guy. He's a weirdo, scum, whatever you want to call him. I don't know. He was talented, and I loved his music. I went and saw him a number of times. I think I said LL Cool J, Salt and Pepper. And then when Journey and Foreigner came to SPAC, pretty much every time they came to SPAC, which is Saratoga Performing Arts Center, it's not too far from my house, I went and saw them because Journey and Foreigner are definitely two of my favorites of all time. Even without Steve Perry, they were really good. But obviously Steve Perry is a god, and Journey's not Journey without Steve Perry, but it was good. Right there. See, I just moved weird, and there, that pinched nerve, man. I just felt that right in my rhomboid. That's where it hurts, man. Anybody ever pinch a freaking nerve? It's the first time I've done that. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts for like 10 seconds, and then it goes away. But it's just like a quick, like it lets you know, yeah, that's not healed. Andrew, man, thank you for super chat. Appreciate it. What a season. It was fun, man. DJ rose above everything and will earn a decent contract. Go DJ, go Giants. Here's some awesome calls. Ready to go bad. Well, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it, buddy. And yes, I'm looking forward to Giants football. And I do believe DJ will get that contract. And I believe he will be a Giant for the next few years, at the very least. Hopefully he's a Giant for the rest of his career, because that means he's succeeded and we've succeeded. That's the whole thing, which is freaking awesome. But I appreciate it, Andrew. Thank you, my friend. Bill L., thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you, brother. He says, always donate to your 24-hour stream. I appreciate that very much. He says, props to you. If you can pass on the charity 24-hour stream, who would you nominate to do it? I think Tom Grossi would be a great dude to do this with. We'll check it later. Thank you, Bill. Yes, Tom. Number one, Tom has an amazing channel. Tom Grossi has an amazing channel. And I don't know how anybody doesn't like Tom. I can understand why people don't like me. I'm a little rough around the edges. I get it. Tom, I don't know how anybody doesn't like Tom. Tom is just such a fun guy. And his Packer streams are amazing. And he does a lot of live streams, but he donates a lot to charity. He does a lot for charity. So that's a great thing. Yeah, I would love to see Tom Grossi try to knock one of these out. I know he could do it, but he would raise a lot more than I do. I can tell you that. He's got a big ass channel. Tom does. One of these days, I'm hoping to collab with Tom and the Giants play the Packers. That'd be fun. But yeah, that is a great nomination. If I was going to pass these on to somebody, he would probably be the guy. That's a really good suggestion. Barbara Carroll, what's going on? The quarterback sneak is not the problem. It's the way the Eagles do things. That's right. Well, supposedly they're looking to outlaw the way they set that up. Probably call it an illegal formation. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really have a problem with it. If it's legal, I don't know why, it's extremely effective. I don't know why you got to change the rules, but listen, anything that hurts the Eagles, I'm voting for it. I'll vote for that all day, every day if they take that away from them, you know. Well, Eric, thank you for subscribing to Desert Eagle. He's a good dude. Like I said, I've known Desert Eagle on here for a minute, long before the Eagles won a Super Bowl. He was always one of my favorite Eagle content creators. He's good people. He is. Bruce, what's going on? Yeah, Grassi is pretty awesome. Tom Grassi is a good dude. There's no question about it. What do I like at 25 as of now? I still want a wide receiver. I really think the Giants need a wide receiver, but again, it actually depends on what they do in free agency. If they go out and if they traded for a DeAndre Hopkins, or they signed a wide receiver, then maybe you look at an interior offensive line at 25, or a corner or inside linebacker. We have a lot of holes. So I think whatever we do in free agency will kind of dictate what we do at 25. But to me, it's BPA. We have so many outside of a quarterback or like an edge rusher. Although I don't think you have enough edge rushers either, honestly. Outside, if they sign Saquon and they sign Daniel Jones, outside of those two positions, best player available. I think we need them all. I think we need all positions. So to me, BPA. Can I drop Tom's channel link? Absolutely. I can find Tom's channel link. I can absolutely find that. Yeah, Tom is working on 500,000 subscribers, man. He's working on 1.5. Whoops, where'd I go here? Working on 1.5 million subscribers. That's Tom Grassi's. That's his channel right there. Great dude. Great dude, Tom is. Yo, Harrison, man. Thank you for becoming a member, brother. I appreciate it. Brilly. Harrison Barnhart. Welcome to the Dog Pound. Dog Pound members, you know what to do. Welcome Harrison Barnhart into the Dog Pound. Let's go. By the way, I'm going to do a members only stream Tuesday night. I'm just letting you know. We're going to do it Tuesday night. Members only stream. I'm going to give away 2 jerseys. So we're going to do that on Tuesday night. I plan on doing that today, but like I said, I've had a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, like personal stuff that I'm dealing with. So, family member is ill, just a lot of life happens, like I said. So I didn't get a chance to write all this stuff down. But big shout out to the members of the channel. Obviously, again, this is something you don't have to do. The fact that you guys and girls do go out of your way to be members, I really do appreciate it. We will do that on Tuesday. I'll give away 2 jerseys. That's kind of what I do with I got to get back to doing those for sure. Again, after the football season, man, it was tiring. It was exhausting this year, which is strange because they were good. The year before sucked, but it seemed like I got through it without a problem. Maybe it just wasn't as emotionally taxing because the Giants sucked. And they were done by October, so I really had nothing to worry about. This year was emotionally taxing because, hell, they went to the playoffs. Chris, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, my man. What's up, Chris? Who do you want to be the 5th starter for the Yankees, Clark or Herman or someone else? I mean, I would just go with Herman. He's been there before. I don't know what they're going to do. Clark Schmidt, I don't really trust him. Obviously, Frankie Montas is having the shoulder surgery. I would just go with Domingo Herman. I hope that he can stay healthy. That's the way I would look at it. I loved the addition of Carlos Rodon. Montas sucked for us anyway. Every time we make a trade in the middle of the year for a pitcher, the guy never produces. Never. Remember Sonny Gray? It's always that type of thing. Always. We get a bat in the middle of the year. A lot of times that guy may do something. Pitching, I swear to God, we get pitchers and they freaking suck. They suck. Thank you, X. I appreciate it, buddy. Duncan, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate you. Brilly says, you the man, but I don't believe we shot down balloons. Let's talk later, but we shot aliens down. Let's talk tonight. I got proof. You the man, by the way. How can I be the man when you the man? Yeah. Like I said, I'll text Philly 500 later, see if he can come on, because that obviously would be fun. Philly 500. Let's go, man. Let's go. I'm watching the XFL. So when it comes on, Landon, I'm not going to stream it. Like, I'm not going to call it play-by-play, but I will put it on. When do they play? 2? I think at ESPN. I mean, I'll put it on. I'm going to, with 24-hour streams, I need something on my television in the background. For sure. That's true, Dire Giants. That 2021 season was brutal, man. That was freaking brutal. Yeah, hell is economical. Hap went 8-0. Should have never been resigned. That's right. J Hap was good for us. He was. Israel, what's going on, man? Thank you for the super chat, brother. I appreciate you. Brilliant. Yes, you're right. You're right about that, man. He says sucks getting older. That it does. The aches are real. You're right about that too. Hope all is well. Elimination Chamber tonight. Who do you got? Sammy or Roman? I want Flowers a wide receiver. A lot of people like Zay Flowers. Big Blue Wrecking Crew. 420. Well, listen, it's 420 somewhere. Maybe 420 in Hawaii at this point. They might be 6 hours behind me, but 420 crew, you know what to do. Snoop D-O-double-G says, smoke them because you got them. It's 420 someplace. It's 10:20 in New York, so it's 4:20 someplace. But I'll be honest, I don't watch. I have not watched wrestling in years. But I take that back. I watched the Royal Rumble, the female Royal Rumble, because my son loves the female Royal Rumble. He likes the girls. I don't know what to tell you. If they have long hair, he loves them. He loves long hair. My kid loves long hair. He always wants the longest hair girl to win. That's just the way he does it. But he knows all of them. He's like, oh, Daddy, that's such and such. And I'm like, I know who Natalia is because, I watched her father wrestle Jim the Anvil Neidhart. So I'm like, I know who Natalia is. I know who Kelly is. I'm like, that's kind of where even though she doesn't wrestle, she was just in that Royal Rumble that we watched. But when I got done doing the Lakers, I knew the Royal Rumble was on. And I went and got him out of his bedroom. I said, you want to watch the girls Royal Rumble with Daddy? He's like, yeah. I'm like, well, come on. Let's go watch it. Let's watch the girls Royal Rumble. So it's pretty awesome. It's a lot of fun, but the aches are older. I've never dealt with a pinched nerve. I'm dealing with one right now and it sucks. I've had lower back issues with this. I'm not lying to you. This is what these muscles are called. Your psoas muscles. That is really what they're called. Psoas. I think it's spelled P-S-A-O or P-S-O, whatever the hell it is. They're very small muscle fibers in between like your bones and your spine, like right against your spine and your lower back. And I throw that out. They spasm. That sucks. I hate that. That's a constant pain. That's what happens when I sit on that wooden chair. Those things lock up. And you can't stand up straight. They have to do with your truncation. They push your torso forward. Like I can't stand up straight when they get inflamed. It hurts like hell. It's hard to walk when those get like that. I don't like that pain. It sucks, but I know what it is. The pinched nerve thing, I didn't know. I thought I tore a muscle. I mean, that's how bad that hurts. But I saw like a nurse and she's like, no, she goes, there's nothing out of the ordinary there. She's like, it's a pinched nerve, which I thought it's a pinched nerve in my scapula because it hurts here in my rhomboid. It also hurt in my teres minor, which is like right here. This part of your arm is your teres minor. It all wraps around your scapula, which was what Mark Pryor had problems with. He had scapula problems. And a pitcher has usually that's what that's from. You're going to hurt your scapula from pitching or rowing. I think mine's just wear and tear over all the years, but it freaking hurts, man. That shit's no joke. It really does feel like somebody's taking a hot poker and just sticking you for like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and it goes away. Blows. I hate getting older, but it's better than the alternative, right? You don't get older. I always like when the young guys are like, dude, you're old. That's better than the alternative. You don't have any choice. You either get older or you die. I'll take the getting older part. Eventually, you're going to die. Everybody's going to die. I'm not trying to be morbid, but everybody's going to leave the face of the planet. But you might as well grow old before you do and enjoy life, right? That's what we try to do every day. Sometimes it's easier than others, but you got to try to make the most out of life. And, it is what it is. You got to make the most out of life. You got to treat yourself sometimes. The guys and girls are hardworking people. A lot of you work full-time jobs, have families. It is tough. Adulting sucks. Adulting is tough. And that's why sometimes you just got to take some time for yourself, treat yourself, not be so hard on yourself. You got to do that. It's called self-care. Everybody needs it. Everybody needs it. Harrison, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Brilly, my friend. He says, glad the clown show is gone. Dayballs is the man. Great time being a Giants fan, and congrats, Coach of the Year. He well deserved. He definitely deserved it, Harrison. He had nobody around him, and he did the best he could with nothing. He took a team that won 22 games last year, in the last 5 years combined, and turned them into a playoff contender, which was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun this year. The funny thing is, though, man, still some Giants fans are not pleased, and that's what made some of this year difficult. Was that's like, why are we complaining? I'm like, why are some Giants fans complaining that we're a playoff team, that we won a playoff game? Like, I just want to win games. I don't care who the hell's on the team. I want to win. And we had won in so long, I would have thought everybody would have been like ultimately surprised or extremely happy that we made it where we did. I know I was. Yeah, losing the Eagles 3 times blows. I hate that, but they're better than us. I mean, there's no question. And I've said this before, losing at any time sucks. Losing in the playoffs sucks hard. But if I'm going to lose, I'd rather lose the way we did against Philadelphia than the way Philadelphia lost the Super Bowl. Because when you lose like that, man, you go back and you replay things in your head. God, what if Bradbury doesn't hold? We get off the field. Do we go down and score a touchdown? Can we win? Do we kick a field goal and win in overtime? What if this happened? What if that happened? You can go replay so many different plays in your head saying, if this would have went this way or that would have went that way, we would have won. When you just get your ass kicked the way we did in Super Bowl 35, you just tip your cap and go, the Ravens were better. That sucks, but I can live with a team just being better. But when you lose the way they did, and you're like, I don't think they're better than us. I don't think we should have lost. Like the first game against Minnesota, right? The way we lost that game, like, I don't think Minnesota was better than us. And I wanted another chance at Minnesota. And ultimately we got it, and ultimately we beat them. I didn't like losing that, right? I thought that sucked because I didn't think that they were better than us. I thought that they were as good. I didn't think they were better. And I felt like we let that get away. So that's why I was mad at that game. Losing the Eagles, like I said, that sucks. They were just way better. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. Really, my friend. He says, one more before I go. How does it feel to be recognized by fans going about your day? You ever thought you'd have fans? You, Capizzle, Chris, Mark, Philly 500, Tom, so much better than the 4-letter network. Well, we appreciate that, Bill. And that's one thing I love about YouTube. One thing I love about ESPN, kind of. I think a lot of people like to come to YouTube to get their content from real fans. We're not experts, right? I don't think anybody would consider themselves an expert. Maybe some people do. I'm not an expert. I don't claim I'm a fan, dude. That's it. I am just a fan. I'm just like everybody else. I just give my opinion. Most of the time, my opinions are wrong. And that's okay. Because most of the time, the analysts' opinions are wrong too. So what's the difference? The difference is they make millions of dollars to be wrong. I have fun on YouTube and I'm wrong. But I own it when I'm wrong and I don't care. I jokingly say all the time, I've been with my wife 23 years. I'm married. I'm always wrong. That's just how it goes. You married guys can understand. You're always wrong. Even when you're right, you're wrong. You just say, yep, you're right. It's all good. But to be honest, Bill, I don't have a lot of people recognize me. It happens once in a while. And I think it's because, honestly, I think I'm just like an average, like, looking guy. There's nothing really about me that stands out. Like, I don't have any like tattoos or anything where somebody's like, oh, if I had a tattoo here, somebody could see that, even if they didn't recognize my face. or whatever, they say, "Oh, that's Baddog. He's got, got that." If I had a Giants tattoo here, they go, "Ah, Baddog." A lot of times I wear different hats in public. I wear, most of the time I'm in public, I'm coming home from work or the gym, so I'm dressed completely different than I am on YouTube. It doesn't happen a lot, and I don't live in a very. I mean, it's not like I live in the sticks, but it's not like it's a major metropolitan area where there's hundreds of thousands of people. It's happened a few times, and it's always humbling when anybody takes time out of their day to come up and say hello to me. That is always extremely humbling that anybody would go out of their way to say, "Hey, man, I enjoy what you do, man. I love your content." I had a guy last time I was at the supermarket. Not the last time I was at the supermarket. Last time somebody recognized me, I was at the supermarket, and a guy came up to me. He was probably my age, maybe a little younger. And he says, it's funny because every time somebody's approached me, they kind of give you like a, "Are you bad?" That's the way it's always like, "Are you Baddog?" I'm like, "I am Baddog." And I'm a big fan of her. But this guy's like, "Yeah," he goes, I watch your channel. I really like it." He goes, "My son's a big fan. My son loves your content." That always makes you feel good. It always makes you feel good that anybody enjoys what I do. Because I always say I'm no different than anybody else. I just put my face, my beautiful visage on camera. And I like to scream into the camera for 3 hours during a live stream, or 10 minutes after post game, and that's really all I do. But I've always had fun with this. I just love talking sports. I love talking in general. You have to love talking to be live for 24 hours and talk for 24 hours. You have to, right? But it's always fun. It is definitely it's definitely strange, Joe Bill, because again, I for someone to recognize me in public that doesn't know me, it's the first time that happened, it was very like, wow, like somebody actually knows who I am. It's weird, especially the Giants football game. I'll never forget this. When I went down there and met Chris, I went down with DWG, my brother-in-law. There was two kids. I always go back to this. They had to be 10 or 11. And they were probably 4 rows ahead of me, and they turned around and they were doing this. I didn't think they were waving at me. I'm thinking they know somebody back behind me. Yeah, I didn't know. And then I'd say 10 minutes later or something, they're like, "Baddog, Baddog." I'm like, "Hey, what's up, guys?" And my buddy DWG's like, he's like, "Holy shit, man." He's like, "These people recognize you." I'm like, "Yeah, that was pretty awesome. That was pretty cool." And I'm thinking to myself, God, I'm thinking to myself, these kids, like I said, they had to be 11, 12. And I'm like, they watch my content. I'm like, they probably learned a lot of colorful language. And parents probably aren't too thrilled. But I'm trying to clean that up, because after that, you realize that there are some people that watch you that you should not be. I mean, listen, I can't always help it. Sometimes I definitely just, the F-bombs are going to happen. But I try to do my best not to, because again, I have a son that's 6, and I wouldn't want him watching someone that just constantly swore and whatever. So I try. I don't always succeed, but I do try. But yeah, that was pretty cool. Now I do know, again, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get to a game this year. I want to get to a Giants game, and I know Chris said to me, he told me before, he's like, "The next time you go down there," he goes, "there's going to be a lot of people that probably recognize you." He goes, "I went down there," and he goes, "I couldn't believe the amount of people that knew who I was." So he goes, "You're probably going to expect the same thing." But yeah, we'll see. It's still pretty awesome. It really is. I never in a million years thought this channel would be at almost 113,000 subscribers. Not in my wildest dreams that I think that I could do, 24-hour streams for charity and have the following I do. Never did in a million years. I think I'd have 23,000 people in one of my live streams. And I know if the Lakers make the play-in game again, and it's a possibility that they do, I think the team that the Lakers have now will get into the postseason one way or the other. And I think we'll have another massive crowd. I do. So those are fun. But I could have never envisioned this being this without you guys and girls. I say this a lot, and it's never enough how grateful I am that I have you guys and girls. Because just a lot of people do this, and a lot of people don't have the following or the support that I do. And it means a lot to me because I've said this before. There are many nights, I can tell you, there's a lot of nights. It's 10:30, 10:15 at night. I got to get up at 5:30 in the morning. Then I have to, I'm going to be live for 3 hours doing the Lakers, and I'm not going to get any sleep. And some nights I'm like, I don't really want to do this, but I sit here and go, I know that my chat will get me through it. My chat's going to, they pump me up. They inspire me. You guys inspire me to get through these 24-hour streams. I always joke when we got 127 people in here, right? It's early in the morning on a Saturday. We'll have the same 100, not the same exact people. We'll have the same number of people here at 5 o'clock in the morning, which helps me get through this. I couldn't do it without you guys and girls. So it's greatly appreciated. It always is. But listen, I don't want to stop at 100,000. I want 1 million. I want 1 million subscribers before I leave this earth. And that will take forever. I may not get there, but it is certainly a goal. If I can live another 40 years, I can live another 40. I got 40 years standing on my head, right? I want a gold one. I want a gold one of these. Before my time is up, move this. I want a gold one of these. You can tell my kid was messing with this. Look at the fingerprints on the damn thing. Yeah, fingerprints all over the 5-year. You know what's funny? My kid watches YouTube. I think he's starting to understand what I do. But he came down one day and he saw that button there. And he says to me, he goes, Daddy, you're a YouTuber? I said, yes, Daddy's a YouTuber. He's like, you got one of those silver things? Said, yeah, Daddy did. Daddy got one of those silver things. And go figure. But I'm always setting goals, right? That's a lofty goal. We got to get to 200,000 first. And that's even a lofty goal. But perseverance, consistency, drive, dedication. We can do it. We can get a gold one of those. Right? NY Giants 26. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate number one position I want to draft right now. As I told LB earlier, I think it was LT. I'm sorry. I think it was LT. To me, it depends on what they do in free agency, right? Whatever they do in free agency is going to dictate what they do in the draft. But the thing for me is I don't think I have a number one position. We have so many holes. To me, it's best player available. If we sign Saquon and Daniel Jones, obviously I'm not saying take a quarterback or a running back if they're the best player available. We need inside linebacking help. We need interior offensive line help. We need a cornerback. We could use another safety. We could use another edge rusher. We could certainly use a wide receiver. To me, it's best player available. I really want to build the interior offensive line because I think when you look at the offensive line, you look at what we were able to do with the wide receivers we had. If you could get Daniel Jones more time, and again, you don't even need Saquon Barkley for this. If you could establish a really good running game, I don't think Miles Sanders is a superstar. I think Miles Sanders is a good running back. I would not say he's elite. I would not say he's a top 10 back, but he's good. But it's not about Miles Sanders. It's about the running game in general. It's about Jalen Hurts, Miles Sanders, Boston Scott, as Giants fans know too well, and Kenneth Gainwell. It's about the combination of that running game that gets the job done, right? Daniel Jones can run. If you had guys like Matt Breida and say a guy like Travis Dye from Oregon and another okay running back, a guy that could do things, even I don't know how good Gary Brightwell be, but whatever. If the Giants had a combination of running backs and a really good offensive line, their running game would still be really important. Your running game is more important than your running back, in my opinion. That interior offensive line is extremely important. If I had to choose a position, as much as we really need a number one wide receiver, and we do, that offensive line is so important. You look at the Lions, right? The Philadelphia Eagles had the third most sacks in the history of the NFL this year. They had 4 guys that had double-digit sacks. They didn't sniff Patrick Mahomes. They didn't sniff him. And the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. The year the Chiefs lost the Super Bowl, did a Bucks 31-9. What happened? Pat Mahomes had 0 time to throw. This when Tyreek Hill was on the team. No time to throw. They got their ass kicked. They didn't score a touchdown. So that offensive line is extremely important. And to me, the Giants have got to build that big time. So if I had to choose, that would be the position. V-Rock, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. What's going on, buddy? He says, good to see you again. Good to see you. Who's your number one receiver in the draft? Yeah, I love Quentin Johnston from TCU. Unfortunately, I don't think he's falling to 25. And again, the thing is with the wide receivers, the combine means a lot. One of these guys comes out and runs a 4.2, 840, which I think Jalen Hyatt can run. All I can say, V-Rock, is this. Johnston would be my number one. I don't think he's making it to us. There's a lot of good wide receivers. Jalen Hyatt from Tennessee, I like him a lot. Jordan Addison, Mario Williams from USC, they're also really good. That kid that I can never say his name from Ohio State, he's another really good one. A lot of people like Zay Flowers. But my number one receiver, that's what you're asking. Yes, the best wide receiver in this draft class to me is Quentin Johnston. Marvin Mims is another good one from Oklahoma. I like Marvin Mims too. But I think Jalen Hyatt would be a good pick for the Giants. I honestly do. Survivor Sam, thank you for the super chat. $1. Boom! Shakalaka, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, me too, dire Giants fan. A center would be awesome. We really need that. We have our bookend tackles, and I saw bookend tackles was in the house earlier. I'm not worried about Evan Neal. I think Evan Neal is going to be just fine. Yes, JSN. I can never say his damn name, but that's what it is, Landon. JSN. They have another guy that's a tough name to say, but two former Giants. But that's right, and I love it, Mike. I tweeted it out. I said that's the best. That's the most Kadarius Toney ever contributed to the Giants. Jalen Hyatt. Yeah, I like Jalen Hyatt a lot. So I like he's tall, he's fast. I don't know how good of a route runner he is, but again, we're picking 25th. There's a lot of mocks that have the Giants taking Jordan Addison. I would love Jordan Addison. Yes, Igbukah, that's the other one. I just can't say their names. So I don't know, man. I like those wide receivers a lot. So yes, but like I said, there's a lot of wide receivers in this draft class. So it's a deep wide receiver class. It's not, listen, I'll be honest. I don't think it's a very good quarterback class. I really don't. I don't trust Will Levis. Number one, I don't think he's that good. Number two, the dude puts mayonnaise in his coffee. He's got issues. Okay. Mayonnaise is gross. You don't ruin coffee by putting mayonnaise in. What the hell why would you even, somebody had to bet that guy. Somebody had to legitimately say, listen, you put mayonnaise in a coffee, I'll give you $20 if you drink it. Who the hell in their right mind thinks, oh, I bet you mayonnaise in coffee would taste good? So he had to have done that on a bet and go, oh, you know what? This isn't bad. He had to have. That's like sitting there going, oh, you know what would taste really good? Let me throw mustard in my cereal. What the hell? Now, let me put mustard on my Fruit Loops. I bet you that's a good combination. Somebody had to do that. As good as CJ Stroud was, and he was fantastic against Georgia. Give him you know me, I don't trust Ohio State quarterbacks at all. I felt like Bryce Young fell off a little bit this year. I'm not saying Bryce Young ain't going to be good, but he fell off. I don't really like I don't know. I just don't like and I don't like Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson may turn out to be really good, but he's a project. And you're the Giants, you can't draft projects. So project has a guy that needs work, that's raw with athletic skill, needs to go to a team that can let him sit for a little bit. Cheddarhead, what's up, my friend? Good to see you, brother. Let's go. My guy Cheddarhead's in the house. My man. What's going on? Maybe when your coffee sounds like a keto thing, it sounds like a gross thing to me. I don't know. I wouldn't do it. I won't put mayonnaise in anything. And that's the other thing. When you're talking about keto, you can have mayonnaise. I don't understand that. Mayonnaise is nothing but fat. It's nothing but cholesterol and fat. How is that good for you? How is mayonnaise keto approved But a banana isn't. I'm sorry. I'd rather eat fruit than eat crap like mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is not healthy. That's why I will never understand the keto diet. I will never get it. To each your own. If that works for you, awesome. I will never understand how somebody could tell me I'll eat a hamburger without the bun, but I will not touch a potato. You lost me there. I don't know. LeBron's in the house. Let's see. Jack Strax TV, what's going on? SM, what's up? Mike Ross, you're right. I'm not a bad. I remember people like Baddog. Would you eat a certain amount of mayonnaise for $100? Hell no, man. I am not eating mayonnaise. The smell of it turns my stomach. It's gross. It's so gross. What is it? I know it's eggs. I get it. And I'm an egg white guy. I love egg whites. And I love scrambled eggs over easy with toast and bacon. I love eggs. Mayonnaise, man. I take a scoop of mayonnaise and the composition of it, I don't know what the hell it is. To me, it's like taking gravy that's been sitting in your refrigerator for 2 weeks. Have you ever seen old congealed gravy? You scoop it out. You could take it with a fork. That's what mayonnaise reminds me of, like congealed gravy. It's congealed lard. I can't get on board with mayonnaise. It's so gross. I can't do it. Pecan pie today for you, Easy Lopez. Nice. Tomorrow's my cheat day. Today we're not doing it. Today we are living on protein pancakes, which I have a lot of Kodiak pancakes because I can just throw them in. My wife's going to help me out. I'm just going to text her when I need something. Say, hey, can you throw a bag of chicken? I get these grilled, these Black and Tyson chicken strips. They're really good. I'll just say, can you throw a bag of those in the microwave for 7 minutes? I'm not going to eat the whole thing because it's 21 ounces. I'll split it up. But all that, and then, pancakes today. Kodiak protein pancakes. No syrup, no nothing. I'm just going to eat them plain, which is what I normally do. And bananas. That's really what I'm living on today. And a lot of freaking caffeine. And it is that time, ladies and gentlemen. I have to go potty. So if you are in the chat and you're keeping track of my potty breaks, this is number 1. We made it almost 2 hours. Impressed with myself, but I do have to go potty. So I'm going to do that. You can see the sun is right here. See the sun? I like the sun. It's right there. Sun shining through my window. It's a beautiful thing. Making the green screen kind of be stupid, but whatever. I'm going to go potty. You hit the like button if you haven't done so. Hit the subscribe, ring the bell. Let your friends know we're doing a 24-hour stream for Boys and Girls Club America. Tell them to come on in and support the stream. Have some fun. We'll talk about a bunch of nonsense, as you can see already. And again, I thank you for being here. I'll be right back. It'd be a miracle if I only had to do that once every 2 hours. But appreciate y'all being here. Pippen never did anything without him and never would have. Pippen should wake up every day. I've said that a lot myself in Afghanistan. You just look what Pippen's career was after he left the Bulls. It wasn't nearly as good. I need him to well, I can tell you this, True Colors. You put Metallica on here, they're taking my stream down immediately. Metallica don't play with the copyright stuff. Anybody old enough? I'm sure there's people in here old enough to remember Napster. Remember that music downloading site Napster where you could just download stuff for free. And Metallica sued them. I don't mess around with music on the stream. I don't really understand YouTube's copyright things. Sometimes they allow music, sometimes they don't. I don't understand. They do have a playlist, which is like a non-copyright, like my music that I play for my intro, like that's a non-copyrighted YouTube approved list. So it's really what it is. I wish I could play music because I would love to just play some music when I stepped away. That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. Egg yolks, oil, vinegar, mustard with herbs and spices. What could be better? Not my type of thing, Bryce. I just like egg whites with a little black pepper and some hot sauce. Cayenne pepper on that baby. That's my bag. Or like I said, scrambled eggs are just pepper, hot sauce. I love hot sauce and everything. It really is. It really is. Yeah, that's right, Bitcoin King. Torrance, that's right. Yep, I remember that, man. I remember. God, I'm freaking old. I'm like Coolio, man. I remember. R.I.P. Coolio, by the way. There's a guy I forgot to mention there, and I liked Coolio back in the day. Coolio. Fantastic Voyage is a good one. I remember. Yeah, that's a good one too. Gangster's Paradise, of course. And then you had that song, I forgot what it was called, from Eddie. Eddie was a terrible movie, by the way. Anybody remember that? That's when Whoopi Goldberg coached the Knicks. Yeah, that was a bad movie. That's a bad movie. I've seen some bad movies in my day. I had to block customers, and yeah, I remember Napster was that was good. That was the first time I had Winamp. Again, we're going back. This Napster was probably late 90s, early 2000s, 2001, somewhere in there. I remember playing them on a Winamp, and you get all these different skins for the Winamp. That was what I played them through. I had a massive playlist because I love music, and I really had I probably had 2,500, 3,000 songs. Like I had everything on there. Everything. It was awesome. Eddie Whoopi sucks. I'm trying to think of a good movie Whoopi Goldberg was in. Ghost was good. I thought Ghost was good. She was in that. Right? Other than that, you're probably right. I don't think I've ever seen a movie with Whoopi Goldberg that I liked. That's a good call now that I think about it. You're right. I don't think she's ever been in a movie I liked. Do you remember that, Cheddarhead? Do you remember the Do you remember the Winamp? I do remember. So LimeWire was the one after Napster. Yep, I definitely remember LimeWire. This is before you could download all the stuff to your phone, before Apple Music and all this other stuff. But yeah, it was great. Color Purple. So I never saw The Color Purple, so I can't speak to that one. I never saw that. I'm trying to think of what I did see. I think Jumping Jack Flash was a Whoopi Goldberg movie. Like I said, I liked Ghost. Eddie was horrible. Sister Act. There's that pinched nerve again. Son, it comes out of nowhere, man. Oh God! Like I said, I moved different, and that hurts. You used, so that was the YouTube to MP3. So that I remember there was different downloading speeds for Napster, and anytime you could find a T3 or T1 downloading speed, it would download a song in like 20 minutes, like 20 seconds. And they always had the downloading speed or how good the quality was. It would have a red button for bad, a yellow button for like okay, and then a green button for like a really good download. And I remember T1 and T3 were the highest. I don't even know what the hell those were. I don't even know what the downloading speed was. So I remember that. So that was a long time ago, man. That was awesome. But I do appreciate y'all being here. Got 123 in the house, hanging out with me on a 24-hour stream today. And again, just in case you don't know, this is the 8th time I've done a 24-hour stream. Every time we do this, the money that I get, I should say, half of the proceeds that I get in this 24-hour stream, whether it be through donations, people becoming members of the channel, people buying my merchandise, the ad revenue that I get from YouTube, 50% of whatever I get in this 24-hour stream will be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of America. Like I said, I've done this 8 times. We've done it for the Foundation, Boys Day Out, St. Jude's, Ronald McDonald House, Make-A-Wish Foundation, JDRF, and of course, the last one was our record-setting one, the Wounded Warrior Project. Again, I love doing these. I love hanging out with you guys and girls, man. I appreciate all the support you show me all the time because, as I said a million times, and I could say it a trillion more, without you guys and girls allowing me to have the platform that I do, I couldn't do stuff like this. So I always appreciate it. Most of the things that I do are for youth. I try to do as much as I can for the kids. But I really appreciate y'all being here. And again, I used to commit to doing these twice a year. I will not commit to it. This was kind of a last second thing where I said, you know what, let's do another one. Because I like to do this. Like I said, when I have a vacation afterwards, I don't have that vacation in August anymore. So doing them in August would be really difficult. Again, I get jet lagged type of thing for a couple of days, but more importantly, like I lose the weekend with my wife and son. So if I don't have like the week after, it just gets tough. So I appreciate y'all being here. And again, I appreciate everything you guys and girls do for my channel because I couldn't do things like this without you. So I appreciate it. Married with Children was fantastic, Cheddarhead. Absolutely. My favorite sitcoms, that's up there. Probably it's top 3. Seinfeld's number 1 for me. I'll always be a big Seinfeld guy. Huge Seinfeld guy. Everybody Loves Raymond is another big one for me. And yes, Married with Children, Al Bundy, the king of the insults. Al Bundy is one of the great, probably to me, my favorite TV character ever is George Costanza. Again, I'm a Seinfeld guy. George Costanza is my favorite. Al Bundy is a very close second. I don't know how any guy doesn't like Al Bundy. Al Bundy, the greatest, one of the greatest characters ever. Cheddarhead, one of the greatest supporters ever. Thank you for the super chat. A little $10 boom shakalaka. Appreciate that, my friend. Thank you so much. My guy Cheddar. I love Cheddarhead, man. He's good people. He is good people, for sure. But I'll never forget one of the best things, one of the best insults ever, man. I'll never forget this is Al Bundy on the beach in this. Yeah, he always liked to make fun of the overweight women. Al did. Al always had those barbs for the overweight women. And we get a guy here named No Ma'am, which is fantastic because that's from Married with Children. I'll never get the oversized woman laying on the beach and him standing near her in front of her and saying, she's like, "Excuse me, you're in my sun. I'm trying to get an all over tan." And he looks at her and he just goes, "Well, you're asking an awful lot of the sun." Al, man, it doesn't get any. 4 touchdowns in one game, baby. Polk high. It was awesome. It was awesome. It's good stuff, man. That was definitely good stuff. The shoe store, yeah. Oh God, yeah. The shoe store. That was great. That Punkum, that's one of my favorite lines in that whole series. You're asking an awful lot of the sun. It just cracks me up. It's good stuff. It's really good. Parachuting Sand. There's so many good. I haven't watched Married with Children in a while. I think it's on Logo all the time. And the other one I love. I don't care what anybody says. Golden Girls. I freaking love the Golden Girls. If you don't like the Golden Girls, something's wrong with you. I don't care. The Golden Girls are great. Even my son will come and goes, "Baddog, you watching the grandmas?" That's what he calls them. Yeah, Daddy likes watching the grandmas. That's a great show. Yeah, Kelly Bundy was Christina Applegate was a big deal when I was growing up. Definitely. That late 80s, early 90s thing. She was definitely one of the ones that was very big as far as like whatever, sex symbols, pinup girls, whatever the hell you want to call them. Definitely. And then all of her friends were extraordinarily hot. That was the thing with Married with Children. They had all the overweight women that Al made fun of, and then they had like the hottest models you've ever seen. It was like there was no in between. It was really good and really bad. Hell, Golden Girls was amazing. I don't care what anybody says. Yep. I don't care. It was great. Golden Girls was great. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was great too. I mean, listen, I watched all that stuff. Fresh Prince, Bel-Air, Family Matters, absolutely. Steve Urkel. Can I do that? That's, yeah. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I loved Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Will Smith had my sense of humor. That was a good show. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. My son calls me Baddog. No, my son calls me Daddy. Did I say Baddog? Oh, I didn't mean to. Yeah, I didn't mean to say bad. I meant to say, Daddy, are you watching the grandmas? I say Baddog. Oh, yeah, I meant to say Little Baddog says, Daddy, you watching the grandmas? Who the hell knows Punk? I've only been live for 2 hours. I don't even know what the hell I'm saying anymore. Yeah, all of them are gone now, Raziel. All of them are gone. Betty White was the last one to go. A little more than a year ago, because she was going to be 100 in January, and she missed by like 2 weeks. Bob Barker, I think, is 99. Because my wife and I have been watching like a lot of reruns of Price is Right. Bob Barker. It was my favorite. That was my favorite game show growing up. I love the Price is Right. That and Press Your Luck. I mean, Press Your Luck didn't last as long as Price is Right, but I loved the Price is Right as a kid. So going back and watching the stuff from the 80s is always funny. To see the way things are made in the 80s was pretty funny. Honestly, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Yeah, Jenny Garth, she was a big one. Again, that was a little bit right after Christina Applegate. Jenny Garth was a big deal from 90210. I remember her. I mean, that's my era, late 80s or 90s. I remember Tiffany Amber Thiessen from Saved by the Bell. She was another one of those girls, although I preferred Jessie because she was taller. And I've always liked long-legged women. I like tall women, always have, because the taller they are, the longer the legs are. I'm a leg guy. There's no question about it. But not that Kelly wasn't good looking. But I just prefer Jessie. But Saved by the Bell is definitely something I grew up with too. The late 80s, early 90s was great, man. The 80s was great in general anyway. The 80s was the best. I'm fortunate I grew up in the damn 80s. That was a decade like no other. You'll never get that decade again. It was, if you lived through it, yeah. Phoebe Cates definitely was a big. Who doesn't remember the pool scene for Fast Times at Ridgemont High? Yeah. Don't matter. Yeah, that was a good one. Yep. And Judge Reinfeld's or Brad's Doesn't Anybody Frickin' Knock Anymore? Yeah, that's a great. Fast Times at Ridgemont High is a freaking classic. So good, man. Just the 80s were great. Bob Barker was good at trolling the contestants. Bob is a legend, man. Game Show Network plays Press Your Luck all the time. I haven't watched Game Show Network in a long time. I have free VTV, so everybody has free. I think if you have a Fire Stick, you have free VTV. You don't have to pay for it. Obviously, it's called free VTV. You don't have to pay for it, but they have all those too. I can't ever find reruns of Tic-Tac-Toe, though. I always loved that. And now that I'm older, like I could probably answer the questions. When I would watch Tic-Tac-Toe as a 9-year-old, I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. I just liked the game. Scrabble was another one I liked when I was younger. I liked Scrabble. This is good stuff. The other one that this doesn't play game shows, but it plays movies and horror movies for guys like Punkham and Afghanistan. I know what they know. This Tubi TV. Tubi TV is free, and it has some of the best Italian horror movies there is. You can watch anything. It's awesome. It's good stuff. The Jerry Springer. Yeah, I was out of school. But Jerry Springer was definitely something that I watched. Me and my buddy Frank would usually watch some episodes of Jerry Springer. It was crazy. Bob Barker, that's right. Bob Barker did. Bob Barker kicked Adam Sandler's ass. I have a feeling Bob Barker in real life could kick Adam Sandler's ass. Maybe it's just me, but I have a feeling that could happen in real life. I don't know. What is Adam Sandler is going to be? Is he going to be in a movie? I saw Adam Sandler on a commercial. Maybe it was for a movie. God, he looks old. I'm sitting there going, I don't even look like Adam Sandler, man. That dude looks old as hell. He's not much older than me. He looks wicked old. And when Adam Sandler's old, I feel old. When I saw Jay-Z during the night LeBron was breaking that record, and I saw how old Jay-Z looked, I said, God, man, I'm old. To see Jay-Z old is like, wow. To see LeBron old is like, damn. Or like I follow Ice Cube on Instagram, and he posted a picture of those, from Boys in the Hood, which is you want to talk about one of the best movies ever made. Boys in the Hood is incredible. I hadn't seen that in a long time. It was on the other day, and I watched it. I forgot how good this movie really is. But he has a picture from that, and he's playing a song. Today Was a Good Day, which is obviously one of the best. The Predators, one of the great rap albums of all time. I had the cassette back in 92. But I just looking at how young Ice Cube was and looking at that, I'm like, God almighty, man. I'm like, I love this movie, but damn, I feel old looking at that picture. 38, you're the man, CT. I'm 10 years older than that, but you're the man. And that's you're talking about LeBron. LeBron was what, 19? 18? LeBron was 18 when he started in the NBA. So he was a kid. 18 as a kid. He's almost 40. That makes me feel old. LeBron's old. He ain't 18 anymore. Pluto TV's another one. Yeah, Pluto TV's free. They play a lot of old sitcoms on there. Family Ties is on there a lot. They play 90210 on there. They have a lot of things that you can stream for free. Pluto TV is awesome. They have a lot of stuff from like crime TV that I like a lot, or like investigation. It's not investigation. It's not Discovery, ID Discovery that you have to pay for. But they have a lot of those crime shows on Pluto that I really like. Does Ice Cube's son play on the? I don't know anything about Cocaine Bear. I saw a trailer for that, and I'm like, have they really? This is really where we are with movies? Cocaine Bear. This is like a movie about a bear on cocaine. They really have run out of ideas in Hollywood, haven't they? Who's the Boss is a good one. Yeah. Hirsch, what's up, buddy? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Appreciate it. ID channels for women. I've never met a guy who likes the ID channel. Well, you've never watched ID Discovery? Do you know what that is? Well, you met a guy that likes it now. Serial killers, obsession, dark desires. What's the other one with the web of lies? You've never watched that? I freaking love that shit. I love those movies. Fear Thy Neighbor. What's the other one? Where they live with the Evil Lives Here. Yeah, that's a good channel. That is a good channel. Investigate Discovery is a good. That's a good channel. I know a lot of guys that like that. Who to Believe That I Marry, right? I love that channel. Love it. Titan Terrell says, I started watching when I was 18. Now I'm 24. Yeah, you've been around a lot. Well, I appreciate it, Titan. I appreciate you being around for 6 years, 5 years, 6 years. 6 years. My math is bad. But I appreciate that, man. And yes, I laugh about that all the time. Like there was definitely guys like, KP was like a freshman in high school when he started watching it. Now he graduated. But I remember guys like Duke Bothers, when I started on YouTube way back when, these are guys who were in college, and now they're, like I said, they're going on 40. They have families. It's insane how fast time flies. It really, really is. It's amazing. The saying is the days are long and the years are short. The days when you're at work, they seem like they take forever. And then the next thing you know, it's like, oh my God, another year has gone by. Christmas is here already. Like, how did that happen? It's crazy how life works. David, my friend, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you, my friend. Brilly. If you're looking for classic game shows, Pluto TV has channels for Price is Right, Jeopardy, Let's Make a Deal. Also, Kelly LeBrock and the Weird Science was hot. Yeah, I remember that. Again, I was a little young. Weird Science came out in 85. So I think I was a little young to appreciate Kelly LeBrock. I was more Madonna. Like, I know that was like the first woman that I was like really had a thing for was Madonna. I always loved Madonna. The Material Girl video. That's when I knew. I mean, I always knew there was something about, like, my son does. See, he doesn't understand why he likes girls with long hair or likes watching. He doesn't get it. He's too young to understand what that is. But that was the same way with me. But I think when I was like 9, that you kind of understand, like, there's just something good about Madonna. I don't know. And then, of course, probably a year later, I mean, started watching Who's the Boss probably in, I know it came out in 83, but I probably started watching it in 87, and I just fell in love with Alyssa Milano. I don't know how the hell you couldn't. I think any warm-blooded heterosexual male was in love with Alyssa Milano because she was the greatest looking woman on the face of the planet. I had a crush on Alyssa Milano for like 30 years. Oh, God. I was a big Alyssa Milano fan. I can tell you that right now. Huge. And then, after that, I never watched it. My wife liked watching Charmed, and she was a smoke show in that too. My wife was like, "There's your girl." I'm like, damn right it is. Damn right. Alyssa Milano's my girl. Not anymore. She's old now. She's like in her 50s. She's got kids. Now, Daddy's moved on or as I say to my son, my son's always like, "Daddy, you like the AT&T girl?" "Yeah, I like the AT&T girl." I moved on to Lily from AT&T. It's pretty funny. My wife knows. My wife's with me for 23 years. My wife knows every single crush that I've had. She knows about Alyssa. I just told you. My wife said, "There's your girl." Same thing when Trish Stratus will come out for There's your girl. She knows. Listen, you don't think my wife found guys attractive? Justin Timberlake, big Justin Timberlake girl, loved him. Freddie Prinze Jr., she thought he was hot. I remember that back in the day. Those are the two that stick out. She probably thought somebody else was good looking. There was a guy from ER. I don't remember his name. He was in A Few Good Men. He took the stand for like a little bit. He had like a crew cut. He had dirty blonde hair. She thought he was a good looking guy. You're human, man. Human. It doesn't ever stop. It's not like, "Oh, married. I don't see nothing." Of course you do. Bobby! What's going on, Bobby? Bobby Woodruff, thank you for being a member for almost 3 years. Everybody in the chat say hello to Bobby. Bobby! Hi, Baddog, my friend. You were awesome, and I am here. Well, I'm glad you're here, Bobby. Have we seen Mr. Softy as of late? We had some very warm weather here the past week, and I know Mr. Softy doesn't come out in February because it's not ice cream weather. It felt like it a couple of days this week. Boy, that was nice. Yeah, listen, Bunkum, she's a nut job. Alyssa Milano's a psychopath now, but she was good looking in the 80s and 90s. They're all insane in Hollywood. Every one of them is a weirdo. I mean, we're all weird. Let's face it. We're all weird, but Hollywood is a special kind of weird, especially this day and age. They're all insane. Every one of them are whatever. I don't know. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, Stacy Keebler. I remember her. But that was good. Ken Dennings. Why do I know that name? Nelly Lou. I mean, I would say again with like in the 70s. I remember, well, again, I was really young, but I remember people, and L.A. Lou could speak to this because I know L.A. Lou's a little older than me. Guys that are a little bit older than me, 5-10 years, whatever, that like grew up in the 70s the way I did in the 80s. Farrah Fawcett was a big deal. I remember that. Farrah Fawcett and Charlie's Angels was a big deal in the 70s. That was a big deal. That was like the pinup girl of the 70s was Farrah Fawcett. I also remember when I was growing up, And Cindy Crawford was a big one for my generation. Cindy Crawford, Kathy Ireland. Like I remember those. Farrah was a little before my time, but I remember Farrah Fawcett was a massive deal in the 70s. A lot of people like Farrah Fawcett. Jack, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate you, my friend. Finding other people attractive is just human. That's a fact. However, wanting to get in someone else's pants, that's cheating. I see that. Well, yeah, you don't act on it. I always say this, man. Just because you order don't mean you can't look at the menu, but you do not order again. You only order once. But it is human nature. You're going to find other people attractive. It is what it is. You know a good. It's not like you sit there and go, "Oh God, I got to get with this person." But you look at someone, you're going to go, "She's a good-looking girl," or if you're a girl, you're going to go, "She's a good-looking guy," or whatever. Whatever your thing is. If you find men attractive, you're going to say, "That's a good-looking guy." If you find women attractive, you're going to say, "Oh, she's a good-looking girl." It doesn't mean you do anything about it. It is what it is. It's human nature. Summer days? Ask Vince about it. Was it summer or sunny days? Sunny. All right, Survivor Sam, be good, my friend. Bobby, Bobby, you're a little older than me, too. The Baywatch girl. Yeah, Nicole Eggert, right? She was there you go. Charles in Charge. I remember Charles in Charge. We have a guy that comes into the chat. He's a Giants fan. His name was Charles in Charge. So that's an underrated. God, it was corny as shit, though. God, that was a corny show. I loved it. That's one thing about the 80s. The 80s was incredibly corny. And I think that's kind of why I'm corny the way I am. because I grew up in that era. But God, it was so good. It was so, like, even the horror films, Afghanistan, I'll tell you this. The 80s horror movies, most of them were really just stupid. But God, they were so damn entertaining. So entertaining. You know what I mean? That's the thing. They may have been corny. They may have been cliched. But damn, they were entertaining. I love it. David Davis, being a member for 26 months, our friend, he says, hope we can get a center in the Big Blue forever. Yeah, I mean, we need a center draft for agency, something. But I agree with you. We definitely need a center without question. Without question. It's great. Jennifer Runyon, like, why do I know that name? I don't know. I'm trying to think who that. I know the name. I can't picture her, though. Yeah, Phoebe Cates was in Gremlins. Nightmare on Elm Street was fantastic. You know. Yeah, cheesy. Cheesy is a better word for it. Cheesy. Cheesy 80s horror movie. Slumber Party Massacre, cheesy. Sorority House Massacre, cheesy. Last House on Sorority Road, cheesy. Every slasher pick from 1980 to 1983, cheesy. It didn't matter. But damn, they were entertaining. They were entertaining. All of them, man. Obviously, there was some better than others. Friday the 13th wasn't cheesy. It became predictable, but God, it didn't matter. Friday the 13th Part 7 is the same movie as Friday the 13th Part 1, but does anybody really give it? Well, Friday the 13th Part 2. Friday the 13th Part 1 was a little bit different. But Part 2 through Part 7 are all the damn same. And again, my son likes that stuff. Daddy, can you put on Jason 8? He likes the Jason. I don't like Jason Takes Manhattan. I don't like that one. He likes that one. Friday the 13th Part 3 is probably my favorite in the series. That's where he gets his mask. But that's probably my favorite in the franchise of Friday the 13th is the third one. Halloween, there's no question, it's the first one. And it's not good. I know Afghanistan likes Halloween too. That's his favorite. That's why I always say I know he loves the mug. My son wanted me to get this, actually. He's like, Daddy, that's really cool. So I got this. My kid, he likes Leatherface. My son's, he's just like me. It's hilarious. It's hilarious when you have a kid, how you don't teach them anything. They just inherently are like you. That's why they say the toughest thing to do as a parent is to teach the you out of your kid. It's insane that they'll do things that you do. You don't teach them. They just do it. And you're like, well, how can I get mad at them? I do the same thing. So, I don't know. But that was the first and third Nightmare on Elm Streets were great. I really like the third one. where they're in the mental hospital. That's a really good one. I think the first Nightmare on Elm Street is still my favorite, but the third one is really close second. Obviously, The Exorcist, it's the originals. The Exorcist 3. It's amazing how. So maybe it's because the sequels fall off. Now, it didn't happen with Halloween. Halloween 2 was pretty good. Nightmare on Elm Street 2, not nearly as good as Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Friday the 13th, 2 and 3, whatever. They're the same movie. I just prefer Friday the 13th Part 3. They're the same damn film. They're the same thing. There's no difference. It's the same film. But Nightmare on Elm Street 2, not close to Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Exorcist 2, not close to Exorcist 3. Exorcist 3 is one of the most underrated horror movies ever. It's fantastic. Jack, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Really, Billy says 80s horror films were so much better than all the modern horror films. Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, and The Shining, all classics. Oh, no question, Jack. No question. That's why I'm just kind of stuck there. My guy, Rich, I don't know if Rich does Spurs games anymore. I don't know. I have to go back and look about see if YouTube unsubscribes people from your channel. They do that. I should go. I have to see if the sports reaction, like if I'm still subscribed to him, because I never get anything about his videos. But he used to do a channel called Stuck in the 80s when he started his YouTube channel. I've had Rich on the channel. We've done Yankee games together. And Rich is a good guy, but he started with a Stuck in the, and he did real. I mean, his production value was really high. Like he had a lot of really good effects and he did a really good job. And he started with that. I can't believe that channel didn't take off because the 80s are so popular. You know, but he did such a good job. But I loved that channel because I kind of am stuck there. But horror movies, you also had Hellraiser came out in the 80s. And again, all the corny ones, you know, Silent Night, Deadly, all the Christmas, New Year's Evil, Silent Night, Dead Night, Christmas Evil, all that stuff. The Shining is a classic. There's no question about that. L.A. Lou, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, Jennifer, running with Scott Baio's. Thank you, L.A. Lou. I knew the name, but I couldn't. She's a blonde hair girl. I couldn't place the face of the name. Charles in Charge. I mean, I remember Charles in Charge, but it kind of gets lost in the shuffle of all the other things that I watched. Like I remember Alf. Like who's the girl in Alf? I forgot her name. Why the hell can't I think of the girl? I liked her too. What the hell is her name? Her name was Lynn in the show. I don't remember what it. And I'm going to tell you something. It's very weird. When I was younger, like Alf came out when I was 10. So, you know, when I'm in my junior high days, say, I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was. I always had a thing for girls with braces. Don't know why. Never figured that out. Never figured it out. I always thought girls with braces were cute. Go figure that one out. Go figure that out. I don't know why I thought that. Just did. We all have our thing, but that's always that always thinks about why do I like girls with braces? But I did. Anytime a girl's were, I was like, oh, she's cute. I like braces. I told you, I'm freaking weird. I don't know what to say. Jack, thank you for the super chat. The Exorcist is 50 years. That's correct. 50 years. 50 years old. It is. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is 50 years. They had some good 70s horror. The Exorcist, obviously, classic. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Black Christmas, 1974, one of the most underrated films ever. Ever. Alf was always looking for Lucky the Kid. Yeah, if you grew up in the 80s, I don't know how you didn't love Alf. Alf was a really good one, too. Yeah, I loved that, man. Well, I'm trying to think of there's so many good movies in the 80s. Fright Night was a great vampire movie. The Lost Boys. I'm not really a big vampire. I mean, Dracula, the original, is incredible. Even the Christopher Lee one in 1979 is really good too. Lost Boys, really, really good. That was on the other day too. And I didn't watch it in a long time. I forgot what the hell channel I was watching. I don't know if it was Showtime. I'm just like, man, I forgot how good this was because I love so many horror movies. And again, I don't have a ton of time in a day to just sit back and watch movies. But when I have an opportunity and I sit back and watch it, I'm like, damn, man, that was good. You know, Lost Boys. Fright Night's really good though. Fright Night, a lot of people know Lost Boys. A lot of people don't know about Fright Night. Fright Night's a really good one. And the guy that plays the vampire, his name is Chris. It's going to bother me. What the hell is his last name? It's Chris Sarensen. I could be wrong. I don't remember. But the guy that plays the vampire in Fright Night is like the cop in Child's Play. Children of the Corn is definitely a really good one, Alex. That was a good one. The Shining is an absolute classic. Christine is really good. The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing is amazing. Again, just 80s. I say it all the time. I just think whatever era you grew up in is always going to be the best for you. I think childhood memories are always the best. You don't have the responsibility of being an adult. You don't have the responsibility of going to work every day, paying bills, the stress of, like I said, paying your bills and providing for other people and everything else. It's way different when you're a kid and the only thing, your only goal as a kid is to go to school and get good grades. That's it. When you're 11, you ain't got to worry about working for a living and earning money. You got your mom and dad for that. They take care of you. You're 11, summer, no school. You're out for 10 weeks. You hang out with your friends, your cousins. You go swimming. You play basketball. You had relay races. You go to your corner. Oh, there's that freaking nerve pain again. You go to your, don't get old, people. As I'm going down from memory. That was very great. I'm going down memory lane of being a kid in the 80s, and then there's that pinched nerve in my back at 47 years old. You go to the corner video store, and you rent a VHS tape. Hell yes. You go rent a VHS tape for like 99 cents for 3 days from your local video store. It wasn't even Blockbuster. Blockbuster, I don't even think was around when I was a kid. It was like a local video store. That was it. Every corner had one. They were small. It didn't matter. Cheerleader camp was great. Leif Garrett's in that. As a matter of fact, oh no, I don't have that anymore. But those are your Trading Places are great. Listen, man, the movies, the music, the television shows. To me, it's the best in the 80s. And again, I grew up in the 80s. Your childhood memories are always the best. But they are. And yeah, Trading Places was fantastic. I can't tell you how many times I saw Trading Places. It is awesome. You know, I love it. Really good stuff. And of course, the great villain. And again, I don't remember his name. Clarence Beeks, whoever played Clarence Beeks, somebody will know it in the chat. He was the principal in Breakfast Club, which you want to talk about a classic movie. The Breakfast Club is that's what do the young people say? That's goated. Okay, is that what the young people say? I'm old. That's goated. The Breakfast Club is incredible. He's the principal. Dick Vernon, he's the principal. Again, I don't remember his name. He passed away a few years ago. What else is he in? He's the cop in Die Hard. You know, when the guy from Reginald VelJohn says, "You want some chap?" The FBI's here. You want some chapstick? He's in that. Yeah, he died like 5 years ago. That's what I'm saying, Punk. But time flies. Paul Gleason, thank you, Tara Ray. Yeah, Paul Gleason. He was great. Bluegrass, we're like the same age. So I agree with you. The 80s, from like 83 to 98 was really good. But listen, I'm gonna tell you the honest God truth. Back to the Future was great. This is funny. The 80s, I remember, again, I grew up in the 80s. So I remember everybody talking about how great the future was going to be in the 80s. The future, man. The future. Everything about the future. You know, computers came out in the 80s. All this stuff. The future, man. We're going to have the flying cars. We still don't have flying cars. How great the future is going to be. And now that the future's here, everybody's like, damn, I wish I could go back to the 80s. Damn, I wish I could go back. It's crazy. The 90s, though, things started to change in the 90s. And you really need look no further than the music. I'm telling you, man, the music. One thing I'll say about the 80s, and again, everybody was high on cocaine. Maybe that's part of the reason that is the way it was. You go back to the 80s. Yeah, every decade has its scares. AIDS came out in the 80s. That was a big deal. The Cold War, all that stuff, the atomic bomb. Like, we definitely had scares in the 80s. It's not like the 80s was perfect. But most of the time, the music, the movies, and the television shows were lighthearted and they were fun. It was fun. They may have been cheesy, but it was fun. And every television show taught you some kind of moral lesson, whether it wasn't to do drugs, whether it wasn't to steal, whether it wasn't to drink and drive, whatever it was. And you can look at that and go, yeah, that's corny. But the fact of the matter is, they taught you lessons. They don't do that anymore. The other thing is, in the 90s, when Nirvana came out, and I like Nirvana, and I like Soundgarden, it did take me a while to get into grunge music, right? I don't like it all. I like Alice in Chains. I didn't like it when it came out. And even the music that I did love, which was, gangster rap. I loved it. But the music got dark in the early 90s. It became depressing. And that's kind of what followed after that. Movies became depressing. Shows became depressing. Like, things started to get more depressing. The 80s was just whatever. The 80s was, who gives a damn? Live life and enjoy it. That was really that message. That's why the 80s was great. The 80s was, like I said, it may have been cheesy, but damn, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Everything was fun. Everything was lighthearted. Nobody took themselves seriously in the 80s. It was just way different. Hard to explain unless you grew up in that era. It was awesome. David, man, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Harry and the Henderson. Oh, my God. Harry and the Hendersons. Is John Lithgow in that movie? I have not seen that. Probably, when did that come out? 1988? I probably haven't seen that in 30 years, at least. Harry and the Hendersons. I forgot all about that. He's one of the most underrated comedies of the 80s. Kevin Peter Hall, who played Harry, was also the Predator. No, I did not know that. But that's a little bit of movie trivia for you. The Predator is great. And again, you grew up in the 80s. Look at our action heroes. Listen, I don't know I guess the action heroes nowadays. Who are the action heroes nowadays? I'm not really into movies, man. Everybody's like, you're going to see the new Marvel thing. You're going to see the new Superman, Batman, whatever the hell it is. Whatever they come out with. You're going to see the Fantastic Four. I don't even know what the hell the movies are. You're going to see that? No, I don't watch them. Let's take a look at the 80s superheroes, man, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Come on. Arnold? That dude's God. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Sylvester Stallone. Okay. Jean-Claude Van Damme. Chuck Norris. Find me a better four than those guys. Arnold, Sly, Chuck Norris, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Find me somebody better. Find me a better foursome than that. You ain't. And Clint Eastwood, there's another one. Clint Eastwood. Find me better guys. You're not going to. Were the movies good? Hell no. Did it matter? Well, The Running Man was good. Hey, let me ask you. We're going to do this today. Let's see the chat. What's your favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? Put it in the chat. Bruce Lee was gone in the 80s, or didn't he die in this? Didn't he die like right after Enter the Dragon, which is one of my all-time? I love Enter the Dragon. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. Tell me your favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger movie in the chat. Alone in the Dark is a great film. Donald Pleasance is in it. Jack Palance is in it. That's a really underrated movie. Came out in 82, I think. That's right, Chris. That's why the Expendable movies are great, right? Bruce Willis, you're right. That's what those were. It didn't even matter. Did the Expendables even have a plot? I don't even remember the plot. I'm just like, oh my God, look at all these guys. Hell yeah. Terminator is a great one. No question. Running Man's my favorite. Commando, Terminator, Total Recall. I mean, you can't really find a bad one. Jack, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate you. He says Terminator 2 Judgment Day was a great one. T2, yeah, a lot of people love the Terminator. Terminator was awesome. Commando was, yeah, she was a little too young there, though. Alyssa Milano was more like when again, she's my age. She's a few years older than me. But I do remember her in that movie. But I didn't really get into, like I said, Alyssa Milano probably when I was 12. So like 1987, I think I started to, because she was like 15, 16 at the time. She was a couple years older than me. And I was like, oh my God, yeah, I like Alyssa Milano. Twins! Yeah, there you go. Andrew, that's a great one. That's a great one. Twins is so cheesy. But I grew up in the 80s, brother. We love cheesy stuff here. Kindergarten Cop is the other one. I was waiting for somebody to say Kindergarten Cop. You know what makes you laugh about Kindergarten Cop? There's a part in there where Arnold is giving the milk to the kids. And he goes, make sure you drink your milk. Make it grow up big and strong. And if you actually read anything from Arnold Schwarzenegger, he hates milk. He thinks milk is not nutritious at all. Arnold said himself, I'll tell you, there's more nutrients in beer than there are milk. So that always makes me laugh. Arnold is amazing. Nobody said pumping iron. That's sort of the Running Man, though. I freaking yell, hey, light it, hey, Christmas tree, Dynamo. I love the Running Man. The Running Man, number one, you got Arnold. Number two, you got Richard Dawson. Okay, we all know Richard Dawson. There's another great 80s game show, Family Feud, with Richard Dawson. You had that, right? Richard Dawson. Yeah, Jim Brown, one of the greatest running backs in the history of the NFL. Yeah, Jim Brown. Yeah, Jesse the Body Ventura. And I don't know who the hell played Buzzsaw, but that guy kicked ass. And don't forget 80s hottie, Maria Conchita Alonso. Don't forget her. Maria Conchita Alonso. If you grew up in the 80s, you remember Maria Conchita Alonso. Don't act like you don't. This is why I can get through 24 hours of this stuff, because I can talk about anything. I love it, man. I can talk about the 80s, or I won't do it. I can talk about the 80s for the next 21 and a half hours. I really could. Yeah, Pumping Iron was 1977 with Lou Ferrigno. Beast. Lou was a beast. Yeah, all the Rockies. Maybe not. Well, Rocky V came out in 1990. Colors, that was Sean Penn, Robert. I loved Sean Penn. Oh, you want to talk about an underrated movie from the 80s or Sean Penn? At Close Range. Christopher Walken was another guy. That was awesome. Who watched The Goonies? Was definitely the 80s. The Goonies, those kids are my age. Corey Feldman, Sean Astin. They were my age at that time. And I remember me and my cousins, we would always ride our bikes around acting like we were looking for treasure. The Goonies was a lot of fun. Again, that is your typical 80s movie. Just so cheesy, but you be damned to say The Goonies wasn't entertaining. It doesn't matter how cheesy it was. It didn't matter. That's why those horror movies all succeeded the way they did. They're all so cheesy. They were all the same thing. And you knew it. You knew what you were getting. Every week one would come out. You knew I'm going to see some TNA and I'm going to see some really bad effects and gory kills. And I don't care. And there's going to be no plot. It's going to be some skinny, big-breasted girl getting laid and then getting her throat cut. And that's what the 80s movies were in the horror movies. And you didn't care. You're like, yep. Slumber Party Massacre. Yep. Last House in Sorority Row. Yep. Motel Hell was a little different. It didn't matter. New Year's Evil, Christmas Evil, Silent Night, Deadly Night. They're all the same movie. Don't matter. Who cares? I love it. You did have your classics. Nightmare on Elm Street stands alone. Halloween's the one that started the slasher pick craze. Right? But most of them were just cheap knock. My Bloody Valentine. I love My Bloody Valentine. Because of Friday the 13th, every holiday became a thing. Right? Mother's Day, April Fool's Day, My Bloody Valentine. They do a St. Patrick's Day one, maybe Leprechaun. I never really watched Leprechaun. Did they ever do a St. Patrick's Day slasher? What else? I mean, I liked Scanners. Scanners was off the That was different, but I like Scanners. Michael Ironside was a kid. Michael Ironside kicked ass, dude. You want to talk about underrated villains? Michael Ironside, underrated villain. Although he was a good guy in V. And who grew up in the 80s? Who grew up in the 80s and doesn't remember the show or the movie and then the show V, which also had Robert Englund in it? And I've told this story on these streams before. I can tell you, my sister 2 years younger than me. She did not like V. She didn't like this show. It's about aliens, if you don't know. And they posed as humans. And honestly, I couldn't tell you what the hell this show is about. I know I loved it, and I haven't seen it in a long time. I couldn't tell you what it's about. Except for that. And I always remember the big thing was when Diana ate the rat. And the horrible, very dated special effects. But when you saw it, you're like, oh my God, it freaked you out. My sister did not like V. I did. I was a big fan. I have the whole series over there. I have the movies. Like I love it. Okay. The effects are very dated, but it doesn't matter. My sister's friend, though, she was a big fan of V. And if I'm not mistaken, I want to say Robert Englund's character's name was Willie. He was he was one of the aliens, a very nice alien, though. Like, didn't want any harm to humans, wanted to get along with the humans. I remember my sister's friend, she was spending the night one night or whatever, and she wanted to watch it. I'm like, I was watching downstairs, and I'm like, yeah, you can, I'm not going to get mad at you if you sit like watch it with me. I don't care, whatever. So we were watching, and I told her, I said, that guy plays Freddy Krueger. She got really upset. That's not Freddy Krueger. I'm telling you, that's Freddy Krueger. That's who plays Freddy Krueger. That's who Freddy Krueger is. She did not believe. She refused to believe me. And that was Freddy Krueger. But it was good. Jack, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. He says, don't watch Halloween Ends. It sucks. I already watched it. I have Peacock, so as soon as those come on, I watched it. I agree. I wasn't a really big fan. Listen, man, you run out of ideas. I mean, I don't know how many Halloweens that is. 14? Halloween Kills, Halloween Ends, Halloween. I would say after Halloween 5, even after the 4th one, I think they started to go down. I was not a big fan of the 5th one. I didn't mind it. I can watch it. My kid likes it because my kid likes Tina. I tell my kid is obsessed with women. It's going to be a problem in a few years. More of a problem for Mrs. Baddog. I'm like, I just get used to the fact that this kid's probably going to have a lot of girls hanging around. He likes girls. I don't know what to tell you. He's a boy. He doesn't know why he likes them yet, but he knows he does. But he likes Tina a lot. So he likes part 5. I don't really care for part 5. I think Halloween 3 is extremely underrated. It is one of my all-time favorite horror movies. People hate that freaking movie. Where's Michael Myers? I'm like, you have 13 other films of Michael Myers. Enjoy Halloween 3 for what it was. A standalone in the series. And for those of you who don't know, Halloween 3, or at the end of Halloween 2, that was the end of the Halloween series, guys. John Carpenter kills Michael Myers and Donald Pleasant or Dr. Loomis in the hospital. They're dead. It's over. Halloween's over. John Carpenter even said, how the hell am I going to make a second movie? How am I going to make a movie that's 90 minutes, the same movie? How am I going to make the same movie again? He said he did a lot of drinking when he made that movie. And it was over. Halloween was done. He was taking that series, and every year he was going to do a Halloween movie like Halloween 3, where it was like a Twilight Zone type of film. Because of the backlash that Halloween 3 took and the lack of the Michael Myers character, he got away from it. He didn't do any more Halloween 3s. Or Halloween 3. He didn't do any more Halloweens. He got rid of it. That was it. It was done. Yeah, I know he's maybe been part of it, but he's not the director anymore. He was done. That was it. And then Mustafa Akkad took over, and then they got back to the Michael Myers thing. But that's why Halloween 3 is the way it is. And I've always said, if it was just called Season of the Witch and was not linked to the Halloween series of Michael Myers, it would have got a much better reception. And even now, you'll find people that go back to that movie and love it way more than they did. It has become kind of a cult classic. I didn't appreciate Halloween 3 when I was young the way I do now. I love it. Everything that you want in a horror movie is there. The eerie setting, the isolation, the score. That synth score that's one. Carpenter's amazing when it comes to the scores. It's just so good. And I love Tom Atkins. How do you, again, there's another guy, and he was in a lot of Carpenter films. He was in Halloween 3. He was in Escape from New York. He was in, what the hell else was Tom Atkins in? He's in Night of the Creeps. That's not Carpenter's film. He's also at the beginning of Creep Show. That's also not Carpenter's film. He was in another Carpenter film. The Fog, which is fantastic. But Tom Atkins was awesome. Jack Davis, Super Chat. Did you see The Black Phone? I did not see it. I have not seen any. The only new horror movies I've seen were the new Halloweens because they're on Peacock. Charles, man, thank you for becoming a member, brother. I appreciate you. Really. Thank you so much. Uncle A-Bomb, hope you're doing well. I don't really do the TTC thing anymore, but I say this too, man. By the way, Dog Pound members, welcome Charles Connor into the Dog Pound. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you becoming a member. I always say this about the TTC. Yeah, obviously, I've moved on, but I don't ever forget where I came from. I never forget where I came from. So I prod around in some of the, I don't ever say anything, but I do watch. When I get a chance, again, I haven't had a lot of time on YouTube, but I still go back and indulge in it a little bit because, again, it doesn't matter. I could have 10 million subscribers, man. I'm never going to get there. I could have 10 million subscribers. I'll never forget where I came from. I'll never change. It's not going to happen. I'm too damn old to change. Leopard don't change his spots. But I'll be doing well, man. But yeah, man, I just John Carpenter had more hits than me. Yes, he did. One of my favorites of all time, Big Trouble in Little China. Big Trouble in Little China is, again, the kids would say it's goated. Big Trouble in Little China kicks ass. John Carpenter not only made great horror films, he's my second favorite director ever. Dario Argento is the first one. I know a lot of you guys don't know who Dario Argento is. I know Afghanistan will definitely know who Dario Argento is. Afghanistan might be the only guy I know that knows more horror movies than me, except for my guy, the horror geek. And even that, see, I'm so busy at work. Like, I don't get, like, I used to go into Uncle Lou's morning show all the time, and I miss it. I don't get to hang out in there anymore. I miss being able to hang out in Uncle. That's why I like the college football streams, because I do get to hang out in there. I miss that chat. And the horror geek, man, Mike Bracken. If you guys, I'm gonna actually put the link to his channel in there, because if you guys like horror movies, he does a premiere. He's fantastic. He does a premiere every Wednesday, and he does obscure horror films. Right? And he kind of does them in like an MST3K fashion, where he has all these corny one-liners. And he's hilarious, man. And he knows so many horror films. It's unbelievable. I'm like, I've never even heard of this thing. Like, you want to talk about a guy that knows Afghanistan. If you're not subscribed to this guy, dude, subscribe to him. He's got like 75,000 subscribers. He'll definitely get to 100,000. His work is awesome. You can tell he takes a lot of time on these things. I miss being able to go in there and watch their premieres. But he does a great job. And again, I've never heard of half the things. And I feel like I know a lot of horror movies. He comes up with stuff I've never heard. I don't even know. Like, I'm a Patreon member to his channel. That's how much I appreciate his work. And I can tell you, at the beginning of every one, he always says this, video is brought to you by Patreon member such and such. I am very proud to say that when this video was brought to you by Baddog as one of the Patreon videos, it was from beyond. Now, who remember, you 80s horror film buffs will definitely remember this woman. I know Afghanistan will. L.A. Lou might. Barbara Crampton. if you grew up in the 80s and watched any H.P. Lovecraft type thing, Reanimator, Unnameable, especially From Beyond, because there's a scene with her. Yeah. Barbara Crampton she was a good looking woman, but that was a big time 80s horror scream queen, whatever you want to go. I don't think she really died in any of them. She always took her clothes off. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that when you're an 11-year-old kid watching From Beyond going, oh, yeah. Just as good as it kills when you're a teenager. That's why, again, USA Up All Night. I mean, I'm just old, man. I'm taking a trip down memory lane today. In the late 80s, early 90s, who the hell was not watching Up All Night with Rhonda Shear? And they had all that. Obviously, they cut out the TNA because they couldn't show it because it was a cable channel. But USA Network, I miss it, man. It was everything. Saturday Nightmares would come on at 8 o'clock. It would be a cheesy-ass horror movie. So many of them, right? Cheesy-ass horror movies. The Brood was on there. Forever Evil, which is one of the worst movies ever, and I absolutely love it. Devil Times 5. Just so many of them. And then you would have either an Alfred Hitchcock Presents from the 80s, a Hitchhiker episode. You would get that. It was called Saturday Nightmares. So from 8 to 11, they had that. And then from 11 to 3, they had Up All Night where they played sometimes they played horror movies, but they played really cheesy ass 80s movies. God, there was no better network on cable television for shows. Now in the 80s, ESPN was God. ESPN was amazing in the 80s and early 90s. Amazing. So good. ESPN was so good 35 years ago, man. So good. It stinks now. I don't know what to say. But USA Network, man, it had the best. It had Commander USA. It had the game show block. It had Kung Fu Theater. It was so good. It played shows like Airwolf and Quantum Leap, and they had their own like movies that they made. USA Network premieres like Hider in the House with Gary Busey. Gary Busey's a freaking psychopath. I love him. But Elvira, right? She wasn't a USA Network girl, but yes, Elvira was like an early 80s thing, and I remember her too. Again, I was probably 7 or 8 when she was doing her thing. What the hell was the thing, Elvira? Joe Bob Briggs came out and did Monster Vision years later. What the hell was Elvira's thing called? Yeah, Cartoon Express in the 90s. I never watched Calliope. My sister liked Calliope. I never watched that. What the hell? What was Rhonda Shear's show called? They would always play Tales from the Dark Side, which again, I freaking loved that as a kid. I loved Tales from the Dark Side. David, man, thank you for the super chat, brother. I appreciate you. Brilly. More 80s trivia. Some friends, Ghostbusters and Gremlins came out the same weekend, June 8th, 1985. Ghostbusters was the highest grossing movie that weekend, with Gremlins coming in second. For some reason, I thought Gremlins came out in 84. I didn't realize that they came out. It was my dad's birthday, by the way. My dad was a June 8th baby. R.I.P. Pops. God, how old would Dad be right now? My dad would be almost 70 if he was still alive. I didn't know that. I remember seeing Gremlins in the movie theater. And listen, people are going to hate me for this. I am not a Ghostbusters fan. Sorry. You can denounce me as your friend. You can unsubscribe. I am not I never got into Ghostbusters. I love Dan Aykroyd. I love Bill Murray. I love a lot of the movies they're in. I never got into that. I don't know why. I just never did. I went to see Gremlins. Creepshow was great. I went to see Gremlins in the movie theater with my cousin and his friend. We were 8. My cousin's friend. Well, my cousin's a year younger than me, so I was 8. I was 9. I was 9 when that, if it came out in 85, I was 9. I was 9. My cousin was 8. His friend was like 6. We went and saw Gremlins. Now, there was no PG-13 rating at the time. Gremlins actually kind of enforced a PG-13 rating because they said it really wasn't hard enough to be rated an R, but it also should have been. It's not really a PG movie because there was definitely some things in that, like them drinking in the bar and getting some things that really weren't for, an 8-year-old can go watch that on his own. I'm pretty sure that was a big reason that PG-13 rating got made, was because it was kind of controversial that it really should have been. Well, like I said, it wasn't really hard enough to get an R rating, but it certainly was more harder than a PG rating. My cousin, I remember the end of that when they say, if the air conditioner goes out or you lose this, you lose that, you lose power, go check under your bed or check this because there might be a gremlin in your house. I remember my cousin's friend got really scared. She was scared of the gremlins. Being a kid is great. Yeah. Again, it's just great because your imagination is awesome. It really is. Imagination is fantastic. It's one of the best things that anybody can have is your imagination. The same thing, anybody that's younger in here, that you're not 8 years old, but if you're 15, 16, whatever, man, don't let anybody ever tell you can't do something. I don't care how old you are. It doesn't matter. Don't let anybody ever tell you what you can and can't do, what you should and shouldn't do. You do what's best for you. That's really what it is. The guy that's on social media, I always love the people like, oh, Baddog, this is bad for you. You don't drink Coke. And I love when people are like, you're drinking Coke. And it's not Coke. It's Coke Zero. Zero sugar. There's no calories. You shouldn't drink that, Baddog. That's terrible for you. How can you drink that? I don't know. It works for me. I have 7.5% body fat. Best shape of my life. I'm not worried about it. Oh, you're an asshole. How do you switch on Daniel Jones? I can do whatever the hell I want to. Why do you stream the Lakers and not the Knicks? How come you're not a Knicks fan? Don't worry about what I'm doing. Don't worry about it. It's not really important, is it? The grand scheme of life. Is me streaming the Lakers that big of a deal? No, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Angel, thank you for the super chat, brother. I appreciate you. Look at that. This is what I love. This is what I love. Angel says, yo, Bad, I've been watching since I was in 8th grade. Now I'm 18 and about to graduate. It's insane how fast time goes. Having my first 10-hour shift in my life. So thanks for the stream. Angel, thank you for the super chat. Congratulations on graduating high school because that is always awesome. Welcome to the workforce, my friend. And I'm going to tell you, your life is going to fly by. It's going to fly by. I've been out of high school 30 years. 30 years. Really, really fast. But I think that's cool. Like I said, I can't believe I've had a YouTube channel for as long as I have, and that there's so many people that have followed me for years. Like Punkum, listen, I was on YouTube in 2007. And I did videos back then. Again, the sporting community was YouTube was way different 15 years ago. Way different. One of the things that they took away from YouTube, which I always thought, number one, they had a star rating system. It wasn't just like and dislike. Speaking of which, if you haven't hit the thumbs up, hit the thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up button, guys and girls. Come on, baby. Let's go. We're doing a 24-hour stream again, right? And this time we are donating 50%. This is the 8th time I've done this, by the way. And every time I do it, whatever I make during the 24-hour period, whether it be through super chats, whether it be through people becoming members of the channel, merchandise sales, ad revenue, I take 50% of whatever I get during these streams and I donate to a charity. This time it is for the Boys and Girls Club of America. So like I said, whatever I make during this 24-hour period, we're going to donate half the charity. This is the 8th time that I've done this. I used to commit to doing them every 6 months. I am not committed to doing that. Last one we did was for Wounded Warriors. It was a record setter. I kind of wanted to end it on that note, but then I was talking to Dire Giants fan about something in the chat, and I just decided I want to do another one of these. I'm off in February. Let's do it. I'm not going to do the one in August. I don't get a week off in August anymore. But hit the thumbs up button, man, because it helps out huge. So hit that thumbs up. Like I said, it's for charity, baby. Let's go. Now I forgot what the hell I was talking about. I totally lost my freaking train of thought. About 2007, 2008. So one of the things that they did was they had a reply button down here. And if somebody made a video, you could reply to their video and they would see it. they would see the video because it was linked to theirs. That was a really good tool that they took away. Because if you had a response to somebody video-wise, possibility they don't see it. If you linked it to their video, other people would see it too. So, I kind of miss that. But Punkham been here since I started, which was 15 years ago. Yeah, there you go. He just mentioned. Also loved how you could reply to a vid with a vid response. Yeah, Punkham's known me longer than anybody. I mean, I was only in my early 30s when I started doing this. And I've said this before. Cop Pizzle was a kid. Like, he was in high school. Or not high school, I'm sorry. He was in college. And now he's got a wife and 2 kids. Duke Bothers was in college. Now he has a wife and a son. Power Rangers was a kid in college. Now I know he has a wife and at least 1 kid, or 1 kid on the way. It's crazy. Punk is going to be forever, though. That's a long time. That's a long time. L.A. Lou, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate it. Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. I forgot that one. Rhonda Shears up all night. Yeah, those are good times, man. Those were good times. Those are good times. I love those, L.A. Lou. I miss that. But yeah, Elvira, I remember the cheesy horror movies and the Tales from the Dark Side. That was a big thing. I love Tales from the Dark Side. Most people don't remember the episodes, but they remember the intro. I always remember as a kid, because Tales from the Dark Side started in 83, and I think it ended in 1988. The intro, when the screen went to like negative film and it became like all dark and they had the dark side, scared the hell out of me all the time. Like I said, most of the episodes were forgettable, but there were some that really stuck out in my head. The first one, Halloween Can't, was a Halloween Can't. No, I think it was Trick or Treat. Trick or Treat was a really good one. Inside the Closet, probably the best of the great twist at the end too. Tom Savini did the effects for that one. That was probably my favorite episode. Halloween Candy was another really good. It scared the hell out of me. And that was kind of like the creature that looked like the creature from Creep Show in the crate. That was a really good one, Halloween Candy. And Cuddy Black Sal. Cuddy Black Sal scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. Those are the 4 that really stick out in my head. There was other ones, but those 4 by far are the ones that stick out in my head. But that intro, man, that's a legendary intro. It's amazing. Time does fly, Afghanistan. It really does, man. It really does. Jack, thank you again, my friend. Appreciate you. Really says I'm 24 and I saw Gremlins when I was in 3rd grade. I loved it. That was about me. I saw it when I was in 3rd grade. I'm laughing my head off when they were messing around in the movie theater bar. Yeah, that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. Looking at it now, I laugh my ass off. I like the one that had the popcorn bags on his ears, and yeah, them drinking. It's funny. Yeah. It's great stuff, man. Yeah. Fabian, thank you, Rena member, for 13 months, man. Appreciate it. He says, Baddog, love you. Keep it up. You give me a lot. I appreciate that, Fabian. I appreciate it. Here we go. Who's keeping track of the P counter? We broke the seal about an hour and a half ago, and here we go. We're going to have to run to the bathroom another freaking 20 times by the time this is over. Hit the thumbs up and subscribe. We're 3 hours deep into a 24-hour stream for the Boys and Girls Club of America. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, ring the bell. We got 21 hours of nonsense to talk about. Like counting how many times I go pee. We're going to do that right now. So I'm going to do that. You hit the like button. I'll be right back. All righty. When does the XFL start? Is it 2 o'clock? Who bet the over on what was the by the way, what was the over under on bathroom trips? I know somebody said 8, but I was like, there's no way I could only pee 8 times in 24 hours. What is the over under? Did we do an over under for the potty breaks? I would say like 16. That's probably where I would put the number. That's every hour and a half. It's like every 90 minutes. Last time I think I only went 14 times, but there's definitely times I've gone over 20. Just depends on how much Coke Zero I get through today. Matthew changed it to 15. That's a good number. It's fun. Mystery Science Theater. I love that, Bryce. I loved that. Again, there's so many good ones, but the Space Mutiny is one of my favorites. MST3K. Space Mutiny is hilarious. I had a guy. There's a guy that comes into the chat. I saw him a couple times. I forgot what his name was. Oh, God. It was something to do with that. It wasn't Buff Hardback. Maybe it was Buff Hardback. I forget the guy's name. Damn it. I forget his name. That was one of the ones. That's one of my favorites. The Giant Gila Monster is one of my favorite ones. Squirm is one of my favorite MST3K episodes. And all the Joe Don Baker one, not Mitchell. What the hell's, damn it. Final Justice. The Final Justice with Joe Don Baker. MST3K is hilarious, man. It is good. 19 and a half. That's a lot of peeing, but I definitely could reach that. Bill Nye, I never watched Bill. I think Bill Nye was a little after me. My science guy was Mr. Wizard's World. Anybody remember Mr. Wizard's World? Fabian, my friend, thank you for gifting a membership. And it's Dominic Pope. Hey, Dominic. Thank you, Fabian. Dominic, welcome back to the Dog Bunny. You thank Fabian. Dominic, our friend, welcome back to the Dog Pound. Appreciate it. You know what's funny, Afghanistan? I stopped watching South Park years ago, probably 97. My wife actually said to me, she goes, that's still on. I said, I guess so. Simpsons is still on. I never got into that either. South Park I enjoyed for a few years. I never got into The Simpsons. I liked the video game. I liked that stupid song, Do the Bartman. You got to be freaking old to remember Do the Bartman. Who the hell remembers that stupid ass song? I liked it though. Beavis and Butthead was one that I definitely watched a lot. I was a Beavis and Butthead fan. And I guess, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not going to watch it now. I'm 47. I'm not looking forward to Beavis and Butthead, although my sense of humor is kind of still in that level. But I think they're doing that again. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I've never watched one episode of Family Guy in my life. Simpsons, I think I watched for maybe a year. I just couldn't do it. Yeah, I loved Beavis and Butthead. That was they were so freaking stupid. I couldn't help it. Fabian, yes, it does. The gifting does because it's a membership. So yes, gifted memberships obviously go towards it as well because somebody paid for a membership. So yes, the gifted memberships go towards it as well. Yeah, I could never get into The Simpsons. No, I never saw Family Guy. I am not Treehouse. If you talk to the guys and girls in this chat that have been with me for a while, they'll tell you I do not like comedy things. I do not find things funny. I think life is funny. Sarcasm's funny. But I think scripted comedy, especially today, sucks. And I've always thought that. I've never been a big stand-up comedian guy either. I liked Eddie Murphy for Delirious and Raw. I thought he was hilarious. I loved Richard Pryor. I loved George Carlin. But I loved Rodney Dangerfield. But you'd be hard-pressed to... I've never really liked comedy. I just don't. I liked Seinfeld because, I don't know, I guess, again, juvenile humor was funny when I was younger. I like more intelligent comedy now, and especially things like Seinfeld and Everybody Loves Raymond. I can relate to that now. Even when I was a kid, I enjoyed it. Well, I wasn't really a kid. I mean, I was in my late teens. Well, Seinfeld came out in 89, so I really was young when that came out. Raymond, I was in my late teens, early 20s. But I can relate to it more now, having a wife and kid and being an adult. I can relate to it. And Cheers was too young. I was too young to appreciate what Cheers was in the 80s. But when I watched it back, I remember when my wife was pregnant, her and I, we binge watched Cheers. And I never realized how good of a show Cheers was because I was too young to appreciate what Cheers was. So I don't know. I've never been that animation domination, whatever it is, the Family Guy thing. Who is the other one? The American Dad or whatever. I just never got into it. My nephew loved Family Guy. That's just not me. I don't like comedies. I like horror movies. I like courtroom dramas. I like war movies, like military movies. I love military films. And of course, mafia films. That's really my cup of tea. Martial arts films. I've never really been. I like some comedies, but it's definitely one of the last genres I go to as far as like television shows or movies. I'm just not. Jackass. So Fabian, my friend, thank you again for a donation of a gift. DFW, you can thank Fabian for becoming a member of the Dog Pound. DFW, welcome to the Dog Pound. Fabian, thank you again, my friend. I appreciate it. So Jackass, when that came out again, I was probably in my late teens, early 20s. I liked a couple episodes. The one thing I remember that made me laugh with Jackass, and I really don't remember because I didn't watch a lot of it. They were doing things where they were in a shopping cart. This is the only thing I really remember Jackass, and I could not stop laughing. When they had they put them in like a grocery cart, and they were freaking wheel them, and they'd push them into like a thing that would hit like a curb, and they'd go flying into these hedges. That I couldn't stop laughing at. I think more than Jackass, I liked Impractical Jokers for a few years. I thought those guys were pretty funny. That was probably the last comedy show that I really watched was Impractical Jokers. That was pretty good. But again, I get sick of it. Like I can only watch the same thing, like the same type of show so many times. I usually lose interest. If a series, can keep my interest peaked for more than 4 years, you're doing a really good job because I usually fall off. Either I don't have the attention span or I get sick of the stories. I can tell you, I don't know how many seasons of Walking Dead there are now, or if that's even still running. I don't know. Walking Dead, I got up to like 10 years, maybe season 9 or season 10, and I loved it. And then I just got bored with it. That happens. I move on. And I think that happens with a lot of the shows that I watch. Seinfeld was perfect. Seinfeld was 9 years, and that was enough. Everybody Loves Raymond was like 9 years. Golden Girls was like 9 years. That seems to be the thing for me. But I don't know. I've never been a comedy guy. I'm a horror movie guy. I like horror films. Some of them are funny to me. I don't know. Waterfly, thank you for the super sticker, brother. Really appreciate it. Whee! Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Like I said, the second part of the stream, we'll break out the wooden chair for a couple hours. As long as my back can take it. I'll throw that out there. For sure. But yeah, Cheers. Yes, Cheers. That's where we were watching. No, we didn't have Peacock at the time. I forgot when my wife and I watched it. Netflix, maybe? I think we watched it on Netflix. Seinfeld's on Netflix now. Of course, I own all the Seinfeld things anyway. Rented the car and just trashed at the Derby. I don't care if it was partially or fully scripted. Yeah, I don't remember that. I really just remember that one thing with the grocery carts. I don't know. I love mafia movies. I mean, those are right up my alley, Dire Giants fan. Um, Sci-fi, yeah, Kush. I like some sci-fi. I mean, I like some sci-fi movies. I'm trying to think of the ones like offhand that we consider. Like to me, I should ask Afghanistan this. Afghanistan, do you consider Alien a horror movie or a science fiction movie? Because there's definitely some that are kind of like on the border. I know when Sci-Fi Network came out in '92, I loved it. I loved the Sci-Fi Network in '92. Again, that was USA Network's sister channel. Sci-Fi Network, I didn't have it initially. I think I got that in '93. And my cable company picked it up. But I loved it. But much like everything else, it just went downhill. When NBC Universal bought USA Network, it went right into the shitter. That's what happens. When Viacom bought MTV, it went right in the shitter. MTV was the coolest thing on the face of the planet in the early to middle 80s. Viacom bought it in 87 and it progressively went downhill. Sci-fi, yeah, as I mean, Afghanistan, it's tough to really decide, but like that's a if you want to call that a sci-fi movie, that's a sci-fi movie. I would think V was more science fiction than horror, and I like that. But I was never a Star Trek or a Star Wars guy. I don't know. Oh, Jack, my friend, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate you, Brilly. You're getting into my realm. He says I'm a huge fan of War Mafia 2, Scarface, Godfather, Goodfellas, all amazing. Pulp Fiction is among my favorites. Saving Private Ryan, Hacksaw Ridge are my two favorite World War II movies. I love Glory as well. I don't know. For me, Jack, I think a lot of this is right before my time, before I was born, was Vietnam. I think a lot of the Vietnam war movies I love. Full Metal Jacket. I love Full Metal Jacket. Born on the 4th of July. Right? That's an amazing movie. I love Born on the 4th of July. What else? Well, I don't. Officer and Gentleman doesn't really. That's not really about a war per se, but I really like. Officer and Gentleman a lot. I think that's freaking awesome. No question about it. That's one of my favorites. Officer and a Gentleman. All that stuff. I love that stuff. It's fun, man. There's again, and then you got things like obviously A Few Good Men. That's more of a courtroom drama, but really loved it. Glory was good. Apocalypse Now. So that's right. Party's Ava. Party's Ava. Dead Alive. Party's Ava. We haven't said that in a while. Afghanistan, when the game was over. We haven't. Party's Ava. Brings in that lawnmower and chops up dozens of zombies. Again, I don't even know what the hell that movie's about. Dead Alive. Is it really even about anything? His grandmother gets bit by the Sumatran rat monkey in Australia, and she turns into a zombie. It's just a reason to throw a bunch of gore all over the screen. I don't really know what the hell it's about, but that is Peter Jackson's early work. Way before Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson made Bad Taste and Dead Alive, and both incredibly cheesy, stupid. I mean, they are stupid, gory Australian horror films. They're amazing. God, they're stupid. I love it. I love it, man. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, man. A lot of good movies. I saw somebody mention Poltergeist. That was another big deal. Again, I remember it had to be 83 when it was on HBO. And I remember I had a bedtime back then. Like I had to go to bed at 8:00. But I remember my parents, they had like people over for Poltergeist premiering on HBO. And I wanted to watch it. I remember I would not go to sleep. I remember I kept coming out of my bedroom, like just kept looking at the TV. Like I wanted to watch Poltergeist. And I couldn't because I had to go to bed. That was a big deal. Like I remember my aunts and uncles were over there because it was such a big deal, that film. And the same guy that made Poltergeist made Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The legendary Tobe Hooper. Have I ever seen Driller Killer? Yeah, I own Driller Killer. Again, you know what's funny, Afghanistan? That became a video nasty. There's really nothing bad about that. That's very tame compared to other horror movies. But yeah, I saw Driller Killer. I saw that. I have that somewhere over there. I have the 2-disc set. I guess there's the other disc. It's like just a bunch of short films. I didn't care about Abel Ferrara's short films. I just wanted to watch Driller Killer. But yeah, I remember that. That was a video nasty. And the cover was more gory than anything that actually happens in the film. It's not a very good film, but I do remember Driller Killer. Cortez, my friend, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate you. He says, can watch Mafia movies all night. Might watch Casino later. It's one of the best ever, Cortez. It's one of the best ever is Casino. I love Casino, Goodfellas, Godfather. Awesome stuff. And yes, Tony, they live. Now this is the interesting thing. Mark, yes, it's divided into 3 parts, 8 hours each part. With it's 420 in Iceland. There you go. 420 crew, you know what to do. Carew, smoke them because you got it. 420 in Iceland. My guy, diehard Giants fan, just let us know it's 420 in Iceland. So 420 crew, you know what to do, especially if you're in Iceland. Do what you got to do. They live. So as a kid, that came out in 88. I remember that word for word back in the day. I watched it so many times. Legendary. I've come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Roddy Piper. Legend. Right? As a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, I'm watching. I'm like, yes, this is aliens, man. This is all about aliens and all this stuff. It's cool. Not understanding the true meaning behind that movie and how, I'm not going to get into it because it's kind of political, but how prophetic that actually became 35 years later. Just 13 or 12, you don't see the message, you don't understand what it really is about. At 47, you watch and you go, wow, I see what he did there. And he was right. Equanimous, what is going on? Pasha, what's up? Thank you all for being here, guys. Eric Powell, what's going on? Thank you for hanging out with me. 12 o'clock. We're 3.5 hours down almost. I do not remember Finders Keepers. I do not remember that one. I do not remember that one. L.A. Lou, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. He says, debatable. I saw Apocalypse Now is not a Vietnam movie. It's the Heart of Darkness set in Vietnam. The Belgians' Congo was swapped for Vietnam. There you go. Some more trivia for everybody out there. Not a Vietnam movie. I swear to God, they made every military, well, that came out in 1979, but it seems like every movie was a Vietnam movie in the 80s. Let's go. So, Top Gun is really good. Again, I like a lot of Tom Cruise movies. Tom Cruise, again, he's a psycho. He's a nut job. But, I mean, how many great there's another guy from the 80s. How great were the Tom Cruise movies, man? Risky Business, All the Right Moves, Rain Man, which is probably my favorite Tom Cruise movie. Top Gun, obviously. Color of Money, A Few Good Men, which was the 90s, but I love A Few Good Men. Days of Thunder, as corny as that is, it's fantastic. Days of Thunder. Rowdy Burns. Michael Rooker. There's another guy who played a really good villain. Michael Rooker. He was in Walking Dead. He was good. He was in Harry Portrait of a Serial Killer. He was good, man. Still haven't seen all They Live credits to credits. I've seen Wood Chipper Massacre. Kid in Wood Chipper Massacre went on to write for that. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. Cocktail. I saw Cocktail in the movie theater. How the hell you want to talk about that? That is not a good Tom Cruise movie. It's enjoyable for what it is, but God, that is cheese central. Of course, Elizabeth Shue's in it, and that was always a good thing in the 80s when you had Elizabeth Shue. And of course, Elizabeth Shue was Ralph Macchio's love interest in The Karate Kid. And how in the hell did we get talking about the 80s and not mention The Karate Kid? Because everybody who's anybody, you want to talk about a thing that got me past 4 seasons? Cobra Kai. Yep. I watched that religiously. They can make 100 seasons of that. I'll watch Cobra Kai, even though Ralph Macchio is like 1,000 years old now. It's all about Johnny in that one anyway. Cobra Kai is all about Johnny. Johnny is the man in that one. There's no way you don't like Johnny. There's no way you don't like. You hate Johnny in 1984, but in 2020s, you love Johnny Lawrence. Cortez, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. I did see The Irishman with De Niro and Pesci, but I only saw it once, and I've kind of forgotten about it. But yes, I have watched that for sure. I paint houses. David, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate you, my friend. Brilly. He says Evil Dead and Army of Darkness starring Bruce Campbell were great. I love Evil Dead. Also, Carlito's Way is my favorite gangster movie. Also, earlier Ghostbusters movies were, they were 84. Okay. Oh, no, it's all good. I mean, they could have been like produced in 84 and released in 85. I just thought it was 84. I mean, I know that's when they were made, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they were released in 85. I just know that that's when they were made. But yeah, I freaking the Evil Dead is amazing. It's funny. So my son likes horror movies. He likes them. He in Afghanistan, don't get a kick out of this. My kid enjoys Suspiria. Okay. He likes Suspiria. Go figure that one out. But he likes the stuff I do, Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers, whatever. But he does not like Evil Dead. Like he's scared of Evil Dead. He doesn't like that. He doesn't want to watch that one. I think I was watching that one day, and he's like, "What is this?" I'm like, "This is Evil Dead." He's like, "Can you turn that off, Dad? I don't like that." You don't like Evil Dead. Evil Dead is a comedy horror, but this shit is. I mean, that shit would be scary for a kid. I saw Evil Dead when I was 7 or 8, and it scared the shit out of me too. Because the first one came out in 82. Evil Dead 2 is not even a sequel. It's like they redid Evil Dead 1. Just a little differently. It really is the same movie. They're both unbelievable. One of my favorite scenes of any movie, it's creepy as hell, is when he just gets out, whatever the thing is, throws him into that big puddle and he kind of falls asleep. And he wakes up near the end of the day and you see the massive sun going behind the clouds. That's awesome. That's awesome, man. The theme by Goblin is awesome. He likes that. He likes that song. Cocktail is terrible. Cobra Kai's final season. I'll watch it. Yeah, I don't know what else they could do for Cobra Kai, honestly. I just think it's cool that they brought everybody back. Like you saw everybody. I can't think of anybody that they didn't bring back. We saw Chosen, we saw Ali, we saw all the initial Cobra Kai guys, Johnny's group of guys. Obviously, no Miyagi because he passed away, but you saw John Kreese, Terry Silver, Mike Barnes, Kumiko. It was awesome. Even Jessica Andrews. We saw Jessica Andrews from part 3. She was in it. Like, I don't think that they missed anybody. They pretty much had everybody from all the Karate Kids in that. I guess no Hilary Swank. They decided not to bring in the next Karate Kid, but you have to get it. Yeah, LA Lou, I'm telling you, man, you could binge that one. They do, so they release seasons like at once. They release like the entire season at one time. And my wife and I will binge it. We'll just sit there and we'll watch 10 episodes of that. We'll sit there for 10 hours and watch it, or whatever it is. I think they're like 45 minutes. So we'll sit there for 8 hours and watch Cobra Kai. Love it. Love it. That's a good one. That's a good one. It's funny, I actually bought YouTube Premium for Cobra Kai. Now, obviously, I don't watch the ads because I have YouTube Premium. But I bought that, and then obviously went to Netflix, which we had anyway. I kept YouTube Premium because I like that I don't have to watch the ads. So I kept it. But I bought YouTube Premium just for Cobra Kai. I saw the first episode, it was free, and I'm like, there's no way I'm not watching this. I'm getting YouTube Premium. I will watch this show. Cortez, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Yes, it did. He says, The Outsiders, 1983 was underrated at many grades. It did. I don't really remember. Who is in that? Emilio Estevez in that? Why can't I think of it? C. Thomas Howell's in it. C. Thomas Howell's also in The Hitcher. The Hitcher is one of my favorites ever. Rutger Hauer kicked ass. Rutger Hauer was a great 80s villain. He's in Nighthawks. Nighthawks is a good movie. You want a good Sylvester Stallone movie that is probably underrated and certainly not up there with Rambo and Rocky as far as popularity? Watch Nighthawks with Rutger Hauer, Billy D. Williams, Joe Spinell, obviously of Rocky fame. He's Gazzo. He's in it. Also, he's in Maniac, and I know Afghanistan knows about Maniac. That's a great horror movie too. Chosen is the shit. He is. He definitely is. Yeah, he's awesome, man. He's good. Patrick Swayze was in it. Yeah. So, hey, Levine, you don't need to thank me, buddy. I thank you for being here. I appreciate you listening at work. You're still working in the same place. I actually met Levine, 34. Good young man. Like I said, he came up to me in the restaurant. It was Mother's Day. Took my wife out for breakfast. All Baddog. He said, "Are you Baddog?" I said, "I am." He said, "I don't want to bother you. Just want to say I'm a big fan, blah, blah, blah." And he's the man. So I appreciate that. But again, good, upstanding young fella, working his tail off. Much respect. But I appreciate you being here, man. And yeah, these 24-hour streams, like I said, this is the 8th one. And I don't know when I'll do another one again. If I do them, they'll definitely be in February. This is when I would do them. Although if I only went back to not like committing to doing them in February, I just kind of did it when I did it, it wouldn't be April, obviously, because I take that week off for the NFL draft. So I wouldn't do it then. But it could be in June or July, whatever. If I do them again, they're not going to be like scripted again. This was kind of just thrown together. I didn't plan on doing another one of these after the last one in August. August was going to be my last one just because they're hard, man. I can't deny it. It's hard to stay up for 24 straight hours. It takes a toll on you. But I love being able to do things like this, and I couldn't do things like this without you guys and girls. But I love being able to give something back, use my platform to make people aware of awesome charities, especially for youth type of thing. And of course, the last, like I said, that was a record setter, the Wounded Warriors. Because I have the utmost respect for the men and women that serve the country. Because again, without them, I wouldn't do what I do. There's a lot of really worthwhile charities. It's always hard to pick one. So, again, I like to do as many things as I can for the youths, because I like to do what I can for the youths. Did you say Utes? I know you all know what that one is. What is a Ute? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The two youths. Ralph Macchio's in that too. Stand By Me is an absolute classic. Joe Spinell was the man. Nighthawks with Lindsay Wagner. Sly had a beard in that one. Don't Go in the House. Isn't that the one where he sets the girl on fire in like the room? He likes to set fires, right? He burns people. He goes to that nightclub and he burns a chick with the candle. Is that the one? I think that's the one, right? Afghanistan. I haven't seen that in a while. I have seen it. If that's the one, right? Don't Go in the House. He's a pyromaniac. It's kind of like a play on Psycho, because isn't it like his mom dead and he hears these voices or whatever? I haven't seen that in a while, but I did see Don't Go in the House. It's like from 1979, 1980. It's right there. Just woke up. Dashy, what's up, buddy? He just woke up. It's 11:35 in Cincinnati. Glad to have you aboard, Dash. Always good to see you. Listen, I would have liked tomorrow, Dash. Well, I'll be sleeping at this time tomorrow, but I can tell you this, Dashy. Come Monday, when I'm trying to recover from this, I probably will sleep till 11:30 in the morning myself. That's the best thing about vacation. Everybody says to me at work, "Hey, man, what are you doing on your vacation? You going anywhere?" I said, "Listen, I'm going out tomorrow, Sunday night with Mrs. Baddog. We're having a date night. We don't get to do that very often. We're going to go out to dinner and whatever. We might go to the casino. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but we, going out to dinner. What do you plan on doing?" I'm like, sleeping. That's what vacations consist of. When you get to be my age, getting as much sleep as you possibly can. Weather stinks up here right now. So it's February. There's not much you can do. When I take vacations in the summer, like I said, we like to go up to Lake George for a day or two. My son loves it up there. He likes playing the zombie game. You shoot this water at these zombies. They freeze. You blow them up with the freeze water. It's fun. We can play it together. It's a 2-player game. He loves it. Not to mention, I always go to Giuseppe's. If you guys live in upstate New York, or you go to Lake George, you've never been to Giuseppe's, go. Some of the best pizza you're going to get in upstate New York. It's a really good place. Every time I go to Lake George, I'm going to Giuseppe's. Every time. So if you've been up there or you're going up there, go to Giuseppe's. They have amazing pie. They really do. Plus, there's a waiter there. He's an Italian guy. He's got an Italian accent. I'll never forget this. My son he was probably 3. Maybe he was 3. The guy remembers us, which is always cool. But he might remember us because of this. My son, I think he was 3. He asked my son, I don't know why my son was on this word kick, but he was saying it. He asked my son, "What do you want to drink, buddy?" And he said, "Shit." And the waiter could not help but laugh. And I tried not. I'm like, "Buddy, we don't say that." But God, I did everything in my power to not laugh when he said that. I don't know why he said it, but that was pretty funny. He got Sprite, but I don't know why he said shit. It just, yeah. But that's a great place. And the other place we always go is the Adirondack Pub. I just love it. I love the craft beers. They got good food. And then, of course, I think it's you go to Martha's, which isn't like in the village of Lake George, but Martha's ice cream, it's probably a few miles away. Incredible. So anybody that goes to Lake George, visit Giuseppe's. I always tell, whenever I go to Instagram, whenever I'm up there, I always throw it on Instagram. They got really good food. But that's what we do. This year, however, we are looking at, I want to go to Maine. Like, I've never, anybody been to Maine? My father-in-law and his wife go to Maine all the time. They love it. That's not that far of a drive. That's like 4 hours from me, 4.5. But they go to Kennebunkport. And I've never been to Kennebunkport. Been to Portland. And I was like, I'd like to go to Portland. My wife's like, that's too much of a city. Let's go to Kennebunkport. Anybody been to Kennebunkport? Because I would like to go to Maine. I'd have to do that in the summer, though. Maine is colder than it is here. So that might be the end of June. I always take a vacation at the end of June. Obviously, that's right at the beginning of summer. So it's going to be very warm. I'm not an ocean guy. I don't swim in the ocean unless I'm in San Juan because the water in the ocean in San Juan is very warm. But I also don't like sharks. So I'm not going in the ocean. Scared of sharks. Scared of sharks. Don't like them. Don't like sharks. Don't like heights. Don't like sharks. Keep me away from sharks. I'm not beating up a shark. I'm not beating a shark. I can do a lot of things in this life. I'm not able to take on a shark. So I stay out of the damn ocean. John, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Nice background. The Coke Zero spot. They really ought to sponsor me. They really ought to sponsor me. I can tell you this, John. If Coke Zero ever did sponsor my channel, with how much money Coca-Cola makes, I probably could have one of these places. This is because it's February. Well, it's sunny out. As long as it's sunny out, I don't care if it's cold. It's actually not cold. It's supposed to be 40 degrees today, which is very nice in February. 40 degrees and sunny in February. I will take that. I take that every single day of the week up here. As long as the sun's out, I don't care. It could be 20 degrees if that sun's out, and I'm fine. I just miss the sun in the winter because we don't get a lot of sun, and my serotonin levels suck. So I like the sun. But so that's why I always put this background here in February, because this is what I want. I want warm weather. As is why I was just talking about going to Maine at the end of June. Has anybody, they might though, punk them. They might. There's always an opportunity. Sharks, they don't like the way we taste. It's not like they're trying to eat a human. It's not like they smell a human and go, ooh, I want, but they bite things to see what the hell it is. Because aren't sharks blind? Sharks can't see, right? Am I mistaken? Sharks are blind, right? Are they blind? Am I wrong about that? For some reason, I thought sharks are blind. And they bite things to see what the hell it is. They just want to taste. It's not like they're trying to kill you. But if a shark just wants to take a taste of your leg, I don't want to come out of the ocean with one leg. I'm staying the hell away. I don't go any farther than waist deep, because if I see one of them things, I'm running the hell out of there. I want to be able to run out of the water. I don't want to have to swim anywhere. I want to run. I want to be able to, I'm gone. That's it. I'd rather just go to the pool. There ain't no sharks in a pool. I'd rather go to the pool. I'd rather go to the pool. Alex, man, thank you so much for the $5 donation, brother. I appreciate it. Alex sends it with a $5. Boom! Shakalaka. Yo, I've seen Jaws. I've seen Jaws. We're too bony with them, not enough. Yeah, they don't like the way we taste. Again, it's not like they're looking to eat a human, but they will bite you to see what the hell you taste like. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like sharks. I don't like that. They have no hands. They have to bite. They're blind. They have no hands to see. But for some reason, I thought sharks couldn't see. Mike says, I've been to Giuseppe. I can talk. Mike says, I've been to Giuseppe's many times. I got to test. There you go, Mike. Giuseppe's is good pie. Good. They got good food all around. Now I want to go to Giuseppe's. Usually Lake George, though, it's cold. I like to go by the beginning of April, too. The beginning of April, it's off season, so everything is way cheaper. You go to Lake George after Memorial Day, everything is tripled in price because it's the end season. The thing is, at the beginning of April, that's hit or miss. You could have a day where it's 72. There's one picture on Instagram. I don't know if it was from last year or the year before. We went up there at the beginning of April. And it was like 70 degrees. It was gorgeous. We got really lucky. And then there was one year we went up at the end of May, and it was 47 degrees. That was the end of May. It was windy and crappy. It sucked. So at the beginning of April, it's hit or miss. Like you could get a really nice day where it's in the high 60s, low 70s. You can get a day where it's in the high 30s. So it's the one bad thing about going. And not everything is open either, which also sucks. But really, we go up there just to get away from stuff because it's very quiet and serene. The serenity is very nice. The surroundings are very nice. I love it up there. And again, Giuseppe's is open all year, so we can definitely go to Giuseppe's. Adirondack Pub is only open, I think, Thursday through Saturday in the winter or in the off season. And then a lot of the stores aren't open, but we just go to the outlets, which is an exit away. But I like that. I like that. That's right. Boone is blind, William. We know that. Boone is definitely blind. Boone is definitely blind. Dashy raged on the Bulls the other night. What's up with the Bulls, Dashy? Are they getting Russell Westbrook or what? Are they getting Russell Westbrook or what? Would you rather be in a pit of crocs or sharks? Neither. Probably sharks. They're going to kill me faster. That's probably what I would want to do. A shark would kill me way faster. So probably that. Spencer, what's going on, man? But yes, indeed. You never saw Jaws. I have seen Jaws 2. I talked about this the other night. I saw Jaws 2 in the movie theater, or I'm sorry, I saw Jaws 2 in the drive-in with Rambo. Back in 82. So I don't know. My chat froze, which is always good. I love that. By the way, YouTube just took 60 people out of the stream. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if this isn't being seen or what, but I don't know what the hell YouTube did. There was 140 people in here a second ago. Now there's 89. So YouTube doing what YouTube does. I don't know. Freaking YouTube. It's great. What am I watching? When does the XFL come on anyway? There goes that nerve in my back again. I love that. I love it. It freaking hurts. Sorry. We have Illinois and Indiana on right now. No. Is it on 10? They've got college basketball on here. YouTube is weird. It really is. When the hell is the XFL on? Is that on today? I thought ESPN said they were on at 2, but I don't see anything for the XFL. 3. Okay. Oh, there it is. It's on ABC. There it is. There it is. I'll leave it on ESPN for now. I got college basketball. We'll just leave it there. Obviously, the tournament's starting in a month. That was one thing I used to do. No. I always get Murphy's Irish Stout is my St. Patrick's Day beer. So a lot of times we do St. Patrick's Day. It always takes place during the tournament weekend. And I always have fun with the basketball tournament. I'm a big college basketball guy, but I do love college, the tournament. It's one of the best sporting events there is. I like to sit there with a nice 4-pack of Murphy's Irish Stout and just sip that away and watch me some college basketball. Murphy's Irish Stout is a lot like Guinness. I just think I like Murphy's Irish Stout better. Noon my time in Vegas first. Oh, noon my time in Vegas. Yeah, so 3:00 in New York. I had a pet caiman. What is that? Is it a snake? I had a snake. Yeah, I had a ball python when I was a kid. My son saw a picture because Daddy was like, "What's a snake?" I had a snake when I was a kid. I had a fat-tailed gecko when I was a kid. Remember that? I remember having all that stuff. I had a gecko. I don't think I ever had salamanders. That might have been it for reptiles. I don't think I had it. I don't think I had anything else. So I'm trying to think of it. I mean, I had a dog and cat growing up. I always preferred cats over dogs because they're not as needy. Dogs are needy. All right. Hippos are pretty beastly. Yeah, my kid was learning about hippopotamuses, and I told him that's just short for hippo. Because obviously, I'm reading a book to him. Like, how would a 5-year-old know the word hippopotamus? Isn't that a big word? Hippopotamus? Patrick, what's going on, man? Oh, a caiman similar to a croc or gator. There you go. I did not know that. Learning something new every day. Every day. Yeah, I never had a crocodile. I can't say that I ever had a croc. If I ever get a castle with a moat, I'll put some crocs in it. What's the difference between an alligator and a crocodile? Somebody knows this. I have heard this, and I don't remember what the hell the difference is between it. It says something to do with their nose, right? A crocodile and an alligator. Like, why do the Florida Gators become the gator, not the or the crocodiles? There's no crocodiles in Florida, just gators. I don't. Okay. I always know when we have when we go to Florida, I always know we always look for the gators, always. I remember when we went to Disney World the first time. My wife does not like salamanders, so like they freak her out. They run all over the geckos, salamanders. They run all over the place in Florida, and I'm like, why are you freaked out? They're gonna run away from you. They're not gonna attack you. They're gonna run away. They're going to run away. The size of the mouth. Okay. I knew it had something to do with that. King Trizzy, what's going on, man? Appreciate you being here. Seals. You're only American alligators there, and snout in the eyes of the different. Yeah, I thought that was the difference, was the snout. I thought it was. I thought that was the difference. I couldn't tell you by looking at one. What the hell the difference? I don't want to run into either one of them, to be honest with you. I thought that was a difference, but I wasn't sure. And again, if I was looking at them, I probably couldn't tell you the difference. I can tell you this: when we go to Animal Kingdom in Disney World, or we go to the zoo or whatever, that's not where I'm going. I'm not going to look at crocodiles now. I don't care. I want to look at the tigers. I like the big cats. We're talking about that type of wildlife. I am definitely a big cat guy. I like the leopards. I like the tigers. I like the lions. I like those type of things. I especially like tigers. Tigers are cool. I like the white striped tigers. I think they're just awesome. I'm a big tiger fan. I just like the tigers' coats. I like the stripes. Dashy likes the Bengals. There you go. Bengals or stripes. Crocs have a much stronger butt. Yeah, I don't want to run into either one of them. I don't want to run into either one of them. That I can tell you. You rather deal with a bear than a crocodile. I don't want to deal with either one of those either. It's funny, once in a while up here, I mean, I don't live in bear country or anything. Once in a while, there is a bear. We'll get a bear wandering around. It always becomes a big deal if there's a bear on the loose up here. Because again, we don't live in bear country. But you ever see you see a bear like in the middle of the city? It's interesting. I've heard of them being loose. Like, it doesn't, again, it's very rare, but hey, there's a bear on the loose, I've never seen one on the loose. So I don't know. Bad dog, because I've said this before. When I was young and I went out, I talked a lot of crap. And I would always tell my buddies, I'm going to get that girl's number. I'm going to take that girl home. I'm going to get with that girl, this girl. And my friend said, you bad dog. You bad dog. You bad. That just stuck. I've been bad dog since 1995. So that's why I'm bad dog. But yeah, I always, again, cats kind of mind their own business. They do their thing. You let them out. They come back. They go in a litter box. You empty the litter box, you refill it, piece of cake. You can go on vacation for a week, give them a clean litter box, give them a week's worth of food and water, they survive. Can't do that with a dog. Dogs want to jump on you, they want to lick you, they want to do all this stuff. They need to go for walks, you need to let them out. You have to do all that stuff. I just don't want the hassle of that. Now, luckily my kid's not a big dog, but I have a feeling before my son is grown and out of the house, I have a feeling I'm going to have a dog. I have a feeling that's coming. I swear to God, every kid wants a dog. Listen, like I said, I had a dog growing up. So it's not like I don't like them. It's not like I don't like dogs. I like dogs. I just don't want one because I don't want to take care of it. I have a child. That's enough for me to take care of. But I do have a feeling when we move and get a bigger backyard that is actually like fenced in, and I can just let the dog go out there and do his business and come back, then different story. But right now, that's not in the cards. But I have a feeling someday it will be. I don't want an overly big dog, and I don't want a really small dog. I kind of want something in the middle. I always thought Weimaraners are cool, but I heard that they're hard to train. They're stubborn. They're not the nicest dogs. And so I probably wouldn't be getting a Weimaraner, but I always thought those are really cool. I like beagles, but they bark way too much. I'm trying to think of what the hell. Labs are great. That was a dog I had growing up. I think Labradors are fantastic. I mean, if I was going to get a dog for, my kid, it'd probably be a lab. I like labs, so it'd probably be that. Probably be a lab or a golden retriever. I just think they're very friendly. They're smart. They're mid-sized. That's probably where I would lean. Labrador. Russ, thank you for super chat. Appreciate you, brother. He says, Baddog, hope you powered through the stream today. I seen the notification. Had to show love before I hit the gym. That's right. Get the gym, baby. The gym! Hit that for me hard. He says, stay safe, my friend. Keep grinding. Thank you, Russ. Appreciate it. Have a great freaking workout. I'm missing that today. Have a great workout, brother. Let's go. The gym. What do we got today at the gym? What are we hitting? I can't be hitting my freaking back. Well, I think it matter. I pinch nerve or not. When I go back Monday, it's back day. I don't care. I'll survive the pain. As long as it's a pinch nerve and not any kind of slight tear, I'm okay. I can deal. I just work through the pain. That's all it is. Work through the pain. John Ferry, what's going on? Australian Collie. Collies are great dogs too. Again, this is down the road, if he even wants one. The problem is this. I know I'm going to be the one to take care of the dog. The kid never takes care of the dog. Daddy, I want a dog. Who takes care of the dog? You think my son's 5, or 6. So say 5 years now. He's 11. We go to get a dog. Do you think 11-year-old Baddog's walking a dog? I guarantee you he isn't. I guarantee you he isn't. I guarantee you Big Bad Dog is walking the dog. I guarantee you Big Bad Dog is the one feeding it, giving him water, buying the food, cleaning the poop up. Guaranteed. But as a parent, that's what you do. You do it for your children. But collies are cool. I'll decide, but it will be. It'll be a middle road. It won't be like a German Shepherd. It's not going to be a Saint Bernard. It ain't going to be a massive dog. They can eat a lot. Dog food is ridiculously expensive. It's like having another kid. It's almost like having another kid. Not to mention, the big problem with animals is if something happens and they need surgery, your insurance don't cover that. You need surgery, or your family needs surgery, or you got to go to the hospital, whatever, doctor. Your insurance covers it. Insurance ain't covering your animal. So that can get pricey. That's a big reason I don't want the thing. But it is what it is. Sounds good, Andrew. Enjoy running your errands, my friend. My wife is going to Marshall's or Target or Walmart, something. I know she just ran out. This is Baddog. Going out shopping. Probably meet her. They love that. That is my wife loves to go shop with her mom. My mother-in-law loves to shop. Even if they don't buy anything, they just like hanging. They just like going shopping. It's a girl thing, I guess. It's a girl thing. I don't know. Well, here we go. This is going to be pee break number 3. I feel like I'm going to have to go every hour now. Pee break number 3 on deck. So I'm going to go hit the head. You hit the like and subscribe, please. Great. I'll be right back. Thank you for being here. Once again, we are 4 hours to this 24-hour stream. We have another 20 to go. Half of any proceeds I make during this 24-hour period, whether it be through donations to the super chats, new members, merchandise sales, ad revenue. I'm taking 50% of whatever I get, and I'm donating it to the Boys and Girls Club of America. So I appreciate you supporting the channel today and every day, but especially today, and hanging out with me for 24 hours and getting me through this. I'll be right back, and I'll see you in a bit. All righty then. Roddies are good. Roddies are big. My friend had one of those. My sister-in-law, my brother, sister-in-law, they have pit bulls, and they're really cool. Like, they're the nicest dogs. They're the nicest dogs. We've cracked into the Coke Zero, baby. Now it's on. Yeah, my Afghanistan, like I said, my brother and sister-in-law have a couple of pit bulls. One's a purebred, one's a mix. I don't know if it's like pit bull and chow. It looks chowish, but I don't know. I don't know. Get pet insurance? Yeah, you're gonna have to do something. You know. Oh, Dane, yeah, you got the wisdom teeth out. I'm sure that's swollen, man. Like I said, I've never dealt with that, but that's got to. I mean, your teeth are all nerves. And obviously, if you get a toothache or tooth removed or a cavity, it hurts because it's all nerves. Which is what I got going on my back right now when I move funny because of that pinched nerve in my freaking scapula. It feels like I said, somebody's just taking a hot poker and sticking me there. It goes away. It's not like your teeth where you had them out, so it's going to hurt for a while, but it hurts. You freaking pinch a nerve, have some kind of nerve damage or something, whatever. That hurts bad. It hurts bad. My wife did that. I never forget this. She wasn't my wife at the time. My girlfriend. I remember this is when Napoleon Dynamite had just come out. So how long ago was that? Napoleon Dynamite's a great film. How long ago was that? We rented it. My wife, her wisdom teeth were coming in, and her mouth hurt so bad one day. She had to have it like done on Super Bowl Sunday. She had to find a dentist, and it was like an emergency thing. They had to take him out. She couldn't stand the pain. I was like, see you later tonight. I'm going to watch Super Bowl. She had them all out on Super Bowl Sunday. I wasn't staying there. She still married me after that. So, but I remember her watching Napoleon Dynamite. She's like, turn it off. I can't, because she was laughing. She's like, I can't do it. It hurts. It hurts. She had them all out at one time too. I never had them come in. I have one wisdom tooth. It came all the way through and developed all the way through. So they never removed it. The other three never came in. So I have an extra tooth in the bottom of my mouth. And it's messed this tooth up right here. That tooth right there is getting shoved forward because I have an extra tooth. I think it's over here. Well, I forgot which one it is, which side. Because I have an extra tooth in the bottom of my mouth, it forced one of my teeth. I'm surprised that tooth is still in my mouth. But it did that extra tooth forced my teeth together and screwed up my teeth. Couldn't tell you. They should have taken the damn thing out. They didn't. Get him a pit bull. I'll figure it out. I don't know, man. It'll be from a breeder. I'm not getting a dog from from like a pet store. I don't trust them. I'd get it from a breeder. My wife and I had a miniature dachshund for a few years. That dog was awesome. Had her for a few years, but I couldn't keep her because she small dogs are hard to potty train, and she had a habit of she would go in the house. You get the wee wee pads, as they're called. She would go on the pad, you clean it up, whatever. So when I was at work, it's not like you would. It's not like she would hold her pee till she got home, went outside. When we moved to this house, it's a lot of carpeting. The old house, it was like I could put her in the kitchen and block it off. The kitchen was big. I could block her off. She had plenty of room. She'd go on the pad, I'd throw stuff home. I'd take her out when I get home, whatever. But she would not hold it. She would just go. This house is a lot of carpeting. I couldn't chance it. And I had nowhere to really put her. And I'm like, I can't. I was working 2 jobs. I'm like, I can't have my dog locked up for that. Couldn't do it. So I gave her to my uncle. And she just recently passed away. He had her for, God, 12 years. She lived a long time. But I always thought that was cool. I thought miniature dachshunds are pretty cool. So whenever I watch a dog show, I always root for the dachshunds because I think they're cool looking dogs. Not to mention they're so little, but they have such a big bark. I think that's awesome. They're little, but man, you think that like it's a big dog. I remember years ago when I had her, pizza delivery guy came to my house, and she was barking, and he dropped the pizza off. And then the last time I saw him, I mean, this is so many years ago, but I went and he goes, "What kind of dog you have? Like a German Shepherd or a Doberman or something?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, "It's a miniature dachshund. Like she weighs like 12 pounds. She's tiny." And he's like, "Really?" He's like, so the next time he came to my show, I'm like, she was literally like this big. Literally like that big. And she was like 12 pounds. But she had a wicked bark. It was funny. How long have we been live, Matt? We're live for just over 4 hours right now. Just over 4 hours. Small dogs are annoying. They can be. They definitely can be. I think dachshunds are I don't think they're annoying. They're very friendly. But like a Chihuahua, a toy poodle, yeah, those things. Chihuahuas are annoying. Definitely. I don't think there's any question about it. I think those can be. What's going on, Lakers world? Good morning. It's my son's 3rd birthday. Well, happy birthday to your son, Lakers world, and enjoy that, man, because my son's going to be 6, and I can tell you, I'm sure it's flying for you too. I'm sure it is flying for you. I'm sure it's going by very fast. Oops. It does. It flies by. You despise pit bulls. I still depends on the way those are traded or they're trained, man. You know, it depends. If you train them to be mean, they're going to be mean. They don't come out of the womb mean. It just depends on how they're trained. People train them to fight, they're going to be mean dogs. People are good to them, they're going to be good dogs. Like I said, my sister-in-law's got a pit bull, or she got 2. Well, one's, like I said, one's a purebred, one is a mix. They will lick you to death. That's it. They're not going to bite you. They bark. I mean, every dog barks when somebody comes. It's not because they're scared. They're just excited. But they will lick you to death, those bulldogs. They're the sweetest dogs you ever want to meet. They will. They'll just lick you to death. And I can tell you, because my wife and I have watched it when they went on vacation. My wife and I would go stay over there for a week and watch the dogs. And I can tell you, man, dogs always wanted to jump in the damn bed with you. I'm like, no, you ain't coming up here. But they just want to cuddle. They're pit bulls. It just depends on how they're raised. I mean, obviously some dogs have better temperament than others. But it's in the way they're raised. You know. So Huskies. So my wife does not like, I think they're cool looking. I love Huskies. I would never have one. They're huge. She don't like the eyes because she says they look like a wolf. And I'm like, that's the coolest thing about it is they look like a wolf. They look like a wolf. So it's good, man. Yeah, they're awesome, man. All right, Dane, go get a smoothie. I'm not going anywhere for the next 20 hours, so I think you're good. 2005. What was 2005? I missed something. That sucks, Afghanistan. I can tell you, man, as a guy that I'm not really I haven't had many dogs. I've had cats. I myself, outside of that, my miniature dachshund, I haven't had a dog, and I had her for 2 years. And like I said, I gave it to my uncle. My uncle had a dachshund for years when I was a kid, and he spoiled her. And I was like, you know what? If I can't keep her here, I can't do. It's not fair to her. So I gave her to him. I knew she'd have a good home, and he did. He spoiled the hell out of her. My uncle spoiled the hell out of that dog. She had a good life. Well, I never really had to deal with putting a dog down. My mom had to put her dog down. And she just recently had to put a dog down too. So I know it's difficult for dog owners. One of the women I work with, she had to put her dog down. I know they are like a member of the family because they live a long time. You have a dog for 12, 15 years, it obviously becomes a major part of your life. So seeing them get sick or losing them is like losing a family member because they are affectionate. Cats, it depends on how you look at it. Cats are, like I said, cats are affectionate when they want to be, but they don't need to be on top of you all the time. They're more independent. I had a cat from the time I was from the time I was 5 to the time I was 24. That cat lived ever before I had to put her down because she was just sick. She couldn't see anymore. She had cataracts. The cat had not Alzheimer's, but it started going to the bathroom in the closet. Didn't know where the litter box was anymore, but she outlived everything. That was like the animal that was tough for me because my mom said, "Hey, I got to put the cat down. Are you going to be okay?" I said, honestly, Mom, I'd rather know that she was getting put down than come home one day and find her. I think that it's more difficult. So I don't know. Well, like I said, I got a kid now, so it's a little bit different. Ronnie, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, we're doing good now. We're 4 hours deep into this thing. So that's always a good thing. We'll get through it. We always do. What a classic rant, Dashy. Oh, I'm sure you'll get one, buddy. I'm sure you'll get, trust me, there's going to be a rant, probably on the Yankees. If I rant on one team more than anyone, it's the Yankees, because I expect the most out of the Yankees. Always expect the most out of the Yankees. Always. The Yankees, and again, it may not be fair, but the Yankees are held to a completely different standard from every other team. And again, being a guy that streams the Lakers, even though I'm not a Laker fan, I can see Laker fans are a lot like Yankee fans because Cowboy fans, right? Because they are some of the most successful franchises in the history of sport. They are some of the most popular franchises in the history of sport. The fan base expects a lot out of them. And I see that when I do the Lakers. So I understand. And listen, man, a lot of Yankee fans are Laker fans. Or vice versa. It's both big markets, both extremely, like I said, extremely successful franchises. But I see it and I understand their plight. It's funny, as a Knicks fan, we really don't expect much. And why should we? They haven't won anything in my life. They haven't won in 50 years. I'm almost 50, but I didn't say the Knicks do anything. So they're not held to the same standard as the Yankees by any stretch of the imagination, but the Lakers are. And I still think the Lakers are making the playoffs. Is baseball season? So LA Lou, to me, this coming up is the best time of the year. I think March and September, I think they're the best times of the year. The early spring and the early fall. Because you got the tournament. I got the NCAA tournament. Baseball is starting up. You got the Masters and golf. I'm not a big golf fan, but who doesn't watch the Masters? NASCAR, not that I'm a big NASCAR fan anymore. I used to be a huge NASCAR fan when I was younger. NASCAR starts. Actually, NASCAR is tomorrow, right? Is the Daytona 500 tomorrow? It is, right? Because I'm always like, when I wake up, the Daytona 500, the Daytona 500 is tomorrow, right? I don't watch NASCAR the way I used to. I'm a casual Chase Elliott guy, but that is tomorrow, right? I don't like when they made all these rule changes. I can't get on board with the shit anymore. I just like when the most consistent driver won, he won. It is tomorrow. Okay, I thought it was there. Right, the NFL draft, right? So it's good time of year for sports. The early, like late winter. And then September is incredible, right? The early fall, because you have football starting up, baseball playoffs, hockey and basketball are both starting. So you get a lot of sports that start in October. Obviously, football starts in September, but that stretch, you got the baseball playoffs, and then you got, hockey and basketball starting. The football's in mid-swing. October is a really good year, or a really good month for sports. Plus college football. College football comes back in the early spring. Or I'm sorry, I guess it's the late summer. You're talking early September. So both of those are great to me. End of March, or like the middle of March, like the middle of September. I think those are the best as far as like times of year. May, there's really nothing going on. Basketball playoffs happen in June. Hockey playoffs happen in June. But I don't know. I do like this time of year. And also because I know the weather is getting nicer. Now, as great as I love October, the one thing that sucks about October is I know the winter's coming here, and I don't like the winter. When March hits, when that tournament hits, which is usually around St. Patrick's Day, I know spring is coming, and I like that. Like I said, my favorite thing to do, even though I'm not at college, I'm watching college basketball right now. I really could watch college basketball all day. I definitely could watch college basketball. I wouldn't have a rooting interest. I don't really wouldn't root for a team, maybe Oklahoma because it's my football team. But I could watch it without a problem. I just usually don't. But like, I freaking love that college tournament. I love it. I could sit there all day on Saturday and watch it from 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. Just like I do college football with ease. And again, I don't know what the hell the deal. I don't know what's going on. My wife likes to go to her mom's house for corned beef and cabbage. I don't like either one of those, so I don't go. I'll eat chicken and rice. But like I said, depending on what's going on, I will just sit there and watch college basketball. Fabian, my friend, thank you for gifting another membership. You're the man. Thank you so much. He says, and Dre Luco, welcome to the Dog Pound. Compliments of our guy Fabian, man. I appreciate it. But that's a lot of fun. Daytona 500 tomorrow. Always, that's like thought, Terry. It's usually the week after the Super Bowl. Right? Well, now it's the week after the Super Bowl. Usually it's 2 weeks after the Super Bowl. It was. Obviously, football's got an extra week now. And I always remember I would hate that week in between. Because I was such a big NASCAR fan. I couldn't wait for the Daytona 500. And I always hated the week in between, which was just when they qualified for the Daytona 500. They qualified the week before. And I believe they had the Bud Pole shootout the Saturday night before. So it was the Bud Pole shootout. Then they had Daytona qualifying. But that really wasn't points racing. So it didn't matter. When they got to the twin 125s, which I don't think they do that. I don't know how the hell they qualify anymore. I know Daytona qualifying was the best 2 times were on the front row. That was it. That was the first 2 guys are the best 2 times in their laps. And then all the other positions were filled out depending on your finish of the twin 125s. That was always held on a Thursday. So I always look forward to the twin 125s because then they would have the truck race on Friday, the Daytona. Then they'd have the Busch race, which is not Busch anymore. I don't know what the hell it's called now, but it's Xfinity anymore. Who the hell knows? It used to be Busch, the Busch series, just like it used to be the Winston Cup series when I was into it. But I'd always watch that because I couldn't wait for the main event on Sunday. I can't tell you how much I loved NASCAR from probably late 1999 to about 2005. I went to a race every year those years. I always wanted to go. I loved I can't tell you how much I love NASCAR. It was just something about it. It was that they lost, NASCAR lost its personality, man. When I mean, again, I didn't go back to, like, I saw Dale Earnhardt at the end of his career, obviously. I started watching NASCAR at the end of 1999. I've told the story where I never really, the guy I worked with loved NASCAR. He was a Dale Earnhardt fan. And Jeff Gordon was extremely popular, and I knew who they were, but I didn't want to root for Dale Earnhardt or Dale Jarrett or Jeff Gordon or Rusty Wallace. I didn't want to root for a guy that was really popular. I kind of wanted to pick my own guy, and it was after the New Hampshire race. Tony Stewart and Kenny Irwin got into it. And I remember Tony Stewart going on the track and throwing punches. Like, Dale Earnhardt slowed down on purpose so that Kenny Irwin had to stop so Tony could get at him. And I remember going into work the next day going, yo, I was like, Mike, who's that dude that threw a punch? He goes, oh, that's Tony Stewart. He's a rookie. You know, he got into it with Kenny Irwin, blah, blah, blah. I know who Kenny Irwin or Tony Stewart was. And I told him, I go, you know what, man? I said, next year I'm going to really get into NASCAR. I go, that's my guy. I'm going to root for Tony Stewart. And he goes, Tony Stewart's actually really good. He's won 2 races. No rookie's ever won 2 races. He might have won 3 at that time. I forget. But Tony was the first rookie to ever win 3 races. No rookie had ever won that many races in the rookie year. He's like, he's really good. So that became my guy. And I really got into NASCAR. And I liked the personalities. I liked Ricky Rudd. You know, there were so many guys I liked. They weren't my favorite drivers. I liked Rusty Wallace. I liked Ricky Craven. I liked Johnny Benson. I liked Elliott Sadler. I liked Matt Kenseth. You know, I liked Dale Earnhardt. I liked Bobby Labonte. There was a lot of drivers that I liked. There was some that I thought sucked. I liked Rusty Wallace. And I liked the feuds that they had. That kind of went away. Cheddarhead, my friend, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you, Brilly, my friend. Bad Dog, take us back to 2007 Super Bowl. How you felt before the game, during the game, and after. I remember this like it was yesterday. It's funny, Cheddarhead. 2007, I remember. Didn't really know what to think of the Giants till the last game against the Patriots. They played the Tampa Bay Bucks. I remember saying they're going to win. Giants are going to win this game. And then UPS driver, I used to talk to your UPS driver. He was a Steelers fan. He came in. I told him the Giants are going to beat the Cowboys. He said, you're smoking crack. I said, I'm telling you, man, the Giants are going to beat the Cowboys. Sure enough, they did. They played the Packers in the NFC Championship game. And I always tell the story. I went to Connecticut with my wife. She was meeting friends there. We stayed in Kingston, New York, which is south. We didn't make the whole trip. We stayed in Kingston overnight. And I kept thinking to myself, the Giants are not beating Green Bay. The Giants aren't. All week I was like, the Giants aren't beating Green Bay. They're not going to beat the Packers. It's just not going to happen. I had a bad feeling. I remember waking up in the hotel that morning and turning on ESPN, and I told my wife, I go, the Giants are winning today. I got a feeling they're winning. They're winning today. They did. Crazy game. They won. I won the most money I've ever won betting on the Giants when I took them straight up against the Patriots. I knew the Giants. I felt like the Giants are a team of destiny. So going into the game, Cheddar, I felt good. We played the Patriots really tough the first time around. We had a 35-22 lead at one point in that game. I felt like we were going to beat them. I really did. Halftime, I felt good. It was 7-3. We were right in the game. I just kept thinking, to myself, are we going to get over the hump? Okay, are the Giants going to get over the hump? Can they get over the hump? Can they do it? They score that touchdown early in the fourth quarter, David Tyree. They go up 10-7. They force the Patriots to punt the next time they get the ball. And I'll never forget. So I'm thinking if we can just get, the defense is killing Tom Brady. So I felt really good about the defense. And I just thought to myself, if we can get up by 2 scores, if we can go down and make this game 17-7, it's over. And I think it was a third down. It was near midfield. It might have been around the 40-yard line. Eli Manning avoided a sack, and he rolled out to his left. and Plaxico Burress was wide open, and he would have ran in, it would have been a 60-yard touch. There was nobody near him. And Eli lofted that ball up, and Burress had like stopped and then tried to start again, and he just missed him. And it was incomplete. And I'm like, oh no. All I can think of myself was like, oh no. Oh no. Like, I'm just thinking, oh my God, we blew our opportunity. Then if I'm not mistaken, the Patriots did take the ball and they went down and scored. They made it 14-10. And I mean, I'm not going to sit here and go, oh yeah, I knew we were going to go down and score, because I didn't, because we had a hard time scoring that whole game. We had a hard time moving the ball. Obviously, the Giants had a 4th and 1. Or the first series, they had a 4th and 1. Brandon Jacobs got it. He didn't get it by much when he got it. They got to, I remember Eli Manning right before the Tyree pass got sacked, almost lost the ball. He got like 4 yards, 5 yards. It was 3rd and 5. Now, obviously, when Eli got away from the sack, I mean, I don't know my mind's racing at that time, because I'm like, he's going to go down. Oh my God, how the hell did he get out of it? And he just throws. You as a Giants fan, you just hold your breath, because you don't see where he's throwing it. You just see it in the middle of the field. And the next thing you know, Tyree makes this catch, goes down on the ground. They're replaying. I'm like, oh my God. We have to win now. And even so, they don't get any yardage. The next 2 plays, they actually lose a yard. It's 3rd and 11. And I always talk about this play is so underrated in that Super Bowl, because people remember the Burress touchdown. They obviously remember the helmet catch. The 3rd down pass to Steve Smith, when he catches the ball, runs for a 1st down, and gets out of bounds at the 14-yard line with about 40 seconds to go. When the Giants, when they converted that 3rd and 11, I knew we were winning the game. I didn't know it'd be on the next play. I knew we were winning. I said we have all the opportunity. We have all the time in the world now, taking shots at the end zone. We're winning. I didn't think Burress was going to be as open as he did. I knew we were winning. That was a roller coaster. That was very special. They're all special. I've seen them all. They're all special in their own way. But obviously 2007 was monumentally special, because that's the only time a team ever reached, outside of the 72 Dolphins, no team had reached the Super Bowl undefeated. But man, that's kind of how I felt. I felt confident before the game. And again, during the game, I felt like we had a good chance. But when they scored that touchdown with like 3 minutes to go, my heart sunk a little bit. It did. I didn't know what was going to happen. I wanted to believe. Listen, Michael Strahan even says this. He's on the sideline going, 17-14. Believe it, and it will happen. And Strahan on America's Game even says, I don't know how much I believed that was going to happen. So if Strahan really didn't believe it, he played. He's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the greatest edge rushers in the history of football. If he didn't truly believe it, I can't sit there and tell. I knew we were going to go down and score. I didn't know that. It wasn't until Steve Smith converted that 3rd and 11. Then I was like, we're winning. It was fun. It was good. Eric, yes, I saw that Bieniemy went to the Commanders. Bieniemy, that's been a long time coming. Eric Bieniemy becoming head coach. I know that there was talk about him becoming a Giants head coach for a while. Yes, Rodgers is weird. Aaron Rodgers is a weirdo. He's a strange individual. I've never been a big Aaron Rodgers fan. I'm not saying the guy's not great. He is. I don't know. Never been a fan. Like, I love Pat Mahomes. I love Trevor Lawrence. I love Justin Herbert. I love Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is one of my favorite players in the league. I always loved Tom Brady. Tom Brady was my favorite player in the league for many, 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 many years. I don't know. I've never been an Aaron Rodgers guy. I don't know why. I was never a Brett Favre guy either. I tell you, I don't hate the Packers or anything at all. And it's not like I hated Favre or I hate Rod. They were never like my guy. I don't know. I just never really liked them like I like the other QBs. Like, I was a Steve Young fan. back in the day. I'm trying to think of who else was really, really good when Favre was. I loved Dan Marino, although Marino was nearing the end of his career at that time. I don't know. So you saw Jeff race twice a kid. Are you talking about Gordon, Jeff Gordon? Yeah, I got off topic. I was talking about the Daytona 500, but yeah, I never liked Roethlisberger either. I didn't hate him, but I didn't like him. That game will always be a classic, you know. We're at the gym waiting. Carl Banks is the first one here. We're supposed to do back and legs. Well, why would you do two at one day? Back and legs. You should never do anything else with legs. Legs should be its own workout. Well, they should all be their own workout. But God Almighty, I could not do another body part. When I leave the gym after doing leg day, I always ask the girl at the counter, I'm like, you got a walker? Can you wheel me out to my car? Leg day is brutal. No means no, Ben. That's right. But yeah, getting back to that NASCAR thing. So yeah, I became a big Tony Stewart guy. I loved Tony, and I loved the personalities. There was good. Tony Stewart and Jeff Gordon had a rivalry. Rusty Wallace and Ricky Rudd had a really good rivalry. Dale Earnhardt and yeah, I saw Darrell Waltrip at the end of his career, so I never understood how good of a racer Darrell Waltrip was in his day. He sucked when I started. Well, it was his last year. He was awful. That dude, I would always laugh. I come into the work the next day, talk to my buddy Mike, and say, Mike, what the hell does it mean that he pulled into the garage? You would never know Darrell Waltrip pulled into the garage because the camera never picked up Darrell Waltrip because he was always in the damn back. We used to call him dead ass last Waltrip. He was always dead ass last. I sit him, I go, what the hell does it mean he pulled in for handling? The hell does that mean? Like you'd see carburetor, engine, flat tire, wreck, like when they were listed in the paper. This is how long ago it was. They'd be in the newspaper as to why were their position running. A lot of times it was running. But if they went in the garage and ended early, it would always give you the reason why they ended the race early. They would say handling. I'd say, Mike, what the hell does that mean? Handling. What the hell is that? He goes, his arms got tired. It's like Darrell Waltrip Bull, man. His arms are tired. He can't race 500 miles anymore. NASCAR was good. It lost its personality. It lost its personality. I don't like the stage racing. I don't like the race for the chase. I don't like any of that stuff. I understand Matt Kenseth won a title, winning one race or whatever it was the one year, and they didn't like that. So that's fine. You can put more points for winning a race. I get it. Give the guy 210 points and the second place guy 180. Make the wins more valuable. Why did you have to change the entire structure of the point system? And I don't like the cars anymore. Things aren't the same. They got rid of Rockingham. Bristol's not what he used to be. Like Bristol was one lane. You got hung out on the outside. You were going backwards. That doesn't happen anymore. I don't like it. I don't like the way they did. Too many cookie cutter tracks, Chicagoland, Kansas. They're all the same. NASCAR lost its personality to me. That's why I got away from it. I mean, I still watched it, but I definitely wasn't like as into it as I was. I still rooted for Tony, but when Tony left and became part of Stewart-Haas Racing, I still rooted for Tony, but I became a Joey Logano fan. I just stayed with Home Depot. Like I was a Home Depot car guy. So I rooted for Logano when he was in it. I rooted for Eric Jones when he was in it. And I rooted for Matt Kenseth when he was in it. Then Home Depot left. Whatever. Like I said, I am a casual. I watch the restrictor plate racing. I don't like the fact that only like 8 people have a chance to win every week. That's the other thing. The competition level in NASCAR sucks. It's 8 people. Every week, one of 8 people has a chance to win. Even in 2000, when you knew a lot of guys weren't going to win, they still had a chance. Like guys like Johnny Benson and Dave Blaney would run up near the front. Like you always thought they had a chance. You knew certain guys didn't. You knew Darrell Waltrip was never winning a race. You knew Kyle Petty was never winning a race. You knew John Andretti was never winning a race. But there was always an outside chance that somebody did sneak up and get one. Like that doesn't happen anymore. And there was more than just 8 guys. Mark Martin could win. Matt Kenseth could win. Any Roush car could win. Tony Stewart could win. Bobby Labonte could win. Dale Earnhardt could win. Dale Earnhardt Jr. could win. Ryan Newman could win back then. Jimmy Johnson. There was 18 guys a week that had a good opportunity to win. So I don't like the way like I said, it lost its personality to me. So, E. Capone, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Brilly. Let's go, Baddog. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. Derek Giantsman, yes, I went to New Hampshire twice. I went to New Hampshire twice. The first time was 2001. They postponed the race in September. They ran it in New Hampshire. Is it June and September? They ran there in the summer, and they ran there in the late summer. But because of 9/11, they canceled everything that week, and they rescheduled it for Black Friday. And I remember the drivers making a big deal about, the track's not going to hold the grip, the tire's going to slide because it's cold up here in late November. It's cold. It's usually in the 30s. And New Hampshire is actually a little north of me, so even colder. It's gorgeous. It was like 52 and sunny. It had great seats because nobody really went to it. It was kind of a makeup race. The championship was already decided, and I know that NASCAR, they say, well, the championship decided was going to go watch the race. I can tell you this, that's BS. People didn't go to the race to watch their guy contend for a championship. You could say that about anything. There's still guys that can't win a championship that last race of the season. But if the championship was already decided, you went to the race hoping your guy won a race. It was a big deal to win a race. So you had your favorites. You went to watch them. But it was decided, right? Jeff Gordon was the champion. Tony Stewart was battling for second. So I went there. I had great seats. Like I said, not a lot of people went there. I was right on pit road, almost near the start-finish line. I was about 15 rows up. And New Hampshire is kind of flat. It was a flat track. So you really could see the cars really well. Now, as you get into steeper banking tracks, you wanted to sit up higher because if you were down low, you couldn't see the cars. They race against the wall like Daytona. I've never been to Daytona, but it's like 31 degree banking. So you really couldn't see the cars. Now, when we went to Dover, I went to Dover, Delaware for a race. That has like 24 degrees banking. It wasn't as flat. We were up high, but still we were up a little bit higher, had good seats there too. But when they would go around, you had a hard time seeing because the banking was steep. When they went up against the wall, you couldn't really see them because it's tilted. Then I went all the way to North Carolina for the Coca-Cola 600. That was a terrible weekend. It rained like you wouldn't freaking believe. It rained and rained and rained. We had to stay at a campsite with a tent. That freaking sucked. That was so bad. Tony Stewart had the best car by a mile. Rain delay. Started up again. The race was delayed anyway. Started late. Tony was killing it. Rain delay. Come out of the rain delay. Tony Stewart killing it. Rain delay. Come out of the third rain delay. Tony Stewart driving off. He wins this race without a doubt. I remember Jeff Burton. I think it was Jeff Burton. It was a lap down. And at one point, he just sucks Tony Stewart up. I'm like, oh, shit. Something's wrong with Tony's car. I had the scanner. And Tony says, I got to go to church. Tony had been in a bad rut at that point. He was having a lot of bad luck. Getting in wrecks, engines blowing. And I remember his carburetor went. And he had to go in the garage for God knows how many laps. And he came back out. He finished like 38th. That's the worst thing about going to a NASCAR race. Your driver gets caught up in a wreck or has something like that shit happen and they have no chance to win and you're stuck there for 4 hours. That sucks. That's the worst. That's the worst thing about going to a NASCAR. The atmosphere is cool. The smell of the octane, the roar of the engine. I mean, if you like cars and you like horsepower, you should go to a NASCAR race. They're awesome. The atmosphere is great. It really is. Like, I'm not even a big NASCAR fan anymore. I would still go to New Hampshire and watch a race. I like the atmosphere that much. Anyway, Tony finishes 38th, whatever the hell it was. Jimmy Johnson ends up winning. The race is supposed to go 400 laps. They ended at 282. That was bad. Then I went to New Hampshire the next year. I believe 2004 was the first year. I want to say it was the first year of the race for the Chase. It was different. They took the top 10 guys in points, and those top 10 guys battled out, and whoever had the most points at the end of those 10 races or whatever it was won it. Again, Tony's having a good race. Tony's having a good race. He led a couple laps. He was running top 5. And I don't remember if it was Jeremy Mayfield and Robbie Gordon sucked. You want to talk about a guy that I hated? Robbie Gordon was ass. Every freaking week, Robbie Gordon caused a wreck. Every one of them. It's funny, the first New Hampshire race I went to, Robbie Gordon actually won that thing. But he was so bad. That dude caused so many wrecks in the track. If I'm not mistaken, it was Robbie Gordon and Jamie Mayfield got in a tussle. Tony Stewart ran into the accident. He was out of the race with like 40 laps in. You just sit there. That sucked too. That was the last race I went to. I always wanted to go to Bristol. It was impossible to get to a Bristol race. I could go now. Nobody goes to races anymore. Couldn't get a ticket to Bristol. I wanted to go to Richmond. I always liked the Richmond track, the 3/4 mile oval. I liked that. I always wanted to go to Richmond. And what was the other one? Richmond, Bristol, and there was one other track. I like Pocono. I wouldn't go to Pocono. It's too big. You can't see anything because it's like 2 3/4 miles or 2 2/3 miles. It's a big track. I never wanted to go to Daytona. That didn't really, again, too big of a track. I like the miles, the mile or the mile and a half, because you could see everything. What the hell was the other track I wanted to go to? I thought Darlington would have been cool. So I was big into NASCAR for a good 6 years, like a diehard NASCAR fan. But it kind of went away. And, I see David said, I always root for Jeff Gordon. See, I didn't like Jeff Gordon because he was popular. And I think it was the cool thing to do was to hate on Jeff Gordon. But I can tell you this, when he retired, you knew NASCAR had lost something. You knew it. When Dale Earnhardt passed away, obviously you knew. I don't think it ever recovered from that. I don't think NASCAR ever recovered from that, from his death. I don't think it did. I remember I cried my eyes out when I found out he passed away. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe that had happened. But I knew like Jeff Gordon's last year, I definitely rooted for Jeff Gordon because he meant a lot to the sport. And it's like with anybody, when you dislike a player for a team, but they've been great and they're great and they're one of the greatest you've ever seen. Their last year, you're going to root for them. If you have any passion for the sport, you'd always give respect to the guys that meant a lot to it. And Jeff Gordon certainly meant a ton to NASCAR. So I definitely rooted for him his final year. Tony Stewart, those guys. Jimmy, I hated Jimmy Johnson. Hated him. But I know he meant a lot to the sport. And again, I didn't really pay attention to Jimmy Johnson. That was really when it started to happen, was when Jimmy Johnson was winning every year. I got sick of that. I got sick of that shit. I got sick and tired of Jimmy Johnson winning every year because of the race for the Chase. I just got sick of it. I got sick of watching that every freaking year. I did. I wanted somebody else to win the damn thing. I was never a big Kevin Harvick guy. Kevin Harvick's a good, very good. I mean, Hall of Famer, one of the best out there. But I was never a Kevin Harvick guy. Thoughts on the Yankees this year? Danny, I don't know. The Yankees ran it back. I'm not impressed. They had a Carlos Rodon. They got the same team. They're not good enough to beat Houston. Unless they make more trades or somebody ultimately surprises me out of the farm system, like if Peraza or Volpe comes up and they kill it. I don't see how we improved outside of getting Carlos Rodon. Everybody has injuries. I'm not going to worry about the injuries. Everybody has injuries. They didn't do enough to beat Houston, in my opinion. Like I said, unless one of these guys comes out and surprises me, I can't see it. Jimmy Johnson went to Indy? I didn't know that. Most of the guys come from the Indy Racing League. Tony came from the Indy Racing League. Terry, that's the one. Terry, that's the one. Martinsville. Martinsville was the other one that I wanted to go to. That was a half-mile paperclip. That was, thank you. That was the other one. Martinsville was the other track that I wanted to go to. Again, I like the short tracks too because a lot of bumping, right? A lot of bumping, one lane, a lot of wrecks, a lot of tempers. That's what made NASCAR. Bristol, the Bristol night race was the hottest thing going in 2001. Everybody that you had guys at each other's throats it was great. NASCAR lost that. I love that. I love it. Somebody always was getting it. Always. Bristol. 18 wrecks. Not that you're looking for somebody to wreck, but it was entertaining. You know what I mean? You're not looking for somebody to get hurt. But there's no doubt somebody gets spun out. They run into a wall. They get out of the car, flip the guy off, throw something at him. They'd interview him. Yeah, that guy sucks, whatever. I'm going to get him. I'm going to come out there. We're going to, obviously we had it. You know what I loved? You know what I loved about NASCAR? These guys get wrecks. You go to a guy like Mike Skinner. Mike Skinner absolutely sucked. Robbie Gordon sucked. Kyle Petty sucked. We're talking guys that never finished a race. They always wrecked. They always had something going on. Oh, Kyle was going, well, the STP Ford was running really whatever the hell he drove. That was we had a really good car tonight. We just needed to make a couple adjustments and we were going to run top 10. Oh, bullshit. Your car sucked. You were already 4 laps down. Well, we got in the wreck and blah, blah, blah. That guy can't drive. I loved that. That's gone. I loved that, though. That was fun. NASCAR is fun. I still will go back on YouTube because you can watch them. They have all kinds of races from like 1995 to 2001. I also say Fox getting NASCAR hurt NASCAR's personality, in my opinion. To listen to Dr. Jerry Punch and Benny Parsons do a race. Who was the other guy? He was on RPN radio. I can't think of his name. Those guys, Ned Jarrett, those guys doing the races on ESPN, so authentic to me. You can go back and watch a lot of those races, and they're really good. Like I'll watch races from 2001, 2002, just because, especially the Bristol ones. They were just a lot of fun. And I loved Darlington. There wasn't a lot of wrecks at Darlington. Most people wrecked themselves coming off turn 4 because of the way it chewed the tires up. Asia, my lady, thank you, Rita, member, for 39 months. I appreciate you. She says, I'm having a rough winter. I'm sorry to hear that. I am too, Asia. I am also having a rough winter, so I understand how it goes. This has not been my best start to a year. Let's just put it that way. But we're still doing this 24-hour thing. Why not? And I don't know what pee break are we on, because here we go again. I got to pee. This is becoming an hourly thing. So I'm going to go potty. We have to get something to eat here eventually. Which when I eat, we'll turn the camera off. Like I said, it's going to be a lot of pancakes I can wolf down without a problem. So I'm going to go potty real quick. You guys hit the like, hit the subscribe button, ring the bell. Thank you for being here. I'll be right back. All righty, number 4. Potty break number 4. Oh, Easy Lopez has got 2 jobs now. Yeah, I know that life, man. I know that life. Too many left turns. Well, road courses have right and left turns. But hey, do the Rangers play today? They do, right? Let's see. What time are they on? Rangers to 10 o'clock. Yes. I got some. Oh, All-Star Saturday night. That should be done by then. Well, we're definitely watching the Rangers tonight. 10 o'clock, they play the Flames. We'll definitely watch that. We'll definitely watch that. Definitely watch that. But yeah, baby. Excited about what show. Listen, I'm excited about what Shane and Dable are going to do too. The Giants, man, they had a great year, and I'm going to believe in these guys. The fact that they got as much out of these guys as they did is unbelievable, and I want to see what they can do. They have direction. They have a plan. I think it's pretty obvious. I know sometime this week, Patty Train and me and Chris are going to do a show, the salary cap show. I know she reached out to us on Twitter, so I don't know what day, but we'll do that sometime this week for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best to do the Yankees once a week. I love doing the Yankee games, and it would probably be on a Wednesday. It's usually the day I don't go to the gym. I really do. There will be more Yankee content. Chris and I have talked about doing it. We're going to do a baseball show this year. I may, again, this is the bit, I'm not promising anything, but there may be some nights after a Yankee game, I just do like a half an hour live post game show and talk about it, or 20 minutes. I definitely plan on doing more Yankee stuff this year. Pete and I are, we're going to be doing a show starting soon. I definitely want to do more games with Pete. I have a lot of fun streaming with Pete from NYY News. He's like my brother from another mother. Very similar to me. Very similar personality, which that's a good thing. It might be too much for some people. Pete and I we don't pull any punches. We're going to tell you exactly what the hell the state of the Yankees are. But I do want to do more games with Pete for sure. That's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. But I say it all the time, the crowds are the smallest of any sport I do by a mile when I do the Yankees, but it does not matter. I love calling baseball games. That's always been my passion. It was always my dream was to be, call a baseball game. That's why I love what I do on here, because it's allowed me the opportunity to live out my dream, in certain aspects. Being able to call, I've always wanted to do that, and I can do it with my own flair. I don't need to be unbiased. I don't need to pull punches. I don't need to filter myself. You know what I mean? I can do it the way I want to do it, and that's fun. Derek, probably once a week. That's what my goal is all the time. Like I said, it's usually Wednesdays. Sometimes if it's a Sunday night game, I can do that too. But I got Pete does pretty much every game for NYY News. So if you're not subscribed to NYY News TV, subscribe, because he does, and like I said, he's awesome. He's funny as hell. Really good at what he does. Diehard Yankee fan. Like I said, he's like a brother from another mother. But he does a lot of the games. If there's 162 games, he probably does 140 of them. He does a lot of games. Like I said, I'll try to do one a week if possible. Dominic says, I hate the Lightning. I hope and pray the Knights whoop that ass. I like Dominic's using the peach. Like Benjamin likes to use the peach. Chris Lee, again, this time of year for football is definitely dead until the middle of March. And then we start to pick it up, and we start to pick it up. The draft will be here before you know it. It'll be here before you know it. Yankees should clean house. Terry, the thing is, Hal's a wuss. Cashman blows. Yankees aren't going to win anything as long. All right, Pete and I are going to have some really good rants this year. Dash, you want a rant? I can tell you, I'm going to be ranting on the Yankees a lot. I can already tell. I hate the fact that Josh Donaldson, thank you for dropping the link to Pete's channel, by the way, Dar Johnson, I appreciate it. They went over 10,000 subscribers last year. Pete's a hardworking guy. I always respect the people that work their ass off. I respect that. But I'm telling you, man, the Yankees, they should have got rid of Donaldson. The guy is a trash can. IKF, I'm fine with IKF being on the team. He should be a utility infielder. He sits on a bench. Gleyber Torres needs a day off. You play him at second. If Volpe comes up or Cabrera, Peraza, play him at short. They should have got a damn third baseman. What they should have. Now, there's still talk about Manny Machado. I don't see that happening. But, you can keep IKF. Aaron Hicks blows. Why the hell they just haven't got rid of this dude? Just designate him for assignment. Get him the hell off the team. The guy is ass. I was talking about Gary Sanchez with the Yankees. Let's never bring him back. Aaron Hicks blows. Aaron Hicks sucks. Too many sucky guys on the Yankees. Glad we got my guy Tommy Canley back, though. Local kid. Always liked Tommy. He said dealt with some injuries, but Tommy Canley has had a very successful major league career. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Seeing what he's done. He's put together a nice career. I do. That's right, Brad. I do. I know a guy that does cement shoes for Hicks. I can't stand him. He blows. The coup de grace was when that ball landed when he misplayed the ball in left field. And he hit the ball. He couldn't catch it. And then he sat there thinking it was a foul ball. He blows. He sucks. He can't hit. He can't run. I'm 30-30. 30 what? The dude stole 56 bases in 9 years in Major League Baseball. You think you're just going to steal 30 bases all of a sudden in 1 year when you're like 34 years old or whatever the hell he is? Come on, dude. Be real. And you got to get on base 30 times to steal 30 bases, well, at least 15. Yes. John McDavid dropped a link to becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate it. Do I want Manny Machado? Yeah, if it means getting rid of I'd take Manny Machado any day. Get rid of Josh Donaldson. Give me Manny Machado. I'll take Manny Machado. What happened to the bunt? I don't know. Analytics. I say it all the time. Analytics, nice tool. You can use them for things. That's not the way you build a baseball team, especially when your analytical department sucks. And our analytical department is ass. Terrible. It's not good. The Dodgers analytical department, really good. Ours, really bad. Now, from what I understand, they outlawed the shift or some part of the shift. So maybe that'll make guys hit for better averages. But it's hard. And somebody asked about baseball, like the new rules and the bat flip and all this stuff. Will that bring new people into baseball? Baseball is already a slow-paced sport. But when you're sitting there watching guys swing and miss and you're watching guys strike out 16 times a game, that is not exciting. That is not exciting. When 14 of the 27 outs are made because of strikeouts, and you have 3 guys that hit solo home runs, and you have 4 hits in the entire game, and you lose 6-3, that is not exciting. There's no more stolen bases. That was exciting. Stolen bases were exciting. If you grew up in my era, in the 80s, you can't tell me Ricky Henderson was not the most exciting baseball player in the league. Ricky, super exciting. Even Darryl Strawberry. Darryl Strawberry was a 30-30 guy. Eric Davis, one of the most underrated hitters of the 80s, dealt with a lot of injuries. Eric Davis was a superstar for the Cincinnati Reds. Early Barry Bonds, 30-30 every year. Guys legging out triples because they hit the ball in the gap. Things are way different now. It is. It's hard if you're 10 and you're looking for a sport. It's just hard to sit there and watch a guy, 14 guys strike out a night. It's the whole reason the National League ditched the pitcher hitting and added the DH is because people are like, I don't want to watch the pitcher hit because what are they going to do? They're going to strike out. What the hell's the difference? The only difference is a pitcher's not going to hit a home run. But God almighty, the batters strike out as much as the pitchers. Batters strike out 200 times a year. They strike out a third of their freaking plate appearances. It used to be a walk of shame. It used to be embarrassing if you struck out 100 times a year. Now it's normal. That started with Ryan Howard. Although Ryan Howard struck out 200 times a year, hit 50 homers, nobody gave a damn. And that's kind of the way when the game changed. So, pitch clock and bigger bases should see more. They're bigger. I didn't know they were bigger. Somebody showed one of my guys in my text messages showed the difference in bases. I thought they made the bases smaller. I didn't realize the ones on the ground were the big ones. We'll see if there's more bunts. The only thing I can say, Brad, is again, these guys, the way they're paid nowadays, they really don't look at batting average, which is a shame because batting average is very important. They talk about, on base percentage. Yeah, no shit, but batting average is part of on base percentage. Oh, this guy hits 227 as opposed to a guy that hits 327. Who the hell do you think is going to have a higher on base percentage? If you're hitting 227, you're not walking. You're striking out a lot. Guys that walk have higher averages because the likelihood of you putting the ball in play and getting hit are slim. That's why when you fail 70% of the time in your entire career, you're a Hall of Famer. So, yeah, on base percentage has a lot to do with freaking batting average. Batting average is extremely important. I don't know when the hell it became not important, but I can tell you this. It's important. But the bunting aspect, again, the players aren't paid on this anymore. They're paid on home runs, which is why they all freaking take all these shots and hit home runs. It's a home run or nothing. I hate it, So, I don't know. Right. Hitting 300 means something. Remember Tony Gwynn? Yeah, that was 1994. He hit 394. 94 is a bad year for a strike. The Yankees are the best team in the American League. I'd never seen them in the playoffs. They were going to the playoffs in 94. Tony Gwynn was hitting 394. Chance at 400. Last time anybody's actually come close to hitting 400 was that year. He had a chance. That'll never be done. You'll never see anybody hit 400 again. That's it. Hasn't been done in 80 years. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. 1941, that says last time anybody hit 400. Ted Williams, 4.6. Didn't win the MVP that year. Joe DiMaggio won the MVP that year. Actually, I think both times Ted Williams hit 400. I'm sorry, not both times. Both times Ted Williams won the Triple Crown, he didn't win the MVP. He didn't win the MVP when he hit 4.6 either. Ted Williams is the greatest hitter ever, by the way. I hate the Red Sox. Ted Williams is the greatest hitter of all time. The dude lost 4 years in his prime to serving in the war. Ted Williams is the greatest hitter ever. But that will never be done again. And you're not going to see guys like Ichiro. You're not going to see guys that have 250 hits and hit, 348 or 360 with 8 homers. That's not going to happen. To me, I just like guys that get on base and run the bases. Ichiro was an exciting player. But I think that's why I'm serious. I think that's why baseball fails the way it does. And you're not doing the sport any favors or trying to grow the sport by putting shit on Amazon Prime. Taking teams out of their local market and making people pay for Amazon Prime, that's not good business at all. Oh, I have an idea. Our ratings stink. Let's make people pay to watch the Yankees in New York. That's a good idea. That'll grow the audience. Come on. They're doing it wrong. Commissioner's an idiot. Then again, most commissioners are idiots. Right, he fought World War II in Korea. He lost like 3.5, 4 years to serving for the country in his prime. You know, exactly. There's no more fundamentals. And I go back to Michael K. stealing my damn video when I talked about fundamentals. I mean, it means something. That rant I went on at the beginning of the year last year when the Yankees got to a bad start, Michael K. took word for word what I said in my video. Plagiarized me is what he did. Totally plagiarized me. What's going on, Brandon? It was a compliment. There's a compliment that whoever did that, whoever found that video and gave that to Michael K., it was a compliment to me that they thought highly enough of that video to use it on his show. But at the same time, give me a little credit. Give me some credit. Hey, this is from this guy, Baddog Sports on YouTube, and he makes a good point. You could have done that. You don't need to just steal what I said. And I know media outlets steal content creators crap all the time. Not just from me. I've seen it happen with other people too. Remember Phil Rizzuto? Oh, that's when I grew up, Vinny. WPIX Channel 11 New York. Scooter, Bill White, Spencer Ross. Those are the guys I grew up with. I always remember Spencer Ross's "Say Goodbye." That was always his thing. Hey, Mike Pagliarulo, this bud's for you. Well, you know what happens every time a Yankee hits home run? Hey, Dave Winfield, this bud's for you. Hey, Bobby Meacham. That didn't happen very often. Bobby Meacham didn't get very many buds because Bobby Meacham didn't hit home runs, hit 220, and threw the ball into the stands. He sucked. God, the right side of our infield was such trash when I was growing up as a Yankee fan. Pagliarulo was okay. Pags hit for power. Wasn't the greatest player. I did like Pags. But God, you had Wayne Tollison over there, Alvaro Espinoza over there, Bobby Meacham over there. That was bad. That shortstop lineage blew until we got Tony Fernandez. And then Jeter, obviously. But God, the Yankee shortstops when I was a kid, they were freaking horrendous. Third base, Tom Brookins was over there. Dale Berra. He freaking sucked. Mike Gallego. It was bad. But I was going outside of it. When we got past 1987, the Yankees became a bad team. You remember those Bud shoutouts? That was great. What's going on, Nick? How you doing? The Giants are going to try. I think the Giants are going to try to sign them both. I really do. I think they want them both back. We'll see what happens. Bobby Meacham, he sucked. God, he sucked. Boy, the Yankees were a trick. That's what happens. See, Yankee fans are spoiled. I completely admit that. I'm a spoiled Yankee fan. I admit this because when I was growing up, they were really good in 85. That was the year I absolutely fell in love with the Yankees. 1985, we went to a lot of games. There was no StubHub. There was no eBay. There was no internet. There was no nothing. We would drive from upstate New York all the way down to the Bronx and get the tickets right at the door, $5. Now, we usually sat in the shitty seats, but it didn't matter. We sat in the bleachers or the upper deck. I didn't care. I just wanted to watch the Yankees. And we were down a lot. And Mattingly won the MVP that year. I just fell in love with the Yankees in 85. And they had a chance at the end. They lost to Toronto. Joe Cali pitched like shit in that second game in Toronto. And we ended up losing. Won 97 games. Got off to a really bad start. They got red hot in August and September. Man, the Yankees couldn't lose in August and September that year. Mattingly was just going off. And then 86, they never were really in it in 86. Boston had a really good team that year. Yankees were never really in it. 87, they were in first place at the beginning of August, and then they completely and utterly collapsed in August. They fell apart, and I think Detroit won. I want to say Detroit. Did Detroit win the division? I think Detroit won the division in 87. I'm pretty sure that was the year that the Braves traded Doyle Alexander to the Tigers for John Smoltz. I want to say that was the year. Maybe that was the next year. I don't know. I think the Tigers weren't there. Anyway, then 88 came. The Yankees started to fall apart. 89, 90, 91, 92. They were god-awful. They just sucked. Then 93, they became relevant again. Bob Watson, Gene Michael, they started to hold on to their players. They went out, they got Jimmy Key, they got Wade Boggs, they got Paul O'Neill. They started to become a really good team. Then 94, like I said, they had the best team in the American League. Strike hit sucked. 95, they got off to a bad start. They finished red hot, got the wild card, had my heart broken against Seattle. Literally, the only been a couple of times I've cried out of sadness. That was one of them. 94 Knicks were another one. I cried for both of those. And then 96 happened. They won the World Series. 97, the only time Mariano Rivera, the only loss Mariano Rivera ever took in his career in the postseason. Oh no, he didn't lose that game. I don't think he lost. I think that was his loss. The Diamondbacks game was his only loss. Anyway, he gave up the home run to Alomar. And 97 was what it was. Cleveland was a good team. We lost. Then 98, 99, 98, 99, 2000. Went 3 in a row. 2001, we're 3 outs away from winning another one. And then the Yankees start spending money. They get Jason Giambi. They get Alex Rodriguez. They get Kevin Brown, who was trash. But they get Mike Mussina. They start getting like the greatest players in baseball. So not only are the Yankees winning championships, now they're getting the biggest superstars in the face of the planet, Gary Sheffield. And you start to expect them to win. That's how you become a spoiled Yankee fan. Before me, a lot of Yankee fans grew up with that thing. But in 96, I wasn't spoiled. I was so thankful for them getting there. And now it's like it's not enough. They get to the ALCS and they don't get their World Series, and I'm pissed off. That's what happens. You become spoiled. That's how you become spoiled. You see your team win too much. You start to get a little sense of entitlement. Yankee fans have that because of where a lot of us came from. Now, the younger generation probably does not have that. They haven't seen it. They're going through what I went through in the 80s. Now, the 80s, we had some bad teams, but you're not seeing them win a World Series. The Yankees didn't win a World Series from 1978 to 96. That was like the longest gap in their history. They had a gap where they didn't win from 62 to 77, and they were also in the World Series in 64. They lost in 7 games. But they were not good. Now they're competitive, but Yankee fans, it's like a lot like Giants fans. Giants fans that are 18 years old right now do not remember the Giants being good. They got to see them be good this year. Yankee fans that are 18 years old are still in high school. They don't know what it is to see Yankees win a World Series. And I didn't either. My whole throughout high school, they didn't win anything for me. When I was out of high school, they did win. And then again, I became spoiled. Captain Trips, thank you for super chat. I appreciate you. Brilly, my friend. But I'm going to watch XFL at 3 o'clock. I probably won't give it a chance. I talked about this before. And I don't even know who I'm rooting for. If there's a New York team, I would root for the New York team. But I talked about this before, Captain Trips. The reason the XFL and the USF fail is because of this. Number one, the product is not the NFL. And I think we know that. It's the equivalent of watching minor league baseball. That's what it is. It's a secondary league. It's not NFL talent. It's the equivalent of watching minor league baseball. The other thing that happens is especially up in the northern part of the country. As the XFL and the USFL get underway, the weather gets nicer. And when it's obviously today not, because it's February up here, it's cold. But when it's 70 degrees and sunny on a Saturday, I don't want to be sitting in my house watching the XFL or the USFL. I want to be out grilling. I want to be out walking. I want to be outside relaxing and enjoying the weather and listening to a baseball game. Like that's more what I'd like to do, is being outside on the porch, grilling, at the in-laws, hanging out, just enjoying life. That's what Saturdays are. During the winter, yeah. The NFL's great anyway, but up here in the north, when you're talking Chicago, Cincinnati, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin, New York, Massachusetts, Philadelphia, Seattle, it's a little warmer there, but whatever. You're talking these cold cities in the middle of December, on a Sunday, you're not going to go out and hang out. They got a really good thing there. I don't want to sit in the house on a Saturday when it's nice outside and watch the XFL. So that's why I don't give it a chance. Or the USFL. I don't give them a chance because Saturdays are normally my day to just do things. Sunday is always a day of decompression. I got to go back to work. I like to sit down. I like to go to the gym to hit legs, come home and watch the Giants or watch football and decompress and get ready for the work week. Saturday, I don't like to be in the house, even when it's crappy out. I don't really like being here. I like to get out and do stuff. Just get out. If it's just going to dinner, which I can't wait to do that with my wife tomorrow. Like I keep saying to myself, I know in 12 hours it's going to be I'm going to be exhausted 3-4 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to be so tired doing this, and I'm going to want to stop. And I'm just going to have to keep telling myself, like, I'm so motivated. I cannot wait to go out to dinner with my wife. Like I'm just looking forward to that. Like, I know once I finish this stream, I'm going to go upstairs. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to get up, shower, and then we're going to go to dinner and do something afterwards. I'm just looking forward to that. I don't like being in the house, especially when it's nice. I want to be out doing things. So favorite Yankee moment was Jim Layert's fouling. Oh, the Mark Wohlers. Yeah, I remember that one like it was yes. So I remember this. This is another time I cried. When we lost game 2 to the Braves in 96, I remember going to bed crying. I remember thinking to myself, I didn't like when the Yankees lost to Seattle, I bawled my eyes out. Like I was inconsolable. I'd never seen the Yankees in the playoffs. They made the World Series in 81. I was too young to understand, or I wasn't watching baseball. And like I said, I have such a deep love for the Yankees. I couldn't sleep. Like I bawled my eyes out. It killed me. It killed me. 96, I remember laying in bed after they lost. And I remember I wasn't bawling, but I remember I remember laying there and the tears just running down my face. And I'm thinking, I'm never going to see these guys win a World Series. Like I just kept thinking to myself, I'm never going to see them win. 94 is our year. They take it away. 95, we lose in the most heartbreaking fashion, which is one of the greatest series in the history of baseball. It's such a good series. Now I can look back at it 28 years later, and I can watch it without a problem. I still get pissed off at Jack McDowell. He sucked. You want to talk about all the guys that came in, we get these pitchers, and they're trash. He was another one. The guy won a Cy Young in Chicago. He's ass for us. Kevin Brown sucked for us. Randy Johnson sucked for us. Anyway, I still get mad at that freaking hanging curveball. And I still have nightmares about Edgar Martinez, that son of a bitch. We could never get that guy out. Edgar Martinez and Ken Griffey Jr. came up every freaking inning, just like Manny Ramirez and David Ortiz did later, in the 2000s. I swear to God, they were up every freaking inning. And we could never get through those two freaking guys. But that hurt. Now, I just remember saying, I'm never going to see these guys win. My dad had, he had the early 60s and he had the 70s. My grandfather got to see them all. He got to see DiMaggio and he got to see Mantle and he got to see Ruth at the end of his career. My grandfather was born in 1919. He saw all the All the dynasties. He saw Barrett. He saw 5 in a row in the 50s. He saw where they won. We were in the World Series every year in the 50s except for 2. They weren't there in 55 and they weren't there in 59, I think. Then they were there at 60, 61, 62, 64. My grandfather saw them all. I never had my dynasty. I didn't have it. So I was upset. But then they came back and they won. And I can tell you, they won game 3. I felt good. I'm like, all right, we're back in the series. And then another shitty ass pitcher that was good for another team absolutely sucked for us. And he sucked for the Mets. You can ask the Mets fans. Kenny freaking Rogers comes out and sucks. Absolutely sucks in game 4. Gives up a homer to Marquise Grissom. We're down 6-0 before you can blink an eye. 5th inning, I think it was the 5th. It might have been the 6th inning. We scored 3 runs, but I remember the Yankees had a big threat. They had 1st and 2nd, nobody out. And then Mike Bielecki, of all pitchers, Mike Bielecki comes in there. Because I'm thinking we're going to get at least another run. It's going to be Dire Giants fan shout. 420 crew, you know what to do. Carew, smoke them because you got them. It is 420 in East Australia. 420 for everybody down under. So Kenny Rogers sucks. I'm thinking we get 3 runs back. I'm thinking, okay, we're gonna get another run. It's gonna be 6-4 in this game. Bielecki comes in, strikes out the next 3 freaking guys. Whatever. Then the Leyritz thing happens. And I can remember Leyritz being all over. Mark Wohlers threw hard. Mark Wohlers threw near 100 miles an hour. That was not common in 96. It is commonplace nowadays for guys that throw 100 miles an hour. Everybody throws a freaking 100 miles an hour. That's common. An average fastball is probably like 94 nowadays. 93, 94, 95. That's average. Back in 96, the average fastball was probably 91. Guys did not throw 100 miles an hour. It was rare. Wohlers did. Wohlers threw 97, 98, 99 consistently. Leyritz was all over that fastball. Oh, he just kept fouling it straight back. And Wohlers, I do remember Tim McCarver, who just recently passed away. Rest in peace. Tim McCarver was a great announcer. I remember McCarver saying he's going to the slider too much. And he kept going to the slider. And he said that you want to be beat with your best pitch, not your third best pitch. But he got scared because Leyritz was squaring that fastball up. And he was trying to change speeds. And Wohlers threw that slider and he hung it. And when Leyritz hit it at first, it doesn't look like it's going out. Where the thing just kept carrying and carrying and carrying. And when it went over the fence, I let out a primal scream like you wouldn't believe. And then, of course, Boggs comes in the 10th, draws the pinch hit, walk with the bases loaded. And I forget who came up next, but I remember Ryan Klesko lost the ball in the lights, and the Yankees ended up scoring another one. We went 8-6. And then Andy Pettitte pitched after Andy Pettitte got rocked by Andrew Jones, was 19 hit 2 homers off him in game 1. Andy Pettitte throws 8 1/3 innings of shutout baseball. We beat John Smoltz 1-0. Smoltz pitched an amazing game. And we won because of, I think it was Marquise Grissom dropped a Cecil Fielder fly ball, and we ended up winning 1-0. And then, of course, Girardi's triple in game 6. And John Wetland always scaring the shit out of you as a Yankee fan. Had to make it. It was 3-1 in the 9th. He had to make it close. Charlie Hayes was this close to ending the game, and he fell into the dugout. It's freaking Mark Lemke up there, and then Mark Lemke hit that pop up in the same spot, and this ball stayed in play, and Hayes caught the ball and again. Then I cried in joy. I just thinking about that. I get choked up now. That is my favorite. Again, I love the Giants with every fiber of my being. There's just something special about the Yankees to me. There's just something about it. I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. Again, it has to do with my childhood, man. Just those days at the park with my dad. there's just something special about baseball to me. So it's like ensconced in my, so that was just such a big deal. That nothing will ever top that for me. That's my favorite New York sports moment of all time. Every Yankee championship was awesome. I mean, the next time we got to the World Series, we won what? We'd won 14 straight World Series games because they won the last 4 in 96. They swept the Padres in 98. They swept the Braves in 99. Then they won the first 2 against the Mets. That's a record that'll probably never be broken. The Yankees won 14 World Series games in a row. Now I've seen all 4 Giants Super Bowls. They're all special. I've cried after every one of them. I cry and joy a lot when my team wins this. I can't help it. I've never got that feeling with the Knicks, unfortunately. Not yet. Someday, I hope. I got to see the Rangers win it in 94. The Knicks 94 season was brutal. 93 and 94, absolutely. They gut 95 too, even though I don't think they were good. I don't think they were as good in 95 as they were in 93 and 94. But Ewing missing that layup in Game 7. Gut-wrenching. The Knicks losing in the middle 90s, gut-wrenching losses. 93, I vividly... After I was so, like I told you, I was mad. Like normally teams lose sad in the postseason. It's a sadness. It's not really a madness. It's a sadness. I was so pissed off after Game 5 of the Eastern Conference. Charles Smith missing all those freaking layups. So pissed. Still pissed. I almost threw up. Like I was so mad. I almost threw up. Because my adrenaline was so high. God, 93 was I think of all the Knicks that I dealt with, that 93 season was the worst. Worse than 94, even when we made it to the finals. And I swear to God, and I will go to my grave saying if Hakeem Olajuwon doesn't get his fingertips on John Starks' 3, we're champions because Starks was on fire. You look at him, he catches, he shoots, shoulders square. Starks was a street guy. That was going in. We win. I swear to God, we're winning that championship. And then Starks had a bad Game 7. Everybody blames Starks. It wasn't Starks' fault. The problem in that series was our best player, Patrick Ewing, was not as good as their best player, which was Hakeem Olajuwon. He just wasn't. But 93, we had the Bulls beat. We had them. We had Jordan's Bulls on the ropes. Let them get off. I wanted to beat Jordan's Bulls. Knicks never beat Jordan's Bulls. They beat Pippen's Bulls in 94. We never beat Jordan. And I always wanted to beat Jordan. I hated Michael Jordan when I could not stand him. Love him now. Love Jordan now. You guys, one of the greatest players in the history of sports. Love him. Could not stand that son of a bitch when he was beating us every year. They beat us in 89. They beat us in 91, 92, 93, 96. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on and on. Sucked. So 93 was probably the most aggravated. The Knicks won 60 games. The Knicks had never won 60 games. I don't believe. I could be wrong. I thought when they won 60 games in 93, they said that was the first time the Knicks had ever won 60 games in a year. And that includes their championship teams in 1970 and 73. So they had the number 1 seed. I think they'd beaten the Bulls 3 out of 4 times that year. 93 sucked. 94, like I said, I wanted the championship. It didn't matter that it was Pippen's Bulls. Yeah, and after 94, we got a new rival. It was called the Indiana Pacers. And again, when we were playing Reggie Miller, I wanted to strangle Reggie Miller. I can remember. No BS. This is when you know you're a stupid kid. Not that you certainly not the TVs we have today. There were tube TVs. So you had to take a sledgehammer and have a hard time breaking a tube TV. For those of you kids who don't know what a tube TV is, it had like a legitimate tube inside the TV that projected the picture. They were heavier than hell. Heavy as hell. Heavy. A 42-inch TV like that weighed like 120 pounds. They are bricks. That game 5 in 94, and Reggie Miller scored 25 freaking points in the fourth quarter and scored 39. We blew a big lead. I remember punching when Reggie Miller kept looking at Spike Lee. I was like, this dude is I was so pissed. He infuriated. I punched the shit out of that. I punched the TV as hard as I could. I almost broke my hand. Dumbass kid. Don't do that. Don't do that stupid shit. It's not worth it. But God, 94, I'm 18 years old. So because I felt like we'd finally gotten past Chicago, and now we're going to lose to the freaking Pacers? Like, that's what I kept thinking. I'm like, we're going to lose to the Pacers? Are you serious? Pissed. Luckily, John Starks kicked ass in Game 6. And then Game 7 was legendary. Patrick Ewing had a great game. He had 24 points, 22 boards, like 6 blocks, 5 steals. Ewing was the man. And of course, he had the putback dunk to win Game 7. And I remember Reggie Miller going down the court and shooting the three. I couldn't breathe. When the three ended up being an air ball, but when I could not breathe. I thought I was going to die because I was scared shitless of Reggie Miller. Scared me. That went up. I couldn't breathe at all. Like my heart went right into my throat. JD, my friend, to thank you for the super chat. There's a big Knicks fan right there. Respect and support to you. Thoughts on Bieniemy in the NFC East? Washington has a very good wide receiver running back groups. Interesting hire. Hoping the Giants have a strong offseason. I think we will have a strong offseason, JD, because I like our front office. I think we have a very smart 21st century analytical-minded front office. I think we'll do fine. Bieniemy's a very good hire for Washington. Washington could be very dangerous if they get a quarterback. They're a quarterback away from really being a seriously good team. I don't know what they're going to do as far as a quarterback goes. Listen, if the Giants do not sign Daniel Jones, I would not be surprised. I think the Giants are going to sign Daniel Jones. But if Jones hit the free agent market, Washington might be the first team in line. Daniel Jones behind a decent offensive line. Terry McLaurin. That'd be pretty good. But yeah, to go back to the Reggie Miller thing, oh my God. Heated. Reggie scared me. And then Game 5 in 97, of course, Ewing misses the layup. I remember not being mad at that, and I remember not being sad. It was disappointment. Again, we weren't beating Chicago in 95 or Orlando in 95. I didn't think we could beat Orlando anyway. The Orlando was really good, and again, Ewing was starting to fall off in 95. He had a lot of injuries to his feet. He wasn't the player that he once was. He constantly had calf issues, knee issues. I mean, it happens to big men. And we were going to have to face a young Shaquille O'Neal in his prime. And Penny Hardaway, who was one of the best point guards in the league. And I didn't like them. I didn't think we were beating Orlando anyway. I just wanted to get there because I was more disappointed that the Knicks season was over. And I wanted to watch more Knicks basketball, as I always did. And then 96, again, we started to fall off. We rebuilt in 97. But 96, we were not beating that Bulls team. One of the greatest teams in the history of basketball. We weren't beating them. And then 97 came around. Right? Allen Houston. Larry Johnson. We were a different team. We got rid of Anthony Mason, but we were a different team. We played the stupid Miami Heat, and that became a rivalry of the late 90s. And when I tell you, I don't know if I hated a team in the NBA, and I hated Jordan's Bulls because, like I said, they always kicked our ass. But they were good. And I knew Chicago was good. So you hated it, but you understood it. They had a really good coach. They had Scottie Pippen, who was really good defender. They had Jordan. They had spot-up shooters like John Paxson, Steve Kerr. They had Horace Grant, who's a really good rebounder. They had a really solid team. That freaking Heat team, I would look at that team and go, they suck. I'm like, Ewing owns Alonzo Mourning's ass. P.J. Brown is trash. I hated Dan Marley. Hated him. Thunder Dan. Screw him. I couldn't stand him. But the guy that I hated, and I don't know if I've ever hated a player more than I hated Tim Hardaway. I could not stand Tim Hardaway. I liked him when he played for Sacramento. I didn't mind him there. When he went to Miami, I hated him. I hated Tim Hardaway. I hated that freaking Heat team. Luckily for us, we kicked their ass every time I played them, except for 97 when David Stern said, ooh, I'm scared of the Knicks. I don't want the Knicks to play Jordan's Bulls in 97. Let's suspend every freaking guy in the team and give Miami the damn that series. Because after that, Ewing whooped their ass in 98, 99, 2000. We got by Miami every freaking year. He also got by Alonzo Mourning in 93 when he played for the Charlotte Hornets. Ewing owned the hell out of Alonzo Mourning. I didn't like him either. I hated that son of a bitch too. I loved him when he played at Georgetown, and I liked him when he was at Charlotte. That Heat team, I don't know if I've ever hated a basketball team more than I hated the Miami Heat in the late 90s. I could not. I didn't like the Celtics in the 80s. But again, they were just really good. To me, I always felt like we were better than Miami. And we were, because we beat the shit out of them every time, except for when we were up 3-1 in that series, and we were going to lose game 5. The Heat were not beating the Knicks in Madison Square Garden in game 6. It was not happening if we were not all suspended. So I just hated that team. Roach, and then of course you had the Alonzo Mourning, Larry Johnson fight in 98 when Jeff Van Gundy had Alonzo Mourning around the ankles. The 90s basketball was great. Roach, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. He says, sup, Baddog? I tune in when you're talking about heartbreaks. Roach, by the way, doing a great job with my guy Josh at the Sports Fury. They always do the Warriors games. Big game when they come out of the All-Star break. Warriors, Lakers. Both teams near the bottom of the West, near the bottom of the Lakers are near the bottom of the Western Conference, but obviously near the play-in round. Nobody's really getting away in the West. Revamped Lakers. Golden State Warriors should be good. He says, my first true heartbreak was us losing to y'all in 2011. I cried all night, didn't go to school the next day. I get it. Because if you're young, and again, that's one of those games, Rocha. When you, and I talked about this earlier, the Giants losing to the Eagles, I hate losing the Eagles. I hate the Eagles. We lose 38-7, right? I hate that. But I can deal with it because I just look at that and go, shit, they were way better than us. And they were. The Eagles are way better than us. We don't have the talent of the Philadelphia Eagles. I look at it and go, the better team won. I don't like it, but I can live with it. With the way the Eagles lost a Super Bowl, I love it for them because I hate Philadelphia. So that's fantastic that they dealt with heartbreak. But game like the 2011 championship, what do you think of? Kyle Williams fumble, right? What if he didn't fumble? If he doesn't fumble, we probably win. You start to replay all the shit in your head that if this would have went this way or that would have done that way or we would have got this or we would have got that or one thing was different, we win. The Giants are not better than us. They were better than us on that day. But you sit there and go, we played that team 10 times. They're not beating us all 10 times. It might be 50-50. You might say they're as good. You might even say they weren't as good. But that type of thing eats away at you. Where you're like, I know we could beat those guys. Like I said, that was me this year. The only damn time I got mad at the Giants losing this season was against Minnesota. And I was only mad because I said, we are just as good as that team. They are not better than us. And it took a 63-yard field goal to beat us. If the game goes to overtime, we win. And that's why I kept saying, I want another shot at Minnesota. I want another shot at Minnesota. They're not better than us. We should have won. And then we played and we did. I wanted a shot at Philadelphia because that would have meant we won a playoff game. And I thought with my heart, not my head of that one, I said we were going to beat Philadelphia. I was thinking with my heart. That's all that was. But, yeah. Yep. Lumber hate him. He's still Mahoney for sticking to the bird. That's right. I loved it myself. I don't like Philadelphia. Oh, well, listen, you're a Niner fan. I'm sure you enjoyed it too, Rocha. I'm sure you enjoyed the hell out of that too, because again, Philadelphia, the final score, yeah, they beat you down. But there's no way in hell, as a Niner fan, when Brock Purdy wins 10 in a row, whatever he'd won, you can sit there and go, well, Jesus, if Brock Purdy was healthy, that the Eagles they may have still won, but they weren't blowing you out. And when Brock Purdy came into the game, because the other, God, who the hell is your fourth string? Johnson? He gets knocked out of the game, and all Purdy can do is hand off, and he become one-dimensional. Well, Jesus. So you got to sit there and think, well, God, if we were healthy, this would have been different. And you don't use injuries as an excuse, but you didn't even have a damn quarterback. You had no quarterback. I was pulling for you guys. You know that. I'm like, just put Christian McCaffrey back there. If nothing else, he can run. Let McCaffrey play quarterback. So, Josh Johnson. That's what I thought it was Josh Johnson. The guy been around forever. That's a great question, Dane. Rocha, who do you want starting? If I'm a Niner, if I'm the Niners, I'm getting rid of Garoppolo. You might as well. I think you win with Brock Purdy. I think you proved you can win with Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy costs no money. Trey Lance, a lot of injuries, hasn't really done much in the NFL. I see if teams are interested in Trey Lance. Honestly. And I will go forward with Brock Purdy. And I try to find a backup like the Giants got with Tyrod Taylor. That's what I like to do. I see if you can get some trade value for Trey Lance. But I don't know. Oh, Rocha wants Trey Lance. I don't see them play, but if you think Trey Lance is better, I understand. They traded a lot to get Trey Lance. But Brock Purdy, to me, cost you nothing. Cost zero against your cap. 49, Nick Foles is a backup. Why not? Why not? Yeah, no, Vinny, I think that also gave me that same level of confidence that because of the way our backups played them, and I thought our defense played well, I didn't think that Jalen Hurts looked the same, but they obviously went very vanilla too. They didn't show us anything. And honestly, Jalen Hurts, he didn't do really anything in that game against us when they won 38-7. They just ran the ball down our throats. They did that the first time they played us. They ran for like 270 yards both games. They were pushing our freaking defensive line back 15 yards on the field. They just kicked the shit out of us. They out-physicaled us that entire game. That's all it is. Do I have Patrick Mahomes? I do not have Patrick Mahomes rookie cards. I really don't collect football cards. Like I said, I had a big Tom Brady collection. I sold them all. Was it last spring or the spring before? I think it was last spring. I sold them all. Confused. I still have a couple Brady rookies, but not like I did. I never bought Patrick Mahomes rookies. I just don't collect. I'm more of a vintage. I bought the Brady stuff back in 2000 and just held on to it. It's not like I bought the Tom Brady stuff after he got really good. I just bought it because it was $1, and I always would buy Bowman Chrome stuff for $1 or rookies for $1. I remember doing that with Jeter too. I bought a bunch of Jeters for $1 in 1994 because he played at Albany Colony. I got to see him play at Albany Colony. But they were $1. They were in dollar boxes. Alex Rodriguez's stuff was expensive because he was the number 1 pick in the draft. And even though Jeter was the 6th overall pick in the draft, his stuff was not what Alex Rodriguez's was in 94. So people kind of forget. I just bought a bunch of Jeter stuff. Now, Jeter didn't become what Brady's stuff did. I'll tell you what, if you bought a bunch of Brock Purdy stuff for $1, because I'm sure it was there, I'm sure Brock Purdy you could have got for $5 an autograph rookie. Who the hell is Brock Purdy? $5 autographs all day. Oh, you over the pack. That shit, Brock Purdy. Who the hell is that? Then they were selling for $3,000 the peak. I wish I would have done that. I wish I was still doing that. I wish I was like, oh, shit, well, Brock Purdy's $5. I'll buy a bunch of Brock Purdy stuff. I wish.
I got lucky with Tom Brady. That was not planned. Now I got very lucky because I bought his stuff. He won the Super Bowl the next year. So I don't buy modern stuff. It's not really my thing. I like vintage Hall of Fame stuff. That's usually what I collect. I like Hall of Famers. I like PSA Hall of Fame stuff. I buy Hall of Fame autographs too. I have a lot. Like I bought, Mariano Rivera stuff. Ernie Banks, Carlton Fisk, Frank Robinson, Warren Spahn, Bill Dickey, Connie Mack, Home Run Baker, Roy Campanella, Lefty Gomez. I got a lot of stuff like that. I don't have a Koufax autograph. I really want one. Koufax is one of my all-time favorite players. I collect a lot of Koufax cards. I don't have a Koufax autograph yet. Junior, how can I be the man when you demand? So Brock Purdy's having surgery. Oh, it makes sense. It makes sense. But he'll be ready to go, I think. What current Giants players do I have jerseys of? McKinney. I bought McKinney. Daniel Jones. Saquon. That might be it. That might be it. Saquon, McKinney, Jones? I don't think I have anybody else. Who's next? I don't know. Like, I really love Kayvon Thibodeau, and I'm a defensive guy. It might be Thibodeau. I don't know, man. If they draft, excuse me, if they draft a corner, I might go that route. I don't know. Do I want a 51 Bowman mantle? Yeah. I can't afford one, but I would freaking love a 51 Bowman mantle. I kick myself in the ass all the time. I think I've told this story too. 6 years ago, no, it's longer than that. 10 years ago, 9 years ago, when I had part in the card shop. I used to do my videos in the card shop. Probably 8 years ago. My buddy who owns a card shop got a 1951 Bowman Mickey Mantle PSA 2. How much? $1,900. I said to my wife, I go, my wife and I, if we're going to make a big purchase like that, that's expensive. So I always will run that by her. Hey, do you mind if I buy this? It's expensive. Vice versa. She's not going to go out and buy a Burberry handbag, which I'm getting that for her birthday. But regardless, she's not going to go out and buy one of those without okaying it. I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to spend this on this. I said, hey, can I get this Mickey Mantle rookie? She said, yeah, you got to work a street corner, though. I should have worked a street corner. Should have worked it because that was my opportunity. Because it's not like 51 Bowman Mantles are regularly available. And if I'm going to buy something like that, I usually like to buy it in person. I don't want to buy something like that off of eBay because I like to see the card. I want to see the flaws. Me, mostly, the thing I care most about is centering. When it comes to a card, I can deal with bent corners or creases or whatever. I also don't like paper loss in the front. If there's a PSA 1 with paper loss in the back and it presents well as a 1, I buy it. Some cards I can only afford a PSA 1. But anyway, that mantle was $1,900. I wish I would have bought it because now a PSA 2 is like, what, $10,000? Never happening. It'll never happen. Unless I hit the lottery, I'll never own that card. There's always cards I'm glad that I bought when I did, and there's always cards I kick myself in the ass that I didn't buy. But at the same time, I can't afford everything. Nobody, well, maybe some people can. I can't. LeBron James may be able to afford whatever the hell he wants. I can't. So you got to pick and choose. I wish I would have bought the 51 Bowman Mantle. I wish I would have done. Who else? There's other cards that I wish I would have bought. That was definitely one of them. Bill Russell, it's another one. A 57 tops Bill Russell. Kick myself in the ass for not buying that. I should have bought that. I'm never be able to buy that. Now. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I probably could get a lower grade one. It's not like Willie Mays. No, I'm not going to be able to get a Willie Mays rookie. And personally, card vibe. I know the 52 man is like the holy grail of post World War II cards. Obviously, it's the biggest. It's the biggest modern day sports card there is. It might be the big. It might be the second behind Honus Wagner. You know, the Honus Wagner T206. I've never liked that 52 mantle card. I could never afford one anyway. But I don't like the card. I honestly, 52 Tops is one of the most historic, because it's the first Tops edition, and Tops is everything when it comes to baseball cards. I've just never liked the 52 Tops. I don't like the design of it. It doesn't mean I wouldn't take them. It doesn't mean I won't, if I could afford a 52 Tops Jackie Robinson or an Eddie Matthews rookie, or it doesn't mean I don't want him, Eddie Minoso rookie. I need it because I buy post-World War II rookies, Hall of Famers. It doesn't mean I don't want it. Any 52 Tops, a Yogi Berra, whatever. Phil Rizzuto, I don't care. I just don't like the design. I like the 51 moments. I just like the 51 moments. But I tell you what, Carver, I love the 53 Tops. I absolutely love the 53 Tops. Love it. I have a Whitey Ford. They're mid-grade. I have a Whitey Ford PSA 5. I have a Phil Rizzuto PSA 5. The color of the 53 Tops is amazing. I really want a 53 Tops Jackie Robinson. Again, I have to get a low grade. That's something like right at the top of my spending limit. But I, in time, could get one of those. I also want a 50 Bowman Jackie Robinson. I love 50 Bowman. The 1950 Bowmans are gorgeous. I just love sports cards. Talking about how I could talk about 80s. I could talk about sports cards all freaking day too. But guess what? It's been an hour, so I got to pee. Pee break number 5. Is that where we are? I don't know. I'll be right back. I'm going to go potty. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. We are almost 6 hours into this thing. Going strong. I'll be right back. Alrighty then, we'll be back. I'm gonna have to get something to eat here within a few minutes. Probably I have to go upstairs, heat up some pancakes. What's he gonna do? Heat up my little Kodiak pancakes. It's gonna be some carbs. Well, it's gonna be no fat. It'll be carbs and chicken. I said I have a bunch of Tyson chicken strips. I think I'm just gonna get some pancakes. I'll turn the camera off when I do that. I'm not gonna put syrup on them, so I'm gonna just roll them up and eat them, and then a banana will do that to get me going, and then I'll have some chicken later. But I just know, like, over the course of the night when I'm sleeping in, I'm going to be hungry at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to have more of those. Let's go. Yo, Fabian, man, thank you again for donating a membership, brother. Brilliant. It's Coach Dable that gets the membership. How about that? Fabian, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You the man. And Coach Dable, welcome to the Dog Pound. Well deserved, Coach. You win Coach of the Year. You should at least be part of the Dog Pound. My favorite sports card ever that I own, bold sign that I have. Man, that's tough. Andy, my friend, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate you. Brilly. Why am I doing this? I need a Brilly. The coffee's gone. I need a Brilly with a little Coke Zero. Brilly. Hi, buddy. Love what you're doing. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate that, man. If it wasn't for guys like you, guys, girls that are in the chat right now, I wouldn't be able to do this. So I appreciate you all being here. Very much. I appreciate it. My favorite sports card. I mean, in 51 Mantl's up there. I don't own one. But 51 Bowman definitely is one of them. In my collection, or that I've ever owned, it's hard. I have a 33 Gaudy Dizzy Dean. I love that card. Koufax rookie definitely up there. Because I love Koufax is, like I said, one of my favorite players. I have a Clemente rookie and an Aaron rookie. I love those two. I really like that Dizzy Dean rookie. I just think I think 33 Gaudis are really cool looking. So, I mean, if I had to pick the one in my collection, I mean, I have a T206 portrait Ty Cobb. I love the card. I love the red, like the back, but it's beat up. Like it's really beat up. Like the 33 Gaudy Dean's a PSA 5, so it presents really well. I also would love a Joe Namath rookie. That's a really good sports card that I like. I don't have a Joe Namath. I would like a Joe Namath at some point. I'd like a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. There's a lot of cards that I want in my collection. But I think the one that I own right now, my favorite is probably the 33 Gaudy Dizzy Dean. I like Dizzy Dean. I'd like a 34 Gaudy Dizzy Dean too. I don't have one of those, but I would like it. And I say, if you go and look at the Dizzy Dean cards from 33 and 34, and look at the card, he's like this, just like kind of throwing a pitch. Go back and look at the 1969 Nolan Ryan card. It's the same pose as the Dizzy Dean cards from the 30s. I love it. I don't have a 69 Topps Nolan Ryan. I can get it Nolan Ryan 69 Topps. Those are readily available. It's not like those are rare. So the Koufax things, like, it's like I'm looking for more rare Koufax. So like I don't have a 62 or 63 post Sandy Koufax. I think they made Bazooka Sandy Koufax cards. I don't have those. There's actually some Sandy Koufax postcards on eBay right now that I may, but the 59 one's a 3. I really don't know if I want that. They also have Moral Meats. There's one on eBay right now. It's expensive. It's overpriced. I'm not buying that. But like the Moral Meats Koufax stuff, I have a couple Bell Brand potato chips Koufax. Like I like Koufax a lot, and I love the 55 Topps. I like Topps from 55 to 56, or I'm sorry, 53 to 56. They were oversized and they were really thick cardboard stock. I think 56 Topps is probably my favorite Topps set. If it's one that I want, both sides, the Mantle. I want a Mantle rookie in the worst way. I'll never have one. The Mantle, 51 Bowman Mantle. That's the one I wish I had. I had a chance to, and I screwed it up. Like, again, so like $1,900 is a drop in the bucket. That's a lot of freaking money. Even then, that's a lot of money. And it ain't shit now. They're like I said, $11,000 for a PSA 2. So now I can't get it. But it's not like $1,900. Oh, here's $1,900. No. Thank you, Fabian. Yes, it is a nice crib. It's my fantasy land. Fantasy land. I'm in fantasy land. Yes, the XFL is coming up. Lou, I got to throw it on. All right. 510. Not to be confused with the 518. Jacob, I don't know. I don't know what the Giants are going to do. I don't know what the Giants are going to do with the draft. You never know because it depends on what they do in free agency. That's the biggest thing. When free agency is over and we know who's on the team, before the draft, then I think we have a more clear idea of what position they're going. But we have to see. Like if they traded for Larry Fitzgerald and then they went out and signed McCole Hartman, just say they're not drafting a wide receiver. I'd be okay with that, honestly. If they traded a couple thirds for DeAndre Hopkins and went out and gotten a McCole Hartman, I'm good with that. KP, you're eight. Yes, my eighth 20. Shout out to Kobe Bryant, right? My eighth 24-hour stream. So for all you Laker fans, there you go. This is live stream, 24-hour live stream number 8. Might be my last one, honestly. I know I said that the last time, but like I said, I'm not committed. I am not doing it in August. I can tell you that. So I don't know. This may be my swan song. I did expect the last one to be. We did so good on that. It was such a popular one, though. Like, when I started thinking about it, I'm like, I'm on vacation in February. What am I going to do in February? February is a garbage month. It's actually really nice out there. I didn't expect it. But this is probably the last one for a while. I can tell you that. It'll be a while before we do this. Yeah, I'm not doing it in August. I don't have a vacation in August. So when do you get to see Babyface Baddog? Never. I'll never have a baby face again. I'm old now. So I don't know. Yeah, I can't see Quentin Johnson getting to the Giants. I can see, like I said, Jordan Addison to be great. Micah said he ain't getting a ring for his girl till he wants one. Well, that guy ain't ever getting married, is he? Unless he leaves the Cowboys. If he wants to get married, he'll leave the Cowboys. Damn right. Damn right, Levine. It has been very nice in the 518. 40 degrees and sunny in February is amazing, but the fact that it got into the 60s here a couple of days last week, my son was outside playing at daycare, and I picked him up. And I told him, I go, see, buddy, I go, this is why daddy likes the heat, miser. Why daddy likes the heat. You can go outside and play. I said, but unfortunately, we still have a couple months. This weather is still a couple months out. This is not normal. In March is hit or miss up here. You know that. We have one day where it's 32 and you get a foot of snow. You can have one day where it's 72 and it's gorgeous. March is a very strange month. It is all over the place up here. Same thing in early April. It's 72 degrees one day. It's 30 degrees 2 days later. It's weird. Our weather patterns are very weird for like 6 weeks from the beginning of March to the middle of April. And they are very weird weather patterns. You really don't know what you get, especially spring. The beginning of spring up here, you don't know. I remember last year for Easter, I remember it was like we had sleet and snow on Easter Sunday. It was freezing. And then like 2 days later, it was like 70. It was warm and Eagles lost. That's true. That one guy. That it was. Afghanistan says hit the like button and subscribe. That's right. Do that. Get that done. The Rock and I'll tell you, it don't matter who owns the XFL. The XFL is not a good product. And again, when it's nice out on a Saturday afternoon, who really wants to sit in front of their TV, especially when you live where I do? Who wants to sit in front of their TV when it's 75 degrees outside on a Saturday and go, I want to watch the XFL. I want to watch an inferior product. Like I said, that's like sitting down and going, I want to watch minor league baseball on television. It's one thing if you're there. Because listen, the Troy City Valley Cats play up here. That's a Houston Astros single A team. I've been to the Joe Bruno Stadium, right? A number of times. So going to watch a minor league game when it's gorgeous out, it's 70 degrees, the sun's setting, that's nice. Sitting on my couch watching a minor league baseball game when it's 80 degrees outside or 70 degrees outside is not my cup of tea. That's why the XFL, that's why these do not succeed. So it's so hard to shred. Well, it's hard to maintain it. I can tell you that. I've had this body fat content for like a year. And I honestly think I think that's part of the reason I pinched a nerve. I think that my body might be, I'm not doing this again next year. I told my buddy, now I have to do it for the summer. I actually have to, I say it all the time. I gotta lean out of it. He goes, what the hell are you going to lean out? He goes, you have no body fat. I said, I don't know. I'm not as lean as I was in August of last year. So we'll get that again. But I said from this year, because I maintained single digit body fat all winter. I am not doing, well, I may do that, but I was still extremely regimented with my macros. I told him I'm not doing that next winter because it puts a hurting on you, man. I don't really think it's healthy for me to do what I'm doing, to be this lean. I really don't. But I also know what I look like. And I'm like, I don't want to gain weight. It's a body dysmorphia thing. It's a disorder. It's looking at myself going, oh, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. It's stupid, but I know a lot of bodybuilders deal with it. It's awful. But I told him next year for a month, I'm not going to just eat a bunch of crap every day of my life. I'm not going to live on Oreos and Doritos. But I said from the beginning, when we hit Thanksgiving next year, right through Christmas, that month, I'm not going to be as strict on my macros. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that again. I'm not going to sit there and be regimented. I got to be between 1,700 and 2,200 calories 6 days a week. Not happening. If I want a damn Twix at 11 o'clock at night on a Wednesday, I'm doing it. If I want, 5 Oreos on a Sunday night after the Giants play in December, I'm doing it. I'm not doing what I did. I will not do that again this year. Now it's the summer. Now I can't do. Now summer's getting. Now I can't screw around. Now I can't gain weight. Now I can't go up to 10% body. I can't do it. Again, it's this. Sucks. Hey, Lucas, what's up, buddy? My man Lucas in the house. It's been a while. I'll be doing well. My guy Lucas from down under, of course, always there. Big supporter of the channel. Don't know what time it is down there. Wherever you are, maybe 5:05 on a Sunday evening, maybe 7:05, whatever it is. It's always good to see my man from down under. We had a good year, Lucas. The Giants had a good year, man. I love it. It was fun. I said before, it's funny. I mentioned this before. It was a lot of fun. The Giants winning games was so much fun. Calling those games with Chris, I love it. It was so much fun. But it was exhausting. It was exhausting. It really was. It was exhausting. What do I eat? So like today, for example, like I'm going to have more carbs than I normally do, right? So pretty soon, like I said, I'm going to have to go up and get, I eat Kodiak. This is pretty much my daily routine, okay? Monday through Friday when I go to work. 3 Kodiak pancakes for breakfast. About 8 o'clock in the morning, I heat those up. I eat them. 3, I don't put anything on them. I eat them dry, which is what I'm going to do today. Eat them dry. About 10 o'clock in the morning, I have 1 cup of Oikos 000 yogurt. At noon, I have a half a bag of Tyson blackened chicken strips, which I also have up in my refrigerator. I come home, I have a protein shake, scoop of casein protein, half scoop of whey, cup of almond milk, and a scoop of creatine. Then I go to the gym, then I come home, and I either eat grilled chicken, which I had last night. Grilled chicken breast, grilled chicken breast, no skin. Or a lot of times I eat 99% fat-free ground turkey, and I spice it up. I mean, I put jalapenos in it, lettuce, hot sauce, cayenne pepper, black pepper, and sugar-free barbecue sauce. That's really what I eat Monday through Friday. That's really it. And then I usually finish it off with a pint of Nick's ice cream. And I have another stack of Kodiak pancakes. I always say I start my day with Kodiak pancakes. I finish my day with Kodiak protein pancakes. That's another guy. They should sponsor my channel. Love Kodiak protein pancakes. That's really what I eat. Saturday, everything's out the window. Now, we're getting into the summer. Now I got to go back to a cheat meal where I just have one meal where it's like whatever. Tomorrow, veal parm. I've already decided. This is what I'm having for dinner. I've already decided this. I'm getting a chocolate martini. I've never had a chocolate martini in my life. I don't know why the hell I want a chocolate martini. I want a chocolate martini. I'm getting a chocolate martini. Bruschetta, veal parm, penne pasta. And then I don't know what I'm having for dessert. I kind of want cheesecake. And I'm going to wash it down with an Irish coffee. That is my cheat meal. But that is what I have to start doing. I have to start going back to just a meal and not indulging in 9,000 calories. And that's how I'm going to get cut. And then my workouts become longer. The only thing I can say is at this time last year, look at, here, I'll show you guys. Let me show you the difference. I go to Instagram, right? So let me show you the difference. I can never figure out Instagram on there we go. So let me show you the difference. And this is where I was last February again. I started at 10.6% body fat, which is not much. It's lean. 10% body fat is very lean. But look at this. I'm going to show you the difference between 10% or 10.6% body fat and 7% body fat. Okay? This, where am I? This is 10% body fat. That is 10% body fat. That's me right around the end of February. And I think I even say in here, I'm pretty sure my comment is I want to get to 8% body fat by June. Okay, but that is 10% body fat. That's or 10.5. That is 10.6% body fat. That's what I look like February last year. I'm thicker. You can see I weigh more. I'm 184 pounds there. Now, whoops. Look at Russ. Now, take a look. Which one do I want to show you? Here we go. Now, take a look at 7%. You're actually going to think I look bigger at 7% body fat. Now, take a look at 7% body fat. This is 7% body fat. See the difference? See the difference between 10.5 and 7% body fat? Here's another one. Take a look at this. Again, that's 7% body fat. So I'm starting here. I might be I'm not 7%. I'm probably closer to 8% body fat right now. But I'm starting much closer to this than I did last year. So I don't have as far to go. But there's a big difference between 10 and again, it becomes stupid. You can never get enough. It's dumb. I have a problem. I have a problem. Jacob, yes, every 24-hour stream has been a different charity. You've been bulking for about a year. You went from 140 to 186. Brandon, that's a big bulk. I'll tell you what, I'd have a hard time gaining 46 pounds in a year. That's huge. That's huge. I didn't gain weight. The first picture is me 20 pounds heavier than that last picture. I'm 20 pounds heavier in that first picture than I am in the last picture, but you would never know because body composition is way different. But that's the difference. That's the difference in body fat. So it's crazy, but again, it's tough to maintain that. It's hard. And trust me, my wife will tell you, man, I get moody. Your brain doesn't produce, again, my brain does not produce a lot of serotonin, which is why I hate the winter. I need the sun. It helps. When you have low serotonin levels and you don't eat and you're a single digit body fat, that is one of the side effects is you are freaking miserable sometimes. When you get hungry, man, you can get miserable. You get moody. It happens. It happens. Which is why I try to, and again, I will get, there are those days that I get, it's usually Friday night. I'm running on fumes. I've worked all week. I've worked out all week, and I'm not putting a lot of calories in my body, and I get agitated. Saturday is my day to whatever, and then I feel fantastic. So, but that's one of them. Being cold, like I'm cold a lot. That's another one from having low body fat. You have cold. One thing I can say is my strength didn't go down. That can happen sometimes too. My strength is the same. But like I said, I'm not next year. I'm not for that month. Like I said, I'm not going to sit there and just go, oh, I'm going to eat junk food every day, all day at McDonald's. No, I'm not going to do that. But I'm not going to be so strict. Like I said, if it's not my cheat day, it's on a Saturday, and it's Tuesday night, and I want pizza, I'm getting it. If I want tacos, I'm going to get them. If I want veal parm, not that I have to go out to dinner for that. So the veal parm is a bad example. But if I want a McDonald's, that's a bad example too, because why the hell would I ever? McDonald's is gross. I've had that once in my cheat meal since I started doing the cheating. And I ate that. I'm like, why did I eat that? It's so gross. Like, I just have no taste for McDonald's. Five Guys. If I want Five Guys on a Wednesday, I'm getting it. If I want General Tso's chicken on a Friday night, I'm getting it. Hangry is right. Hangry is the word. My wife will say that. Sometimes my wife's like, oh, she says, Kevin, get away from daddy. Daddy's hungry. Listen, man, anybody that's hungry is mad. If you're hungry, you're not happy. Doesn't matter how old you are. I'll tell you, you know who's really rough when they're hungry? Mrs. Baddog. Now, Mrs. Baddog is hungry. Forget about it. I learned that the hard way. We had to be dating. We had to be together 3-4 years. I don't know. We were together for a while. She might have even been my fiance at the time. I don't know. We were in a mall one day, and I don't know what I said. She bit my freaking head off. It was nothing major. And I'm just like, whoa. I'm like, what the I didn't know. I didn't even know. She like literally, she could have bit my head off. She would have just chewed me out. And then I remember there was a sub place in the mall. It's not even there anymore. And it's freaking sub, might have been Mr. Sub. Just had to eat something. And as soon as she ate, she was like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just mad. I was hungry. And I said, I'll make sure you're never hungry again. If you're hungry, we're going to go get something to eat. So we had to make sure. Oh, she's good. Do I like Taco Bell? I do like Taco Bell. I don't know why, because it's disgusting, but I do. You know what I really like at Taco Bell, though? I've said this before. Those steak breakfast crunch wraps. That's the best thing Taco Bell serves. The steak crunch wraps. My stomach's starting to growl. I'm going to have to go get something to eat. I haven't eaten since this started. This morning, I had 3 Kodiak protein pancakes, a protein shake, and a banana. That was what I had for breakfast. But I love the steak crunch wraps for breakfast. They're awesome. But I load it up with their hot sauce. It's not like I can't eat it with hot sauce. Anything I get from Taco Bell, I need tons of fire sauce. Fire sauce. And I know Dash, if he's still in here, he knows if they don't give me my damn sauce, I'm pissed. Because I'm telling you, it is the strangest thing in the world. The Taco Bell, if you get their tacos, and I don't even know what the hell it's made of. I don't care. People are like, that's dog food. I don't give a shit what it tastes good. I don't care. I don't care what the hell what's in it. If it ain't going to kill me, I'm okay. But you don't put their hot sauce in their tacos. If you just put Frank's Red Hot or Tabasco, they don't taste nearly as good. Maybe that's just my brain. In that it's like their hot sauce has to go with their tacos. Because I'm telling you, I love Frank's Red Hot. It's one of my favorite. I put that legitimately the saying. I put that shit on everything. I really do. I love Frank's Red Hot. Love it. Love Tabasco, love habanero. But Frank's Red Hot is my favorite. I put Frank's Red Hot on the damn Taco Bell taco. It don't taste nearly as good as if I put that Diablo sauce in there, or fire sauce, or hot sauce. XFL looks like they're kicking off here. Or what are they doing? Oh, no, they did kick off. And he got it at the 25. Oh, Vegas already scored. I didn't even see that. Jeez. This is the Rock's hat. Yes. Same thing here. I didn't realize that. The Rock owns the XFL. Here I am representing the Rock. And the XFL kicked off. I promise you, I did not. That was not planned. I just know 24-hour streams. We progress through pain today, and that stupid pinched nerve in my shoulder. We are progressing through pain. But I can't progress through this pain anymore. I'm going to run upstairs. My wife's not there, so I can't text her. When I run upstairs, it takes 2 minutes to cook these pancakes. I'm going to cook the pancakes. Going to come down here. I got to eat something. I'm hungry. So I'll be right back. Like I said, it'll be about 2-3 minutes. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button, ring the bell, guys and girls. I'll be right back. I appreciate you being here for another 24-hour stream. And like I said, this one is probably really legitimately going to be my last, at least for a year. But I appreciate you all being here and hanging out with me on a Saturday, but I do need to eat. So give me 3 minutes and I will be right back. All righty, so these are what they are. Little Kodiak pancakes. Three of these, they're freaking hot. 3 of these. That's what we get. That's what I eat for breakfast every day at work. You can see they're not the biggest thing in the world. They fit in the palm of my hand. I can actually fit a few of them. Of course, I got big hands, but 190 calories, 14 grams of protein, 29 grams of carbs, like 2 grams of fat. That's what we have. Camera's going off because I'm going to hammer these things down because I am freaking hungry. I eat something, but this is what I get. This is what I get. I get 3 pancakes. I had a banana already. I think that the referees' uniforms are. The refs have better uniforms in the XFL than the NFL does. Jacqueline, who? Oh, McDonald's charges. Yes, McDonald's charges for extra sauce now. It's crazy. Arlington's got a nice drive going here. Hank, I am. You're about to rip some 1990 Upper Deck. What's in 90 Upper Deck, Waterfly? I mean, can't you have a junior second years in there? Sosa's rookie. I don't know. I forgot McDonald's charged extra freaking money for the packets. It is ridiculous. It is. Mr. Mini Guy, Frank's does make, they actually do make a buffalo sauce. They also make this stuff called Nashville Hot, which if anyone's ever had one of those Nashville hot chicken sandwiches, they're incredible. That is a really good. The thing is, it has calories in it. So I can't go crazy. It's like 30 calories a tablespoon. It must be whatever the hell sauce they put in that hot sauce. So I can't eat a lot of that. But that's a really good sauce, too. Matt McGloin. That's right. You used to call him Pat McGloin. Was it the XFL? Our Giants man in the house, he says. I don't like talking with my mouth full. He says it is 420 in Japan. The 420 crew, you know what to do. Smoking whiskey gum. Do I like ghost pepper? No, ghost pepper's too hot. I cooked that pancake. I microwaved that pancake a little bit too long. Crunchy. Was that the XFL, guys, or was that the USFL with Pat McGroin? All righty. All right, pancakes down. Need a little Coke Zero. We're ready to go. Incomplete. Couldn't hang on to it. I was on third down. So, do I eat seafood? No, I don't like fish. Not at all. Shrimp, yeah. Other than that, no. Shrimp is fine, but no, I don't like seafood. Not a fish guy. Never been a fish guy. Never been a fish guy. Pat was XFL. Guardians, that's right. That's right. I wish the Guardians were playing today. Snap spot kick! Barely good. Opening weekend of the XFL. Let's go. Hot Nick says hit the like. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, David Wells was definitely hung over when he pitched that. Do I like Mexican food? Yes, I do. Mexican food is some of my favorite. Italian food probably is my favorite. It's between that. Mexican and Italian foods are my favorite. They definitely are. I like spicy food. That's why. But yeah, I'm just like I said, man. I'm looking forward to date night with the missus tomorrow. Just to get away from stuff, man. Work becomes so hectic, man. Life becomes hectic. So from San Diego, a nice area. Beautiful weather all the time. San Diego. One of my uncles lives out in San Diego. Definitely, man. Mm-hmm. Pat McGloin. Move. What does that say? Oh, I love something. I had something on the way there. I was like, what the hell is that? Yeah, that game was awful. It was the New York Guardians. Oh my God, was that game terrible? It was bad. It was bad. What's going on, Evan? How you doing, man? Thank you for being here. Yeah. We're almost done with this first part of this thing. We've been live for 6.5 hours, 17 and a half more to go. Yeah, exactly, Hot Nicks. That's the thing. I said my wife and I don't get a lot of date nights. I mean, love our kid, obviously. I always miss my son when he's not with us, but I know when he is. He's 5. Are we done yet? He goes under the table. He's impatient. He's a 5-year-old. I mean, listen, I'm 47 and I'm impatient, but he under the table, like we're waiting for the check. I want to go. He's antsy. So it's difficult. It's hard to converse when you go out and you're taking care of a child. I mean, anybody that's a parent knows that. I miss him when he's not there, but it's nice to just go out to dinner with my wife and talk to my wife and have fun like we used to. Again, we both work very hard. Both of us work all the time. It's just nice to do it. I said to her, the funny thing is, like that was my Valentine's Day gift. I got her like I got her this charm. It's a Pandora charm. It's a balloon from the movie Up. Like she wanted that. And then I surprised her with a little necklace because I had to go get a battery from my watch. And I was like, I'm like, that's actually a good deal. So I bought her a necklace. She didn't expect it. So I just wanted to do that. But then the funny thing is she got me a card and it just says dinner and casino night, on Sunday. And I get to pick the place we go and whatever. And I said, I'm really looking forward to Sunday night. And she goes, I texted her. I was just because I'm looking at restaurants and stuff. And I'm like, where do I want to go? Do I want to go to Cantina? I love Cantina. I love Cantina in Saratoga. It's Mexican, but I kind of want veal parm. So I'm like, oh, okay. Well, veal parm. There's a couple of Italian steakhouses. I go to D'Angelo's. There's a couple places I can get veal parm. And she's like, she goes, I know you're excited to spend the night with your wonderful wife. I said there, I go, yeah, believe it or not, that is a massive part of it. Just to get away from stuff for a little bit. It's nice. Just for a little bit. Then back to reality. But you do, like the Hot Nickel said, and it's not just for me and your wife. It's for everybody. It's for everybody. You need to take time out for yourself. You really do. You work all the time. You're adulting. You're doing this and that. Don't forget to take time out for yourself. You deserve it. I've said that before. Self-care is very important. So you obviously can't do it every freaking day of your life unless you're loaded and retired and you're living that. And most of us don't know that life. Most of us work to pay our bills. So, you just got to take time out when you have a chance to and enjoy it. I love Cantina. Cantina, anybody up in like I said, upstate New York, lives in Saratoga. Well, you don't need to live in Saratoga. But anybody that's up in the Saratoga area, Clifton Park, Boston Spa, Boston Lake, Malta, whatever. Even if you're in the capital region, you obviously been to Saratoga. There's who hasn't been to the flat track. If you live in the capital region during the summer, everybody goes to Saratoga for the horse racing. But yeah, if you go to Broadway, Cantina is a great Mexican restaurant. It really is. They have Druthers up there, which is really good, like a brewery. Druthers is very popular in Saratoga. We don't have a Chick-fil-A. We don't have a Chick-fil-A here. Supposed to be getting one. Supposed to be getting one in Clifton Park. Not here yet. Not here. Took us forever to get Sonic. Finally got one of those. And I wouldn't eat a Sonic if you paid me. Sonic is like a poor man's McDonald's. It's gross. The ice cream, the milkshakes are good, but the food don't. Sonic's nothing impressive. I don't know Chick-fil-A. I've never had Chick-fil-A. Marbella's tracks, what's going on, man? Restoring masculinity. He says, let's get those likes. Yeah, let's get the likes up. Let's restore masculinity. Let's go. Obviously, I grow a beard. I restored it already. That's part of the other thing, too. Let's see how much my beard grows in a day, right? We get to watch that happen. Those lines are going to be like, I don't need to get it like the first day, Fabian, but yes. The other thing, they're moving, again, down into the city in Albany. It's not quite, it's Colony, actually, is Ruth's Chris. There is no Ruth's Chris. The closest Ruth's Chris to me is the city. And I'm not driving all the way to New York City to eat Ruth's Chris as much as it's good. But when I go vacationing in San Juan, it's like 2 blocks away. I eat there every time we go. That is expensive. That is not something you can do every week. But they made the best steak I've ever had in my life. They make the best. That place is unbelievable. So I'm looking forward to them opening a Ruth's Chris. For those of you who live up here, I think it's going where the macaroni grill was. I think there was an Outback Steakhouse in there too, unless it was like the next plaza over. But I guess there's something wrong with the fire codes or something, and it hasn't passed. So there's still no Ruth's Chris. But I'm looking forward to that one more than anything, because I haven't been there in years. I haven't been to San Juan in years. I would really like to go back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. I love it down there. Barbara Carroll says, you're still on. Barbara, I'm not. I'll be on here until 9 o'clock in the morning. 24 straight hours, Barbara. 24 straight. Seamus, what's going on, man? Thank you for being here. 24 straight. They do have a Jersey Mike's here. I got to be honest. I got it once and I was not impressed. I was not. I'll be honest. There's really no sub shops that impress me. There's one that I love. It's in Latham. And then there's one in downtown Albany. Those are the ones that I know of. DeBella's. DeBella's, you actually get a sub. They put meat on it, like thick. The bread is amazing. You get as much vegetables as you want. No other place has roasted red peppers. I like roasted red peppers in my sub. DeBella's, that's the best sub place up here by a freaking mile. It is not close. It's not close. DeBella's is the best. It's not even, I won't get a sub from anywhere else. That's it. I don't eat very many subs, but if I'm getting a sub, DeBella's is it. And give me that Godfather, baby. That's an Italian mix. It's no joke. It's no joke. So like my friend, when we went to Midi and kicked their ass, Danny has as many playoff wins as Kirk. Let him know. Let him know. He'll have more than that. Daniel Jones will end up with more playoff victories in his career than Dak Prescott will. Yes, he will. Subway is terrible. You know what? Let's have some fun here for a second. Let's go back and watch one of my old videos. Let's watch let's watch a Giants video. Let's watch a Giants video from 2 years ago. Let's watch it. Let's watch it. Let's watch it. Hold on a second. Let's go. Where is it? Oh, where's my freaking... Do I have to go here? Why is it like that? Normally when I do this, it shows up right at the damn top. It's not showing up. Let's try this. There we go. All right, listen. Who remembers this one? Ready? Who remembers this one? Hold on a second. All right, let's go. Sweet Dire Jonathan, I appreciate it, my friend. All right. All right. Here we go. Remember this one? Let's do it. Let's do it. This is good. What is going on, everybody? It is your boy Baddog back with the New York Giants post-game video. Sorry for the muffled audio. I want to put a paper bag over my head for this disgraceful performance against the Miami Dolphins. I mean, what do I even say? The New York Giants are an absolutely pathetic, poverty, disgraceful, embarrassing organization. And I know that Mike Glennon started today. And let's face it, Mike Glennon was absolute trash. I was actually talking about how Jake Fromm was worse. And after watching Mike Glennon, I don't really know how Jake Fromm can be worse. But let's face it, man. The New York Giants' problems start with the coaching staff and our head clown, Joe Judge. I mean, the New York Giants are a circus, and Joe Judge is the head clown. There is no doubt about it. I mean, Joe Judge makes so many poor decisions. His in-game decisions are terrible. He's outcoached every freaking game. This game plan every week is terrible. Every week we're giving up so many points at the end of the half. Just really bad play calling. Wildcat with Saquon Barkley. Does anybody really think that Saquon Barkley is going to throw the ball? Does the defense have any reason to even play us? Honestly, at that point, 2nd down and 23, you're going to get a delay a game. You just take the delay a game, you dumbass. You just take the delay a game, Joe. Nope, timeout. I need a timeout. I need a timeout. Joe Judge loves timeouts. If the Giants are given 12 timeouts and a half, Joe Judge would use every bit of them. Every bit of them. This guy does not know how to manage a clock. His in-game decisions are terrible. The play calling is terrible. You can blame Patrick Graham. You can blame Freddie Kitchens. You can blame Jason Garrett. It all goes through our This was last year.
Joe Judge. I am so ashamed of the New York. This team sucks. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. This offense it's poverty. It is disgraceful how bad this offense is. It is downright offensive, from the terrible run blocking that happens to Saquon Barkley dropping I don't know how many passes, Slayton dropping passes, Glennon misses a wide open Evan Ingram. I mean, this team, week after week, month after month, year after year.
I agree, Afghanistan. Complete 180.
In any facet, any way, shape, or form. This is one of the worst teams in football in the last 10 years. Joe Judge absolutely needs to be fired. I am so sick and tired of this idiot. This guy does nothing but talk, and he's all fluff. There is no aggression from the New York Giants on the offensive or the defensive side of the ball. The only time the Giants even went downfield was a bad decision by Glennon. He had Barkley wide open in the flat. The Giants were actually driving. He threw the ball into double coverage, and he was intercepted. So, again, I mean, everything about the New York Giants is just awful. They can't get out of their own way. This defense does as good as it can. I mean, I thought Aaron Robinson played pretty well. I felt like McKinney did all right. I mean, the Giants defensively, I mean, what can they do? You give up 20 points, give up 17 points, give up 7 points. I mean, the offense should be able to figure something out. But again, the absolute disgrace that this offense is, it is completely embarrassing. Now the Giants are going to lose to the Chargers. I can't see us beating the Chargers. They should lose to Dallas the week after that. I mean, the Giants, outside of the Bears game, we might not win another game the rest of the season, and I guess that's okay. There's a lot of people that want a new quarterback for the New York Giants. Understandable. Obviously, Daniel Jones probably done for the year. He's out of there, so I don't expect to see him the rest of the year. Anyway, we got nothing to play for. Glennon ain't the answer. We need an offensive line. We need a defensive edge rusher. We need a wide receiver that can stay the hell on the field. Galladay went off with a little bit of an injury earlier in the game. Shepard can't stay healthy. Bye-bye, Sterling Shepard. Absolute garbage. Soft tissue paper, softer than hot butter. Sterling Shepard always injured. Kadarius Toney's always injured. I mean, this team's always got problems. It is just
the closed caption's kind of funny too when it picks up the words wrong.
Poverty organization is the New York Giants, and to be quite frank, I'm sick and tired of watching it week in and week out. I don't know why I put any faith in this team, although I picked the Dolphins to win today. I just think that the Giants in general are just the fact that they can't get any better, the fact that they continue to wallow in misery year after year. It's unbelievable how we can't improve. The Cardinals in 2 years went from whatever they were, 3-13 to 9-2. We've seen the Chargers rebuild. We've seen every team rebuild in 2 or 3 years. And here we are as the Giants in 3 years who've gotten worse because we continue to miss on picks. Saquon Barkley's he's a worthless trash can. I talked about trading him last year. They got to get rid of this guy. I don't know what he's worth. I would take a 4th-round pick for Saquon at this point. If you can get anything for Daniel Jones, I would take it. I would get every single bit of draft capital I could possibly get in the offseason.
That's changed in a year too, obviously.
I would certainly have a new head coach in here. I would bring in a new GM. I would let the new GM completely wipe the slate clean.
I think at this point in this season, I was so at the end of my rope
I'm not a guy
with this freaking team. I was like, just get them all gone.
Like they need a quarterback.
That is a target bag.
I don't care what it is at this point. There needs to be wholesale changes made because
I know somebody asked me that. They're like, are you looking at the logo on purpose? I wasn't. I just lost where the hell I was because I couldn't see out of that bag.
I don't even know what to say anymore. I've kind of run out of words. Joe Judge is a clueless idiot. I mean, the guy just talks, and all he does, he blames everybody else. Like, he don't blame himself. He throws Garrett under the bus. He throws Colombo under the bus. I got news for you, sir. You suck, Joe. You suck. Plain and simple. You are the reason this team is this bad. You. This game plan, this conservative garbage, week in and week out where you don't try to win. From the first snap of the game, the Giants are playing not to lose. They are playing prevent defense and prevent offense for the first snap of the game. Joe Judge couldn't coach a freaking middle school team. Joe Judge couldn't manage a 7-Eleven. The judge and jury's out, my friend. You're trash. You're not a head coach in the NFL. Get rid of this guy. I thought I hated Pat Shermer. I thought Pat Shermer was a guy I couldn't stand. I hate Joe Judge more. At least the offense was somewhat decent when Shermer was here. At least the offense was some sort of a threat with Shermer here as head coach. The Giants spent $72 million on freaking Kenny Galladay. They draft Kadarius Toney. This offense is probably
Cadaver's Tony.
than it was. It is worse than it was when Shermer was here. And they didn't have nearly the talent. The offensive line is trash. The quarterback situation is trash. The running back situation is trash. Our receivers can't stay healthy. How the hell can you go so many years without fixing your offensive line? How can you go so many years without finding some kind of wide receiver that can stay healthy or be on the field or be a number one receiver? How is this possible? How is it possible? Year in, year out, week in, week out, this team sucks. I'm so sick and tired of it, man. The New York Giants are a complete and utter disgrace, poverty, embarrassing. I don't know what else to say. I don't know why I get so mad. I don't even understand it. I know that they suck. I know that they're terrible. But the fact that they've been bad for so long, for so many freaking years, and nothing changes. Week in and week out, we see the same thing. There is nothing different. They don't do anything different. When you are 10 and 18 as a head coach, try something different. Nope. I gotta look at the tape. I gotta go look at the tape. I gotta look at the tape. What? I can't hear you. Timeout. Second down and 23. And not only did Joe Judge take a timeout when it was second and 23, because we were going to get a delay a game on the same drive, they got to delay a game anyway. How in the same drive are you going to get 2 delay a games? You fool! I hate Joe Judge. I hate this team. I really can't stand it. Like, I can't. The New York Giants give me agita every week. And this team just needs to be gutted. It needs to be completely revamped. And you talk about a rebuild, you're rebuilding with a GM, the coaching staff, the quarterback, every single thing that you can possibly get rid of in this offseason. Get rid of it and do something different, because I'm pretty sure I can speak for the majority of Giants fans when I say we are sick and freaking tired of the piss poor product you put on the field week after week. I'm sick of watching it, and so are other Giants fans. Absolutely embarrassing, disgraceful, pathetic, awful clown show.
What a difference a year makes, man.
You're a joke, all of you. So just tank the rest. I don't even give a damn. Tank the rest of the season. I don't care what you do the rest of the season. What I want to see in this offseason is wholesale changes. Kitchen's gone. Everybody gone. Judge gone. Gettleman gone. I wish Mara would just sell the damn team. Just sell the team, Mara. Get off it. Just take your hundreds of millions of dollars and go freaking lay on a beach somewhere and drink beer. Do whatever the hell you got to do and bury your freaking head in the sand because you're the worst owner in sports. I've had it. I've had it with this Giants team. I've had it. You guys are embarrassing, disgraceful. You should hang your heads. You should walk around like this, like I am. How the hell you guys can collect a paycheck every freaking week and walk with your heads up is beyond me. No pride at all. No guts, no heart. Soft. Soft like wet tissue. Soft like a wet flower. Like I said, soft like hot butter. Soft like baby dookie. That is what you guys are. And I'm sick and tired of watching it. Anyway, that's all I got in this video. It's a bad diggity dizzle. I may be live later for a little therapy session. Hope you guys will tune in. I'm gone. Peace.
I want to find another one, man. I want to find the one where I have like my rants. Where the hell is that? Where is it? Where is my... It's got to be around here. Where is it? Where is it? I wish I knew what the hell the name of it was. Where is this thing? Where is it? Shit, I don't know where the hell it is. Let me go to a different thing. Maybe if I go get off of here. Let me see if I can find it. It was before the year. Where is it? Where is this thing? I can't find this. Where the hell is this? Oh, here we go. Here it is. No, that's not it. Oh, yes, it is. It's funny. That's like part of my freaking. Hold on a second. This one's good. Hold on a second. Here we go. Here we go. This is good. The freaking Giants. They absolutely killed me, man.
This is the Giants playbook. Chris, this is this you can't.
Oh God!
Oh my God! It is. It is our playbook right there.
What an embarrassing.
Let me. Second and 11 from the 2. Quarterback sneak. Third and 9 from the 4. Quarterback sneak.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Oh my God! What is my life?
Play go. Rob throws a pick six.
Hold on a second.
Goes up 12-0.
That's the first passing touchdown we've had in a long time, Chris. And let's cue it.
That was the call, believe it or not. It was a pick six.
Fundamentally, we executed, and executionally, we fundamental. And I'm going to criticize Joe Judge immediately.
This is a lot of Joe Judge. I ripped Joe Judge so times.
You can't. It didn't matter at the end of the game. But how are you a head coach in the league and you don't know you can't challenge a scoring play? I sit in my basement and do YouTube videos, and I know every scoring play is automatically reviewed, and you can't challenge it. I don't know what he was challenging anyway. Desperation. He cost his team a timeout. What the hell are you doing? How does the head coach not know that? That drove me insane. This guy put fundamentals. You run laps, Joe. You run laps.
That was a soundbite. Everybody loved that one.
That was embarrassing that our head coach don't know the rules. That pissed me off more than anything in this game was that our head coach don't know you can't challenge a scoring play. He ought to swim laps in the damn Hudson River with cement shoes. Fundamentally, we execute, and executionally, we fundamental. Let me tell you something, Joey. I'm talking right to you. Let me tell you something right now. I don't buy anything this guy sells, and neither is the fan base anymore. Because if you believe Joe Judge, I got a bridge I can sell you to. This is a guy that does nothing but preach fundamentals, execution. Well, your team doesn't execute jack squat.
This team last night, 2 taunting penalties. Are you serious? I understand in the game of football, you can grab a face mask by accident. Happens. Somebody runs past you on a route. You grab them. You hold. It happens. You hold trying to block a guy. It happens. Taunting? That ain't supposed to happen. That is easily avoidable. Jumping off sides like those Shane Zeminis probably cost us the game, or Dexter Lawrence, which did cost us the game. That's all execution. This team don't execute. It ain't fundamental. It don't do nothing correctly out there. But the coup de grace with this, he's terrible at clock management. He's terrible with the damn timeouts. He's horrible. These are facts, and these are fans. And I'm not going to get on the case. But when your head coach is the one making the excuses, this drives me a little bit crazy. Because this is a guy that preaches fundamentals, all the fundamentals. So this guy has the gall to say in his press game, the timeouts are because the headsets don't work. But it wasn't just last night that they don't work. All year, he says. It's been a problem all year. All year has been a problem. You are so full of it, Joe. You're a lying sack of garbage. And I see right through this. Because this is a guy, fundamentals, execution. Yeah, execution. Let me throw the challenge flag in a scoring play week 1 against Denver. Don't know the rules. Then tries to cop out, but I was trying to get the official's attention right there. I was trying to get his attention. Whatever. Stupid. Do you mean to tell me, not once, not twice, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 times all year, this is why the timeouts have been misused, and this is why we're hurt, and this is why the play calling sucks, and this is why you don't go for it on 4th down and 3 from the 39, and you're very conservative, and we're losing games, is because of the headsets, Joe. Really, the headsets? Fans can blame Jones, they can blame the O-line, they can blame Gettleman, they can blame Garrett. Joe Judge don't blame himself. He don't blame Garrett. He don't blame the play calling. He don't blame the plays. He blames the headset. You mean to tell me a guy that execution, it's all about execution. The first damn time that happened with the headset, you mean to tell me that you don't have a backup plan, Joe? The first time it happens. Fundamentally, we executed, and executionally, we fundamental. He ought to swim laps in the damn Hudson River with cement shoes.
Everybody else, like, he don't blame himself. He throws Garrett under the bus. He throws Colombo under the bus. I got news for you, sir. You suck, Joe. You suck. Plain and simple. You are the reason this team is this bad. You. This game plan, this conservative garbage, week in and week out, where you don't try to win. From the first snap of the game, the Giants are playing not to lose. They are playing prevent defense and prevent offense. For the first snap of the game. Joe Judge couldn't coach a freaking middle school team. Joe Judge couldn't manage a 7-Eleven. The judge and jury's out, my friend. You're trash. You're not a head coach in the NFL. Get rid of this guy. I thought I hated Pat Shermer. I thought Pat Shermer was a guy I couldn't stand. I hate Joe Judge more. At least the offense was somewhat decent when Shermer was here. At least the offense was some sort of a threat with Shermer here as head coach. The Giants spent $72 million on freaking Kenny Galladay. They drafted Kadarius Toney. This offense is probably worse than it was. It is worse than it was when Shermer was here. And they didn't have nearly the talent. The offensive line is trash. The quarterback situation is trash. The running back situation is trash. Our receivers can't stay healthy. How the hell can you go so many years without fixing your offensive line? How can you go so many years without finding some kind of wide receiver that can stay healthy or be on the field or be a number 1 receiver? How is this possible? How is it possible? Year in, year out, week in, week out, this team sucks. I'm so sick and tired of it, man. The New York Giants are a complete and utter disgrace, poverty, embarrassing. I don't know what else to say. I don't know why I get so mad. I don't even understand it. I know that they suck. I know that they're terrible. But the fact that they've been bad for so long, for so many freaking years, and nothing changes. Week in and week out, we see the same thing. There is nothing different. They don't do anything different. When you are 10 and 18 as a head coach, try something different. Nope. I gotta look at the tape. I gotta go look at the tape. I gotta look at the tape. What? I can't hear you. Timeout. Second down and 23. And not only did Joe Judge take a timeout when it was second and 23, because we were going to get a delay a game on the same drive they got to delay a game anyway. How in the same drive are you going to get 2 delay a games, you fool?
Fundamentally, we executed, and executionally, we fundamental. So offense is so hard to watch. What is the deal with the 3-yard out pattern? Every time, 4-yard pass, 2-yard pass, 3-yard pass, throw the ball down the field all night, Tom Brady. 18-yard pass, 14-yard pass, wide open middle of the field. They set up a screen pass. It goes 15 yards, 18 yards. We set up a screen pass. Nobody lead blocks. We lose 3. Why is it so hard for this team to do anything on offense? Why? This is the Giants playbook. You run laps, Joe. You run laps. Fundamentally, we execute, and executionally, we fundamental. We don't get pride. We don't even get moral victories here. The Giants are so bad, we don't even have moral victories anymore. It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. I am at my wit's end with this team. I am at my wit's end because there is nothing to look at. Everything needs to be flushed. Just pick the whole damn stadium up and dump it in the Hudson River. Dump it there with all the shit that lays around in there, because that's where the franchise that plays in this horrible stadium, that life is horrible too. You ever been there? It sucks. I'd rather go to the old piece of crap Meadowlands that it used to be. That life's an embarrassing stadium. Everything about the Giants is embarrassing. Everything about the Giants is piss poor. Like I said, from the stadium to the damn owner to the GM, all the way down to whatever you want to do. I've had it. Every time I think I can't get to my breaking point, every time they do something to just push me farther and farther and farther past it. I hate what this organization has become. I hate it. You know, I talked about how much I hate the Yankees. It's funny to me that I watch a team in the Yankees that have made the postseason 5 straight times, won 92 games, and I think that's disappointing. I would kill for the Giants to win 6 games a year. 6 games. We were 6-10 last year, and we were excited. That is how bad this team is. 6-10, and we were excited about it. That's how low this organization is. John Mara, you are a disgrace to your family's name. You should be on the street selling this damn team for a quarter. Same as
You run
McDonald's
laps.
chicken nugget
Joe,
pack.
You run laps.
Fundamentally, we execute, and executionally, we fundamental. He ought to swim laps in the damn Hudson River with cement shoes. Those are classic days. I'm glad we don't have to deal with that anymore, Giants fans. That was tough. That was a tough year. There's a bunch of those, man. It's like every week I had one of those. This year we didn't have those. Exactly, Afghanistan. That's the thing. Like this year was just, it was so different. What a difference a year makes. This team showed no signs of ever getting out of that particular crap that they were in, but I'm glad they did. It was a lot of fun, man. We overachieved, won a playoff game. I mean, again, fans will argue about whatever, Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley. I just want to win. I don't care who's involved, who's not. You want the Bears one? Is that the one with minus 10 yards? Let's see. I'm sure I can find that. The minus 10-yard Bear game. That doesn't help. Here we go. I'll put this on while I got to go potty again. Of course I do. How many potties is that now? 6, 7? It feels like we're going once an hour at this point. Where am I? This. Here we go. Here we go. I'll be right back.
Where do you even start with the level of embarrassment that the New York Giants are? Where do you even start? Let's start with our clown head coach. He's a clown. Pharaoh Cooper, and of course, we give up 8 points in the last minute of the half, so we've been outscored about 73, 75, nothing at the end of the first half this year, last 2 minutes of the first half. The reason I hate Joe Judge is because the team's never prepared to play. I don't expect to win the game. I don't expect to win any games. Our offense is just, this team doesn't belong in the NFL. I mean, it's not an NFL team at all. What they field out there, they ought to be embarrassed. The Giants really ought to just forfeit, seriously, just save themselves the embarrassment. They ought to just forfeit the games. They don't even show up anyway. But how does your kickoff returner not know that the ball is live or not at least look the ball into the end zone? The dude allows the ball to check up at the 2-yard line. Then he has to go run and get it. And he recovers it at the 2, and it ends up being a safety for us. And, of course, when you get a safety, or against us, rather, when you get a safety, you get the free kick, and then the Bears go down and score a field goal. We lose 29-3 today to the Bears. The Bears are terrible. But the Bears look like the 2007 Patriots against us today. Not the Super Bowl, obviously. But regardless, the Bears look like an unbeatable machine against just the worst team in the NFL, the New York Giants.
All right, Joe and Dave will definitely save us, man.
For the Giants today. And I'm not making this up. You can't make this up. Mike Glennon had 4 completions and 4 turnovers. He was 4 for 11 for 24 yards, 2 picks and 2 fumbles. The Giants as a team had minus 10 passing yards in the game. How is that possible? They finished with minus 10 yards passing. I had more passing yards than the Giants as a team. You had more passing yards than the Giants as a team. Minus 10. How is this even real? How does this stupid head coach have a job?
I have some good rants. I gotta admit, some of these are funny as hell.
And then yet they continue to talk about how he's safe. You lost 29-3 to the Bears. We had more turnovers, 4, than we had points, 3. We scored 49 points in the last 5 games, for crying out loud. And again, just week in and week out, you just sit there and you go, how is this worse? The first play of the game, I do a little circus music. And what happens? They come out, Glennon gets sacked, fumbles the ball, Bears get it all the way down to the 1-yard line, score a touchdown next play. You can't make it up. How John Mara could absolutely try to sell anybody, this coaching staff, any part of this coaching staff coming back next year is beyond me. And we're starting that Mara sucks chant too. That I'm going to be talking about that all week. Any Giants fans that happen to be going to this Washington game, the last game of the season, I want you to chant Mara sucks. I don't care when you do it. Tell everybody you know Mara sucks. Chant Mara sucks. Mara sucks. Maybe that'll get through that old man's ears. This is absolutely
Jack's thing you remember for 21 months, man. I appreciate it.
They did save us. With David Montgomery back there throwing jump passes to Cole Kmet. Tay Crowder picked the pass off. Tay Crowder's had a nice year. But the Bears just giggling it up, laughing. They can't believe that the Giants are an NFL football team. They can't believe it. They're all laughing. The Giants,
The Giants have fallen so low. I have never seen a worse team in my life than what the hell that's out there right now. And I know they got injuries, and I understand all this. It don't even matter. You would think you could field something, some kind of a team that could score a touchdown by accident. You would think you could field a team with a quarterback that could complete more passes than he has turnovers. You would think you could field a team that could get positive passing yards in a game. Not this team. No, sir. Every time you think the offense can't get worse, it gets worse. Minus 10 yards passing. Maybe this has happened in my lifetime with the Giants, but I don't ever remember the Giants having minus passing yards for the entire game. I don't remember that happening. It probably
this is true,
has,
Bunkum.
but
This
God
is
only knows
true.
the last time that's happened. Probably if it happened in the it must have.
That's
happened
also
in the
true.
90s.
Afghanistan first downs are
I
miracles.
think they said the last time the Giants had minus passing yards at the half was 12-196, and I don't know I forget what happened at the end of that game. I don't know if the Giants would have got, but you would think playing prevent defense or something, the Giants could have gotten into the positive passing yards, but they don't. Joe Judge, again, we're down, 14 to whatever it was, 14-0, 14-3. We got the ball at the 47, 4th and 3. We punt. What is the point? They will lose worse and worse week in and week out. Like I said, they're to forfeit, man. Antonio Brown rips his shirt off, shoulder pads, throws the stuff into the crowd, goes through the end zone going like this. That should be the Giants players. They should.
Terry, man, thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate you. He says, headsets, timeouts. Look at my face there. Headsets, timeouts. Got to look at the tape. Cue the clown music. Run back-to-back quarterback sneaks. And don't forget your complimentary medium soda. Oh, listen, if you guys want me to throw more of these up here, just let me know. Because I have plenty of these from 2 years ago. Plenty.
That's the only thing that we don't have on this team is an Antonio Brown. That's it. That's the only thing that hasn't happened to the Giants this year is a player actually doing that. And I wouldn't blame a player if they did that on this team. This team goes through the motions. This team collects paycheck. This team don't care. They're a disgrace to the tri-state area. They're a disgrace to the legend that is the New York Giants. They're a disgrace to the NFL. They're a disgrace to themselves. How can you possibly look yourself in a mirror and think that you gave it your all? How can you be Mike Glennon and actually sit there and honestly collect your paycheck and have no guilt about that? And who the hell believes that Mike Glennon is a serviceable backup quarterback anyway? This is the problem with the Giants. They have no way to evaluate talent whatsoever. No clue. None. And it shows up week in and week out. It rears its ugly head. And I said Mike Glennon is the perfect face for this offense. Just a dorky, ugly, just whatever. And then Joe Judge is the perfect build. Just a fat, sloppy, soft, pear-shaped loser. That's what Joe Judge is. 4-12.
I could not stand Joe Judge, man.
Dude is 10-22 as a head coach. I'm sorry. Yeah, 4-12. That's right. 4-12.
Joe
So the Giants, even though we have an extra game this year, for the second time in their franchise history, will lose 13 games. Because it only happened one other time. That was 2017. Dave Gettleman, what a job he did. Every year of his tenure, we lost 10 or more games. Every one of them. Wrong GM, wrong draft picks, wrong free agents, wrong coaches.
Draft picks look okay now, but the rest of it,
everything that they do is wrong. Everything that they do is wrong. The one shining light today, and I love to see it, was Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley had over 100 yards in the game, the first time in years that he's rushed for 100 yards. He looked good today. He was hitting the holes. He was lowering his shoulder. He wasn't dancing around. Saquon Barkley looked good. I was glad to see that. We're glad to see Saquon do something. It was obviously in a pathetically disgraceful losing effort. If it wasn't for Saquon Barkley, the offense itself might have had minus yards. I just don't understand. I don't understand how this team can be this bad. I don't know how any NFL team could be this bad. I really don't. But somehow we are. And somehow we get worse week in and week out. It makes no sense. It is an absolute comedy. It is an absolute just tragedy is what this team is. Then again, people are like, oh, they're hurt. They want to make the excuses that they're hurt. Or this and that. And yeah, we have injuries. Teams deal with injuries. But like I said, my biggest issue with Joe Judge is the lack of fundamentals, the lack of execution, the lack of everything that this guy preaches shows up week in, week out, that they have no fundamentals and they have no execution. These guys, the guy don't even catch the kickoff. He doesn't even make sure it goes in the end zone. He goes like this. The ball lands at the 2-yard line. He runs away from it. And whoever was back there with him ran and told, hey, go get the ball because it's a live ball. But it's that type of thing. It's those types of mistakes. They happen every week with the Giants. Every week. And every week we give up points at the end of the half. How is that possible? How do we score? By accident, we don't score points at the end of the half. We not scored 75-0 at the end of the half. The Giants don't know what they're doing. There's no direction here. They don't have a game plan. It's like just
now.
go out there and do whatever. That's kind of what the game plan is. Just go out there and whatever. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Take a time out. Go check the tape. Joke Smudge is garbage. The dude is garbage. I mean, seriously, he is worse than this offense is worse than the Rod Rust days. This offense is worse than the Danny Cannells and the Dave Browns and the Kent Grahams. Way worse. I've never seen any NFL offense as inept and embarrassing as the Giants. Smudge. Like I said, by accident, you would think they could get a touchdown. By accident. Kenny Galladay didn't have a catch again today, right? I don't think he did. Ingram had a catch. Booker had a catch. I don't even remember who caught the other. Sills had a catch. I think Galladay caught a pass. Again, $72 million for that guy. We don't even try. We didn't even throw the ball in this direction. I think the one time we did throw the ball in this direction was intercepted. But there's no way, I'm sorry, there's no way John Mara can sell Joe Judge back here. I don't give a damn who the GM is. I don't give a damn what he says. There's no way you can sell the fan base on we're bringing Joe Judge back here. Absolutely. And the Jets ended up losing, I say. Of course they did. Absolutely embarrassing, disgraceful, pathetic performance by the New York Giants. A team that really ought to just forfeit its last game. And this has been one of the most trying, disappointing, gut-wrenching, emotionally just draining seasons I've dealt with since 1984, or since I've been watching the Giants. And thank God, thankfully, mercifully, this thing will be over next week when we get embarrassed by Washington. So, again, I mean, like I said, it's just embarrassing at this point. It's comical. It's what do you even say anymore? Minus 10 yards passing in this game. As many turnovers as completions. More turnovers than points. And a stupid-ass head coach that'll sit there and look you in the eye in the press game or the post-game conference and say, I thought we did some good things out there. It obviously wasn't good enough today. It's a good team over there. We'll get back at it. We'll work and we'll try to get it done next week. We'll go back at it tomorrow. We'll work hard. Nobody buys what you're selling, Joe. You're a clown. You're the worst coach in football. This is the worst team in football. And it really, really does need to be gutted. I can't stand this anymore. I mean, that was the worst performance I've seen in God knows how long by any offense. Really, truly pathetic. Anyway, it's all I got in this video. Thank you for watching. Hit the like and subscribe button. Come back for the Lakers later. And we'll see you next time. It's Bad Diggy Dizzle. I'm out. Peace.
Oh, yeah. There was definitely some good ones. Definitely some good ones. Let's do one more. Let's do one more. Let's do one more of these. Who remembers this one? This was sort of this. So yeah, last year, obviously with the Giants, it was a horrendous joke. Smudge actually made me laugh. I forgot I called him Joke Smudge. Diehard Giants. That's right. 420 crew. You know what to do. Smoke them because you got them. 420 here in New York. It is 420. So, Cowboys suck. What's going on, buddy? Thank you for being here. We're just going through some of my videos from last year. How bad the Giants were last year. So, last year obviously was very trying. One of my favorite videos that I've done, well, how many hours, Elvis? 7.5 hours. One of my all-time favorites
we'll wrap part 1 up at 5 o'clock. We'll start the second part of the stream. Really very low crowd today. So hopefully when I reset this, people will come in here because this is very strange to have such a low amount of people. And I appreciate the people that are in here, but YouTube must not be sending out notifications is my issue, which they usually do not. So hopefully the second part of this, we get a few more people. And of course it is Saturday, so I don't blame people for being out. But this is this right here was definitely one of my favorite videos I have ever done. And definitely last year, we certainly needed this one. Dominic, how can I be the GOAT when you're the GOAT, sir? YouTube is weird, Afghan.
All right. Let me just start out by saying this. I wanted to take a seat right here. I just got done making those guys run a bunch of laps. And my feet really are tired from watching them run, so I want to take a seat. Let me just come out and say, first and foremost, I thought we did a lot of good things out there. I was very pleased with our performance today. I thought we did really a lot of good things on offense, on the offensive side of the ball, and on the defensive side of the ball. You give the other team credit. That's a hell of a team over there. I don't even remember who we played this week, but whoever it was a hell of a team because we lost. But I was very pleased and satisfied with the things that we did. I thought fundamentally we executed. I feel like we executed very well in the game. And again, sometimes you just have to tip your cap and give credit to the other team. But I really wouldn't improve upon anything that we did today. I felt like we gave a good effort. I felt like the guys played hard. And obviously, it just wasn't good enough today. So, we'll get back at it and practice tomorrow. And we'll work on some things and we'll try to get better. And maybe next time, we'll come out with a victory. But again, I'm very pleased and satisfied with the performance that we had today. And, I will open it up to any questions that you may have right now.
Dominic, what I would suggest,
Any questions?
If it's not letting you gift memberships or super chat, maybe if you go out of it and come back, sometimes that helps. YouTube is weird. So I don't know what YouTube does. YouTube does that sometimes. It happens to me too. For whatever reason, it doesn't let me super chat. And then when I go out and come back in, it does. I don't know. YouTube is just, it's strange. Like I said, Jared just said he's not getting the notifications. Nobody gets notifications. YouTube doesn't send them out to my subscribers, unfortunately. I don't know why. But it's not just me. It's unfortunate. It's a lot of content creators that this happens to. It's unfortunate, but it's just what happens.
Joe, you just picked up Jake Fromm off the Buffalo Bills practice squad. Was there any thought about starting him in the game, or what exactly made you decide to go with Mike Glennon over Jake Fromm?
Yeah, so we've been looking at Jake Fromm here in practice, and we feel like Jake's got a really good grasp of the offense already. He was really connecting with those 3-yard outs and the 4-yard ins. He looks like he has a really good grasp on what we do here on offense with, like I said, those 3-yard patterns. He also really pitched the ball out well and handed it off pretty well. We simulated, 3rd and long. He was really able to get the draw off to Devontae Booker or Devin Booker. What's our running back's name again? Yes, Devontae. I was right the first time. So, I felt like Jake Fromm had a really good grasp, but I went back and I watched the tape on ET. And, ET had a magical finger. So I was thinking maybe with the long neck ET, Mike Glennon, maybe he could put some magic into the football. Maybe, maybe we could get some big plays out of there. And also I like the way Mike Glennon threw the ball on the 6-yard outs. I felt like Mike Glennon has a stronger arm. So obviously if we're going deep and we're trying to get the 6 or 7-yard patterns, Mike Glennon was definitely the best to do that. So that is why exactly I decided to go with Mike Glennon instead of Jake Fromm. Next question, please.
Just curious, you said that you really were pleased with the offense. Exactly what about the offense were you really pleased with?
Oh yeah, I mean, let me just ask you this: do you not practice fundamentals, sir? Do you not execute? Did you not listen to what I just said when I started? I'm very pleased with the offense. Fundamentally, we executed, and executionally, we fundamentaled. I mean, that's really all I got to say about it. Listen. I'm very pleased with everything we do on offense. I know that we just scored one touchdown today, but that's okay. Listen, as a head coach in the NFL, it's very difficult. There's no doubt about that. It's difficult to score here. I just figured if I can't win a championship in the NFL or I can't win any games in the NFL, I figure I might as well win my fantasy football league. As many of you know, I have Graham Gano in my fantasy football league. So, if I'm not going to win anything with the New York Giants, I might as well win something in my fantasy football league, which is exactly why I decided to kick the field goals. And why I'm exactly, what am I trying to say here? Why I'm so thrilled with the offense. I'm very satisfied with my fantasy football league offense. I never said that I was satisfied with the New York Giants offense at all. I just said that I was satisfied with our offense, and I was talking about my fantasy football league. But again, I felt like we did some really good things out there today, and obviously it's not good enough today, but we will build on it as we go forward. Next question. What? What'd you say? What? Hold on. Timeout.
Dominic, my friend, thank you for gifting a membership, man. I really appreciate it, brother. Brilly. And Justin Angelov Taboo, welcome to the Dog Pound. Compliments of our guy, Dominic Pacheco. These are fun watching these back. I got to be honest, it's kind of fun watching these back.
Timeout. I can't hear what he's saying. I can't hear what he's saying. What do you mean I have no timeouts? I'm Joe Judge. I'll take as many timeouts as I want when I want. I gotta go look at the I don't know what he said. I gotta go look at the tape, but I'll get back to you. Next question. Yes.
Hey Joe, good eye. I was just curious. You had the one series there where you were second and 23, and you decided to take a timeout to avoid the delay of game, and then on the same exact series of downs, on 3rd down and 26, you decided to take the delay of game there. So can you explain your theory as to why you take a timeout for one delay of game and not take it the second time around, as well as why the plays are not getting in time?
Oh yeah, I can speak. I can speak to why we didn't take the timeout there. So first and foremost, let me just say this: I did not take the timeout on 2nd down and 23. Okay, I did not do it. Mike Glennon did that, so we're going to put the blame on him right there. We're not going to put the blame on me. We're going to put the blame on him right there. He called the timeout. I did not want to take a timeout. So obviously, we took the timeout there. Glennon took the timeout there, not me. I actually thought about taking out my challenge flag and throwing the flag because I didn't want to take the timeout, but I realized I guess you can't do that. I still don't know the rule about throwing the challenge flag, but I figured maybe it wouldn't be a good idea to throw the challenge flag right there. So, I'd have to probably go back and look at the tape to understand exactly what we did. But what I think we were doing there was this. Like I said, Mike Glennon took the timeout. I try to go backwards as far as our offense is such a well-oiled machine. What I try to do as a coach is make it as hard as possible. I want to challenge our guys. So I figured 3rd down and 26 would be really challenging as it was, but why not take a delay game on top of it? I figured maybe we get to 3rd and 30. I like to see how far we can run a draw on 3rd down 30, or maybe a 3-yard out or a screen pass on 3rd down 30. I'm trying to challenge our guys. Our offense it's so easy for the offense. I just want to make it as far as possible. Maybe one of these days I'll try to get where we're at like 3rd down and 48 or something, and we'll try a draw there to see exactly how far we can get up the field. But that was really the thinking there as to why, again, I didn't want to take a timeout there because I just didn't think that was right. I was trying to make it challenging for the guys, and obviously it was very challenging because, once again, we did not convert a 3rd down there as well. So I will take the next question. Yes, you.
Joe, do you see any way that the team can make the playoffs, even though you're 4-8, you have 5 games left? You think there's any feasible way that this team makes it into the NFL playoffs?
I have to go back again. I got to go back and look at the tape right there. I'm not exactly sure how we can make the playoffs. So I'm not really sure right there exactly what we got to do to make the playoffs. I have to go back and take a look at it. I don't know how many games you have left in the season, but obviously we're going to try to win each and every one of the games. What you try to do when you go out there is you just try to execute, and you try to preach. I preach fundamentals, I preach execution. But one thing that I'm having a hard time with as a head coach is we can do all these things in practice: the 3-yard outs, the 4-yard outs, the 3-yard ins, the 3-yard curls. We do that really well in practice. And, it's just my hard thing is adjusting to the fact that in practice, there's no defense on the field. And when you're going against an NFL defense, it's much tougher to complete passes, I guess. And I'm still trying to figure that out. And hopefully someday here, maybe this year, maybe next year, we can figure out exactly how to play against an NFL defense. But right now, I'm not exactly sure exactly how we're supposed to go about that. Next question, please. Next question.
Yeah, Joe, quick question there. I was just wondering if you pay attention to, the YouTube there. Do you pay attention to the YouTube? And what do you think about this Baddog guy? 'Cause I'm pretty sure that you watch his videos. Actually, I know you do because somebody told me there on the Twitters. What do you think about this Baddog guy? And what he thinks about you, huh?
Baddog, huh? I try to avoid the entire internet thing because I know that I stink and that everybody's telling me I stink. But the fact of the matter is, are they telling me I stink? I know I don't. I'm the greatest coach in the history of football, and I'll tell you that if you ask me again. What I know about Baddog is this: he's got a big mouth. He's got a big nose. And I can tell you this, if he was in my training camp or he was in anywhere near me, I'd be making him run laps like his mouth runs laps. I can tell you that right now. But the problem is a lot of what Baddog says about me is true. And I really don't know how to combat it, but I can tell you this right now. He would never play for this team because I don't put up with that. I don't put up with the anarchy and everything else that goes into what he says. So obviously I don't think too highly of Baddog or his fake press conference of me right here. Joe Judge, you're a clown, sir. Enjoy your day. It's a bad diggity dizzle. I'm out. Peace.
Dominic, thank you for the super chat, brother. I appreciate you. Brilly. I would love to see Baddog give a live play-by-play of our Super Bowl like it's actually happening. Your calls would be amazing entertainment. Dominic, I'm hopeful one day that Chris and I get to do that. I'm hopeful one day Chris and I get to do a Super Bowl. That would be freaking awesome. That'd be awesome. And Dominic, thank you again for gifting another membership. This one is given to Never Keep It Real. Welcome to the Dog Pound. Thanks to Dominic Pacheco, man. I appreciate it. That's funny as hell, man. I'll tell you, man, like I said, last year, 2021 was horrible as a Giants fan, but I swear those videos, they got me through the year. Like people for 5 years listen to me scream about the Giants. And they just figured that that's all I do, but they suck. But this year, like I said, I think I was mad once, and that was after the Minnesota game. I really was never mad at them losing this year because they played well. I'm not going to get on their case when they've overachieved. There would be no reason I never rant just to do it. I rant when I'm mad. I rant when I feel it, and I don't want to come out with a disingenuous rant just to do it. Part of my charm, especially in this channel, is when I get pissed off legitimately and I rant like that, or I do that video. That was fun. A lot of these videos, man, I was genuinely freaking pissed off. It was embarrassing to be a Giants fan, but those videos got me through the year. That's why I did like 3 or 4 a week. It was awesome. I mean, I have tons more from that year. There's no question. Samuel, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. React to Washington rant to. You mean, well, no, we didn't. You mean 2021. 2021. Let me see if I can find that one. I don't know why they brought back Hunter Strickland either, Dashy. What the hell are they doing? What are they doing? The Eli Apple thing, yeah, I don't want to put, again, because there might be young people watching, I don't want to put that on here because there's a lot of 4-letter words that come out in that video. I was pissed. I tell people all the time, the Daniel Jones video obviously went viral, and I was not happy. We know this. But I say, man, I was more mad than when they drafted Eli Apple than I was at Daniel Jones. Because that Eli Apple rant video, remember, that's a day after we drafted him. That's not when it initially happened. Let me see. Let me see if I can find the Washington one. I don't even remember that one. So let's see. Let's see if I can find the Washington one. Let's see if I can find the Washington one. If I spelled Washington right. It's got to be that one right there. Giants invent a way to lose. I haven't watched these in a long time, so you can tell that's the old school thingamabobber there. Let's share this. Where are we? maybe this one. I don't think I shared it. Share. There we go. Old school Baddog intro. Let's see what this one is.
Yes.
Dominic, thank you for the super chat. I can put the first video up. It's an Odell Beckham video. I'll put that up. I'll put that up too.
I've been a Giants fan for 38 years. I have certainly seen some really good Giants team in my day. I've seen 5 NFC titles, 4 Super Bowl titles. Long cry from that. That's what this team is. First of all, let me give the Washington fans credit. You guys earned it. You beat us. You beat us in a close game. Usually the Washington and the Giants come down to the last second. It seems like it's happened the last few times. This time you guys were able to come out ahead. Heineke did a really good job. You could have laid down the Giants. He threw that bad interception. We took the lead. He could have easily folded. He didn't. He went down, drove him to a game-winning field goal. So, you guys got it. And I'm not making any excuses for losing the game. There is no excuses to be had. The better team won. That was you guys. So congratulations. And, good luck going forward until we play you again. But
funny to look at these, man.
I got no excuses. You guys earned it.
You can see my meltdown. This is the beginning of the year. I'm much calmer, but you can see the progressive meltdown as the year went on last year.
You weren't
last year before.
And, like I said, congratulations to you guys. And you're 1-1. We're 0-2. I would turn your headphones down, people.
I actually warned people this time.
Where do we start with all the freaking screw-ups in this game? Where? How about Slayton, your ass juice? Catch a pass! Holy shit! How many drops? How many drops?
Boldside, how do you remember that?
Darius Slayton decided to take his place. Game-losing drop. Washington rushes 8 guys. Daniel Jones gets whopped, throws a perfect pass. He drops it. Trash ass. Get off the team. You know what? Go to the gas station with Chad Green and Andrew Heaney. Open up a gas station and start pumping gas. You bum. What a joke. Every freaking week. Drop. Garbage ass. It ain't hard to catch a ball. You're a professional football player, for crying out loud. Can't you catch a pass? Holy shit. And that ain't even the worst of it, because the defense, there isn't even a word to describe how piss poor, pathetic, and just worthless poverty your asses are. I sit here, look like a damn fool, because I'm like, this could be a top 5 defense. The New York Giants just addressed their weak spot, which is Adoree Jackson. They needed Adoree Jackson. Now they have a number 2 corner. They was one of the best defenses in the league last year with a terrible number 2 corner. They go out, they get a number 2 corner. They get a healthy Xavier McKinney, and they give up 336 yards to Taylor Heineke. Patrick Graham, you're a dipshit. Oh, soft zone. Are you serious? 3rd and 2, play a soft zone. Let's play prevent before the half. Every damn week. Every week before the half, and at the end of the game, they give them a damn touchdown. Every week. They got no backbone. They're spineless.
Oh, God. No wonder people like these. I'm having it myself.
What a crock of shit. How do you lose that game? And then Dexter Lawrence. I did a video. Hey, do you guys ever say, hey, we're talking about Dave Gettleman in the Mike Lombardi video, and we're saying, hey, I said, is there any Giants player that you could sit here and go, hey, this is the guy who wanted to be a New York Giant for the rest of his life? Did he make any really good picks? Dexter Lawrence. People said, Dexter Lawrence. What the hell are you doing? With all the shit that they did wrong, they had the game won until number 97 jumps off sides on a goddamn field goal. I have seen some shit play from this team in the last few years, but this loss is inexcusable.
You know I'm mad when I'm scared, man. You know I'm mad when I can't control it.
Fundamentals. Where in the hell are the fundamentals? This team doesn't know the meaning of fundamentals. They couldn't spell fundamentals. They couldn't spell fundamentals if you spelled the entire word and left off the S. Because that S stands for shit. This team is shit. I pour my goddamn heart and soul into this team week in and week out for years, and this is what I get every week. And if you were in the live stream, you could see it. I knew it. Never was confident. Knew they would find a way to lose. They always do.
Oh, I love it. I just, yeah.
What a joke. What a joke. I literally wanted to throw up from that game. Now, what really sucks about this game, what really sucks is that Daniel Jones, that was one of the best games I've seen him play as a New York Giant. That guy, I mean, he did everything he could. And shout out to the offensive line. The offensive line was very good tonight against a really good defense. The offensive line was very good. Daniel Jones is very good. Sterling Shepard was very good. Like, the Giants' offense actually looked pretty good against a pretty good defense. Daniel Jones used the legs. I like the way Jason Garrett mixed up the play calling. I am not gonna kill Jason Garrett after the interception, but I would have liked to have seen them been aggressive. I don't like this prevent offense, which is what they did. 2 rushes and then a throw on 3rd and 7. He kicked the field goal. When they did that, I did not have a good feeling. You have to try to win the damn game there. Make them score a touchdown to beat you. So that's it. That's the only criticism I have of the offense.
You want the Chargers one? Game up by the Chargers one.
Who can't catch a cold. Dude couldn't.
Well, we'll go through a lot of these.
Catch COVID if he went to a COVID party.
COVID party. Remember those?
Unbelievable. I mean, I don't even know what to say. What a joke. Every week, man, I pour my damn soul into every week. Streaming the game, watching the game, doing videos, doing the talk shows. We got the best. The Giants fans are the best. You guys are the best. The amount of shit that we deal with as fans, and you guys always come out. You're always watching the videos, and you're always in the live streams, and you're there, and you're supportive. You guys are the best. No fan base outside of maybe the Jets deals with the punishment we've been dealing with. Now, the Jets have dealt with it for a lot longer. But we as Giants fans, the last 5 years have been just really, really difficult to watch. Really have. And I mean, I love this team the day I die. It is just a terrible loss. And I don't even know where we go from here. They left so many opportunities, to put this game away and couldn't do it, man. And that offsides by Dexter Lawrence.
I didn't have a reaction. I don't think I had a reaction to that. And if I did, it's just not on my page anymore.
Absolutely perfect.
I got rid of a lot of the videos that I did before 2017. So I don't think I had that. I don't really remember reacting to that one.
The NFL. New York Giants, Joe Judge, coaching staff, you are poverty. That's right. You are a poverty franchise. You are the worst team in football, and you've been that way since the beginning of 2017, and you do nothing to change it. Every week it's something different. Every week it's a way to lose. Every week. You're pathetic. You're disgraceful. You embarrass me as a Giants fan. Every week I stick my neck out and talk shit for this team and hype this team up, and every week that's what I get. That's what we get as fans. Not just me. That's what we get as fans. Fans that pay their hard damn earned money, overpaid beverages, overpaid food, tons for tickets, tons for parking. They don't deserve it. They deserve better. Season ticket holders deserve better. The fans deserve better than that garbage you put on the field week in and week out. And yet, we sit there and support you every damn week. Do better. I'm out of here. Peace.
Oh, that was good. That was a good one. All right, I'll find a couple more here. Steel Sermon, man, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you, brother. We got about a liter of this gold. I'm Brilly. He says, gold. My neighbors always talk to me because I yell, and I always tell them I'm not loud. I'm Italian. That's correct. So here's some donor money, fella pies. Hey, grazie, paisano. Grazie. I appreciate that, my friend. I appreciate it very much. So let's do. If you guys have any like requests, you want to see a video, I'll throw it up. It's funny because I haven't watched these like in a long time, so I forget. Again, these kind of go together, and I never remember what I say in the videos. So we living some of them is pretty funny. It's pretty funny. But Dominic wants to see my first video. So I'll put the first video on my page. You're gonna see the difference between me now and me 80 pounds, well, not 80 pounds heavier, probably 70 pounds heavier. Whoops. Okay, whoops. Come here. I don't need to do this. I know where it is. Let's type it in. All right. This is me from 2017. No, this is funny. My guy Arizona Animal always called me Bad Sundog because of the glare in this. But you'll see me 240 pounds, as opposed to where I look now. And you're also going to hear Baddog Amos as I predict the Odell Beckham trade and where he ends up going. But this is the first video on my page. It's not the first video I did. That's long gone. First video I did was way back in early 2008, I think. But this is the first video on my page. Odell Beckham, trade him.
What up, guys? Bad Dog. Giants Mafia. I wanted to make this video yesterday, but I didn't have time. So, yeah, the whole Odell Beckham thing. He ain't going to play it down until he gets a contract extension. Now the media is all over. Oh, and the Giants going to trade Odell Beckham. Oh, we got all these partners to trade with Odell Beckham. Let me just say for the record that I was way ahead of these media pundits and all the fans now that want to trade him. Because when I made the video back in September talking about trading Odell Beckham, which I was an advocate of doing, like I said, after we played Dallas, I had this in my head. We should trade the guy. And I got a lot of heat for that from fans saying, oh, you're crazy. You don't get rid of a once-in-a-generation player. He's all this. We can't do anything without him. And I tried to explain that that's
Mostly
why we need to
which
get rid of
Evan
him,
Ingram
because
gave.
we don't win with him because
Yeah,
there's
here, let me
nothing
get rid of
around
this.
him. We don't have
I don't
anyone
like the
to
way
build
this
around.
even sounds. So let me get rid of this thing. Let's go to the Chargers one. Somebody asked for the Chargers video. I just don't like the way that sounds. But that is my Odell Beckham thing. I think it's Chargers 100 and something. Is that the one? I think it's this. I think it's this one. I think it's Chargers. This is Chargers 100 something to nothing or whatever. I haven't even shared this thing yet, and I'm already started. Hold on a second. I'll play this one, and then we'll do another. We'll have to end this stream and start another one. Hold on a second. Let's bring this up because this is a longer video. All right. Look at my face, man. You know, when I start a video looking like this, I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Let's see this. Here we go. What's up, everybody? It is your boy Bad Dog back with the New York Giants post-game video. Gotta go look at the tape right there. Gotta go look at the tape. Very impressed with our performance today. Thought we fundamentally executionally fundamental. This is such an embarrassing, disgraceful organization. How many times I do that?
Every week, you think, God, there's just nothing. It can't be worse. It can't be worse. Final score is 37-21. Anyone who watched that game knows this game was never that close. We trailed 37-7 in the fourth quarter. 37-7. Absolutely brains beat in. Absolutely just embarrassed, disgraced, emasculated every single week. Same thing, week in and week out. Microcosm of the Giants season.
Microcosm.
Chargers down near the goal line. Giants get 3 and out. Terrible punt. Giants get the ball at the 41-yard line to the Chargers with a minute to go. They go 3 and out. And in that 3 and out, they lose 2 yards. A terrible punt by Dixon, which was like 20 yards. Chargers get the ball, complete a 59-yard touchdown pass. Both safeties just stand there and watch a receiver run right down the middle of the field. Nobody picks him up. He's the only receiver running down there, runs right through the seam. Nobody picks him up. Easy touchdown. Every single week, the Giants do the same damn thing. Every freaking week, no matter the running back, the wide receivers, the quarterback, the offensive line, the offensive coordinator, things better. Jason Garrett holding the team back. It's Jason Garrett. No, it's every single thing on this team.
Giants fans, I have no idea how we
Everything
got
is
through
bad.
2021. I really don't.
If I did my job that bad, I wouldn't have a job, man. If I was that inept at what I'm supposed to be doing at work, I wouldn't have a job. None of these guys do their job. None of them do anything, man. At some point, you would think these guys are men, aren't they? Don't they pee standing up? Maybe some of them pee sitting down. I really don't know. Because these guys have no pride. I see crossing on and then they call a fake ball. Let me go over some of the plays with you guys. We run.
What's going on, Andrew?
We run a double reverse exotic flea flicker, and Glennon throws the ball into the ground 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Who draws that up? Then we run another flea flicker, and they check it down to Booker, and I believe we ended up with a penalty. Actually, I think the Chargers were offsides, but regardless, they check it down in a flea flicker. What is going on? The fake punt was absolutely embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. Not even close to converting that. Not even close. Where do the Giants come up with this game plan? Where do the Giants come up with this scheme? How are some of these players even in the NFL? How the hell did they end up on our team? How is it so hard for us to convert a 3-yard pass? And every team against us, 10-yard out, wide open. Run the ball, 8 yards. Screen pass, 17 yards. Wide open down the middle of the field, 59-yard touchdown. Every other team in the league, I watch the Chargers. I watch the Bucks. I watch the Chiefs. So jealous of what they have. Watch Cardinals. So jealous to just watch teams just execute. This team doesn't execute a damn thing. It's on coaching. I am so sick and tired of Joe Judge and his absolute garbage. This dude should have to walk back to New York from Los Angeles. How anybody can defend this guy is beyond me. It really is. I don't know how anybody can defend what he's doing. His team does not play for him. When L.A. Lou, who's one of the most optimistic guys I know, and he's not a Giants fan, he's an L.A. fan.
Hey, shout out L.A. Lou!
He's a Laker fan, he's a Dodger fan. But he's always saying, hey, Giants need this and the Giants need that, and this guy's okay, and this guy's okay, whatever. When this guy comes out and just goes, you know what, they suck. When L.A. Lou is just saying they suck, they suck. There are no positives
Lou, he's the
to take
man.
away from this game. Now, if you have Mike Glennon on your fantasy team and he ended up with 3 total touchdowns, sure, you can take that away as a fantasy football player. Then he had a good game. That's garbage. His team is garbage. Hot dumpster fire. Mush doo-doo. It's embarrassing, man. I drank beer today, man. I went to the grocery store. The women in there at the counter, behind me, they all laughed and said, you can watch the game. You need something stronger, is what they told me. The girl.
I remember that lady saying that to me.
That is how bad the Giants are.
She said you need something stronger if you watch that game. That was awesome.
People
I
say,
forgot
why
about
do you get
that.
so upset? Why do you care? Because I'm a fan. That's why I care. I've said this before. If you don't care, awesome. Good for you.
If it don't bother you that they're bad, good for you. Good for you. You know what? It pisses me off. It pisses me off to watch this inept garbage every week. These are the New York Giants, man. 4-time Super Bowl champion, 4-time NFL champion. Some of the most legendary coaches and players to ever grace this league. And they have become an absolute laughingstock for the last 5 years. They're the worst team in football. Awful. The Lions have a better offense than we do. Now you can say, oh, well, Glennon's, I don't care. It don't matter if it's Glennon. It don't matter if it's Jones. Tom Brady would come here and have a hard time. The play calling is trash, man. People want to blame the offensive line. Fine. The offensive line stinks. Nate Solder's terrible. Matt Parrott's terrible. But it's not just the offensive line. Every single thing this team does is awful. They don't execute the most basic plays. It's amazing to me that they can even get a handoff.
I'll be right back, guys. I got to go potty. Be right back.
Joe Judge didn't waste a timeout today. He's getting better at that. Of course, they did take a timeout of defense, and the next play, the Chargers scored a touchdown. And of course, the Giants gave up that touchdown for the half, outscored 59-0 in the last 2 minutes of the half. There is no way Joe Judge is a coach of this team next year. No way. And John Mara, I'm telling you right now, and I know you're watching, John Mara, if you bring this sack of crap back next year, Joe Judge, and you try to sell this fan base that he's the guy, I hope all Giants season ticket holders cancel. I don't give a damn what the roster is. This guy can't coach in this league. They are playing prevent offense and prevent defense from the first kickoff of the game. The opening kickoff, this team is scared. There's no aggression factor at all. They don't play aggressive on defense. They don't play aggressive on offense. They actually ran the ball pretty well their first drive. They get to midfield. It's 3rd and 2. How about instead of going 5 wide, empty backfield, you line up an offset I, or an I, and you run Barkley up the middle? What the hell did you draft Barkley 2nd overall for if you don't think he can get 2 yards on 3rd down? This team is going to kill me before it's over. The play calling, it's all so bad. It's all ill-timed. They don't know when to run. They don't know when to pass. They don't know how to pass. They don't know how to run. They don't know how to block. What the hell do you look at an offense, especially an offense, and go, this is good? $72 million for Kenny Galladay. 2 catches, 15 yards. Hey. Sterling Shepard played today. Hey. I mean, it's just embarrassing, man. Giants fans shouldn't have to put up with this crap. Giants fans pay a lot of money, spend a lot of time watching this team. They don't deserve this. They don't deserve it. People are saying we're the new Cleveland Browns. I say don't insult the Cleveland Browns. They don't deserve it. They do not deserve this whatsoever at all. They don't. And like I said, the only way to really get through to John Mara is telling him, I ain't paying for tickets. I ain't going to the game. And I can tell you this right now, next week when we play Dallas, there'll be 80% Cowboy fans in that stadium. They will take it over. Giants fans will sell their tickets to Cowboys fans. And I don't blame you, Giants fans. I don't blame you whatsoever. Why pay your hard-earned money to go watch that garbage? Why would you go to watch that? This team ain't even dollar store poverty. This is 2 for $1 poverty. That's what the Giants are. 2 for $1 poverty. Absolutely embarrassed. They are horrible. Horrible. And every time you're just waiting for them to hit rock bottom, they just continue to find ways to fall farther. Where the hell is the bottom of this abyss that we call the New York Giants organization, or disorganization as I call them? Where is the bottom? We're about to,
because I would
do that.
really like to hit it.
Start the
so we
second
can
to start the
finally
second part. We'll do
start coming back
the
up.
reaction to the end of the
Because
year.
Is just
I got to see that one from when we
man.
ran the back-to-back quarterback sneaks.
I love streaming the games. I mean, I wouldn't blame Fox or CBS if they said, the hell, the Giants are putting on another team like they do with the Jets. I'm at my wit's end with this team. I don't understand. I don't understand how they don't try different things. I don't understand why the game plan is exactly the same. You're garbage, sir. Joe Judge, you're garbage. You're trash. You're 4-9. What is the difference if you throw the ball down the field? Can you tell me? What is the difference if you try some deep passes? What is the difference, Patrick Graham, if you try some blitzes? You can't get there with your front three or front four, so why don't you bring some pressure?
Very soon,
Why don't you play man
just on
coverage?
this run, and then
Why
we're going
don't
to
you
switch.
try something
I already
different?
have the
can't
next
be
the next
worse.
thing there.
So stop doing the same thing over and over again. It's a definition of insanity. Nothing's going to change. You've lost. This is the 5th year in a row we've had a losing record. You're done. So do something different. But not this team. Nope. Week in and week out, they get more and more embarrassing. They get more and more pathetic. And they find different ways to become embarrassing. They find different ways to make you laugh at just how bad they are. And you sit there and go, how the hell is this an NFL team? If somebody never watched the NFL before, and they watch the New York Giants, they would go, my God, is this what American football is? How bad is this what football is? No, it's not. It's not. This is utterly ridiculous. And I've absolutely had it with this team. I really am. And then every time I think I can't get lower, I find ways to get lower because this team just is. It is.
I do waterfly. Hold on a
Embarrassing
second.
dumpster fire. It is a hot diaper of trash. That's what it is. It really is, man. This is Fremunda cheese. This is, I've said before, they are the Giants are the skid marks from the underwear of life. They're the skid marks of the NFL underwear. And they are crap because they continue to get crapped on week in and week out. You guys are just unbelievable. You should not collect a paycheck ever. You don't earn that at all. You ought to, John Mara ought to refund every season ticket holder. And all the players ought to donate their check to the fans that spend their time and hard-earned money to go watch this crap that you put on the field and call a football team.
What a difference.
Each and every one of these Giants ought to look themselves in the mirror and go, is this really what I am? You ought to look yourself in the damn mirror and go, are you proud of me? I would be ashamed to call myself a professional football player because there's nothing professional about what this football team does. Anyway, I've ranted long enough. It's almost 14 minutes. So again, if you're watch this long, you're a trooper. Thank you for watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button, and voice your displeasure about the New York Giants in the comment section. You deserve to. Bad Daily Dizzle. I'm out. Peace.
All right. So I'm going to end this one here. Oh, what just happened in my comment section? Oh, so I have the wrong stream right up. So I have already scheduled the next one. It's at 5:10. I'm just going to end this and go over and start the next one. So go ahead. You may not get a notification from YouTube. YouTube doesn't seem to. How strict are they with the cap? They're not strict. Dire Giants fan. I don't really know when that cut. I just hurt the freaking nerve in my back again. I don't know when that cutoff actually happens. I just know they don't do it for 24 hours. I do know the one time I did, maybe the last time I did this, I started with a 9-hour stream. So it's not like if it's 8 hours over, it's going to go over. I just do it to split it up into 3 parts. So it's not like it's strict. Like I know that maybe it wasn't last time. One of the times I had a 9-hour stream and then it was 7. So it's all good, but I'm going to go over there now, guys. So I'm going to end this stream again. Thank you. Hopefully YouTube sends out the notifications. You get some more people in here. We're going to do NBA Saturday night, but when we start this next stream, we'll do a few more of these giant rant videos because I'm actually having a good time. I think it's funny watching some of these things back, and I'm glad the Giants are in this situation. So again, this ends the first part of the 24-hour stream for charity, the Boys and Girls Club of America. Thank you for being here. Come back to the channel. Like I said, I'll be live, so just go to my damn channel if YouTube don't give you the notification. Hop into that chat, and I'll see you over there. We'll do some more Giants rants, and if you guys have a request or a video that you want to see that I did, let me know, and I'll put it up there as long as it's not filled with colorful language. Otherwise, I do the Eli Apple thing. So I'll be right over there, guys.